Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Prior to going into closed session, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll be adjourning to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. No action was taken.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Is there any board member that has any announcement? Any staff member have an announcement? Madam Clerk.
On today's agenda, item 35 will be continued to the October 10th meeting. We'll make that announcement later on as well, but just in case anybody is here specifically for item 35, it will be continued to October 10th. Secondly, I'd like to announce the 2017 Calaveras County Senior Volunteer of the Year Award Luncheon. It will be held October 11th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Dodosa Ranch in Burson. You need to RSVP by October 4th to 209-498-2246, and there's a $10 fee for lunch payable at the door.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our recognitions and acknowledgments. Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation honoring Carolina Youngman as Calaveras County centenarian.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, I get the pleasure of reading this, and I'd like to let everyone know that her birthday is April 10th, the same as my own. So I'm just not that old yet. I'm working on it. Because this is a proclamation honoring Caroline Jugman as Calaveras County centenarian. Whereas the Commission on Aging has requested the Board of Supervisors to recognize the citizens of Calaveras County who have reached a memorable milestone of their 100th birthday. And whereas Caroline Jugman was born in North Dakota on April 10, 1917. She was one of 7 children born to a railroad worker and housewife. She married in 1939 in South Dakota and had 3 children. And whereas Caroline moved to Calaveras County after her husband passed away and called Mountain Ranch her home. hand. Whereas Carolina used to sew, knit, to make clothes for her family, and whereas Caroline's secret to longevity has been to mind your own business, and she celebrated her 100th birthday in Calaveras County on April 10th, 2017. So we have a motion?
I would entertain a motion to acknowledge and vote on the proclamation.
So moved.
Second? Second. Moved by Supervisor Clapp, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. Prior to the vote, we'll have public comment.
Carolina is here in the back of the room. She's here in the back of the room. Normally we see if they want to say something. So anyway, kudos. This is great. Apparently I don't mind my own business, so I'm going to die. I'm going to die young. I was always planning to live to be 100, so I better hurry up and get things done, but apparently that's not going to happen.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Good morning, Chairman. George Fry and my wife Yolanda. Yolanda had the privilege of taking care of Carolina for several months. And go ahead and say what you'd like to say.
Yeah, I take care Carolina Gentleman for IHS. So it's my honor to take care 100 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Fry. Further public comment?
I'm Linda Mellon. I work for the Senior Peer Program for Calaveras County, and I'm also on the Commission on Aging. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the Commission on Aging, this is something that we really wanted to do to honor our seniors. And I'm very happy that we were able to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment?
Bill Wilson, District 1. Congratulations. God, 100 years. Can you imagine that? The things you've seen. There weren't planes. She was living in South Dakota? God, that's terrible. I'm glad she moved to Mountain Ranch. It must have been a lot warmer in the winter anyway. At least you got a little fire. My mother is 93. She says she has 7 more years to get there. I just hope she's able to do that. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Mr. Platt, you can make the presentation.
Okay, let me finish it. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors would like to recognize Caroline Judgment as centenarian and congratulate her on a lifetime of contribution to her community as well as to her family, friends, and neighbors.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation honoring King McPherson as a Calaveras County centenarian. There you go.
How are you? I wish I could move that fast. I think I hurt my hand. Okay. Supervisor Clapp, we've got a proclamation that you're going to be presenting.
Yeah, he already stole our thunder. A proclamation honoring King McPherson as his Calaveras County centenarian. Whereas the Commission on Aging has recognized the Board of Supervisors to recognize the citizens of Calaveras County who have reached the monumental milestone of their 100th birthday. And whereas King McPherson was born in Los Angeles, California on March 17, 1917. And whereas King moved to Calaveras County in 1984 and made his home in Forest Meadows. And whereas King and his wife, when he married in 1937, raised 3 children, have 6 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and 3 great-great-grandchildren. And whereas King was a Montreal for 50 years, he served as a Navy seaman on a destroyer escort from 1945 to 1946 and has been involved with Rotary International for 74 years, having never missed a meeting. That's amazing. Whereas King was selected to be the Grand Marshal for the Murphy's Irish Day Parade in his actual birthday and celebration with his family and friends. I'd like to move this.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Prior to taking the vote, we'll have public comment. Any public comment? Ms. Crane.
You bet. Marty Crane. So I always believe that you can't learn anything, you can't impact anything unless you show up. 75 years, never missed a meeting. Applause. And then I was just going to share that I bet you didn't mind your own business all the time, so maybe I'll make it to 100 years after all. So, you did? Well, not when it counted, when something needed to be done. So, thank you. Yes, thank you for stepping up, and thank you for leading by example and using that hand railing out there. I'm always encouraging everybody, please use the handrail. Just hold your hand over it if you need to, you know, just in case it's there when you need it. And thank you, because it was frightening to see people falling out there.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Giove, and I'm King's daughter, and I know him probably more well than anybody. And he does mind his own business. He likes to watch. He likes to watch neighbors and see what they're doing, but he minds his own business. So, just wanted to clarify it. It is a secret. And he doesn't worry about much nowadays. You know, it's like, well, whatever. So that's another secret.
Thank you. Mr. Fry? He rose before you, Mr. Segala, but I'll let you go in front. It's okay. You're at the mic.
He's closer to him.
You can go ahead.
I have an easy question. Would it be possible to find out what he eats?
Mr. Fry?
I wasn't myself.
There you go.
Thank you, Chairman. As a member of the Commission on Aging, I'm just really pleased that we started this program, and I hope that I'm half as healthy as you are, King, when at age 100. Thank you, my fellow Rotarian. We have another fellow Rotarian, Supervisor Toffanelli is a Rotarian. What a wonderful organization we belong to.
Thank you. Further public comment? I have a short one. I'm very proud. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have one more thing, because the question was asked. A dish of ice cream every night?
I've got a short little comment. I have had the great privilege and honor to attend Rotarian meetings in our Murphys area, and this gentleman has always been there and been part of those. And I'm glad to see that we have representation from District 3 in the Murphys area. Thank you for your service, sir.
I'd like to add. Likewise, King, I've also been to your Rotarian functions in Murphys, and you do not sit in the back of the room. You're not a wallflower by any means. So thank you for what you're doing for the community.
Okay, further public public announcement? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Supervisor Clapp.
Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors would like to recognize King McPherson as a centenarian and congratulate him on a lifetime contributions to his nation, state, county, community, as well as to his family, friends, and neighbors.
There you go.
Madam Clerk.
Item 4 is from Public Works to adopt a proclamation honoring Deborah Mullen for her 20 years of service to the residents of Calaveras County in the Public Works Department and congratulating her on her retirement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have the honor of presenting this proclamation. It's a proclamation recognizing and honoring Deborah Mullen, Public Works Analyst 3, for 20 years of distinguished public service in the Public Works Department. Whereas Deborah Mullen has served the citizens of Calaveras County for over 20 years, always with great understanding and the needs of the people she served. And whereas Deborah began her career in public service in 1997 with the Department of Public Works as an extra hire clerical assistant. And whereas Deborah has worked in every frontline position in the Public Works Department and has provided exemplary service to the public. These positions include Clerical Assistant 2, Account Clerk 1-2, Clerical Assistant 3, Engineering Aide 1, Engineer 1, Public Works Analyst 1, Public Works Analyst 2, Public Works Analyst 3, and Transit Manager. And whereas, having great personality, patience, and empathy, Deborah was our ambassador to the community, playing a significant role for the department in caring for community service areas, transit-dependent populations, as well as working on projects that improve the quality of life for all residents in the county. Projects are too numerous to list, but some that Deborah was most proud of include the Arnold Rim Bike Trail and providing shelters for residents waiting at bus stops. And whereas Deborah's ability to evaluate and analyze complex projects made her the perfect person to implement the Road Impact Mitigation Fee Program, numerous benefit basins, and to develop the only permanent road division in the county. And whereas Deborah fearlessly undertook a great challenge and accepted the responsibility of transit manager position. The responsibility included great accomplishments such as providing a service to the many public transit riders, but it came with very difficult challenges as building ridership and financial implications. And whereas in September of 2015, when the county faced the greatest disaster in its history, the affected residents had a great need for assistance, support, and information. Deborah represented Public Works at the Calaveras Local Assistance Center, working long hours and weekends, providing comfort to those in need, though most never realized that she too was a victim of the Butte fire. And whereas Deborah will be sorely missed by staff and those she worked with, who found her and a devoted friend, a co-worker. We have all been touched by her energy, kindness, patience, and grace. I would entertain a motion for this proclamation.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Prior to a vote, is there any public comment?
Good morning, Kathy Topol, Common
Ms.
Ground
Topol.
Senior Services. I would just personally like to thank Deborah, for all that she brought to our agency. With the help of her, we were able to get our program up and running, and everything you said about her is true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Packinger, Public
Mr.
Works.
Packinger?
I've been working with Deborah the whole time that she's been here, and for me personally, there's quite a bit more that she means. You've read there a tremendous amount of work that she's done, but for me, she's more like family. She held many of the babies that I had. She's participated in quite a number of other things that are way beyond the work that you have read there. So she's family to me, and I thank her very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Packinger.
Good morning, Nikki Stevens. On behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center, we have throughout the years worked on numerous projects with Deborah, and I also know her personally and have known her for a very long time. And I think that she really represents the epitome of the great people of Calaveras County, and she has made a tremendous difference, and we should all aspire to do the same. So I want to personally and professionally thank her for her dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Bill Wilson, District 1. I just hope this Board of Supervisors finds the cojones to take on the fiscal responsibility to make sure that this lady gets her retirement through CalPERS for the next 40 years.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson.
Kelly Zonnizer, Public Works. I just wanted to say thank you to Deborah for being a great role model in our department and always supporting our staff. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work alongside her for the last 10 years. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Kelly.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I'm the newcomer on the block. I've been working with Deborah for my 2.5-year tenure. My goal in my career in Public Works has always been to be able to eventually leave with my head held high with the respect of my clients and the respect of my coworkers. So for me, Deborah is a shining example of how one can do that. She was never trained as an engineer, but she's done engineering projects that serve the community. She took on transit that was in trouble and got it on a solid footing in spite of a lot of angst that we have in this community in terms of how transit operates. And just to watch her continue to serve her constituents, her coworkers, her job in the face of the quadruple disasters that we are currently attempting to recover from is truly inspiring. So thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. Florence.
I think everybody in this room knows how amazing Deborah is. I just want to thank Deborah for everything that you have done for this county and for public transit. She's an amazing lady. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for approving this, and I want you to know I didn't write it. It's been a long time, and the people that were recognized before me give me some hope that there's a good long retirement ahead. I'm very excited to be looking at that, but it's with a little bit of trepidation too. It's hard to walk away. Got a lot of balls in the air, juggling, but it's all been good, and my coworkers, like Robert said, more like family, and I was thinking about that because I definitely have spent more time with Robert than I have with my brother. So, very close, and I hope at this point I will stay in touch with all of them and all of you, and I wish everybody in the county the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Madam Clerk?
Item 5, proclaim the month, it's from Public Health Services, to proclaim the month of September 2017 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, recognizing the importance of awareness efforts that will increase support for children and families during dealing with cancer.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to make this proclamation today. To proclaim, whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer as the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. 1 in 5 of our nation's children with cancer loses his or her battle. And whereas the causes of pediatric cancer are still largely unknown, and new discoveries are resulting in new treatments, many infants, children, and teens, this disease continues to affect families and communities in ways that may never fully heal. And whereas the objective of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month is to increase awareness of the types of cancers that largely affect children and their families, and to generate support for these individuals through research and family support. And whereas many organizations, including the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection, are dedicated to helping these children and their families by providing a variety of patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford in Palo Alto, UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital, Kaiser Permanente Medical Center, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsors Courageous Kids Recognition Awards, family sailing programs, pet-assisted therapy, handmade get-well cards, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. I would like to make a motion to accept this proclamation.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi to accept the proclamation.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. We'll have public comment prior to the vote. Any public comment?
Marty Crane. I'm involved with Optimus International, and we have a program to raise money for childhood cancer research as well. But what I wanted to share today is for all those who are directly involved with a child or family that is going through this process with their child. Right here in Calaveras County, right here in San Andreas, we have what's known as ARC 2000. It's an extension of PAWS, the Performing Animal Welfare Society. And many may not know that Ed Stewart and his partner, Pat Derby, are the founders of that. And Pat Derby passed away of cancer a few years ago. And their hope is always to reach out to a child who is dealing with cancer and invite them into the Performing Animal into the ARC 2000 to visit with the animals and get up close and personal with the elephants before they go for their treatment, to just kind of take the edge off the day. So just know that if they would like to make contact with ARC 2000. And when, on a side note, when Pat Derby passed, they had a celebration of life for her in Sacramento, and people came from all over the world for this. And there was a woman from another country that stood up and said that in grand boardrooms, this is a quote, in grand boardrooms across the world, when they speak about the gold standard of animal sanctuary, they're talking about San Andreas, California. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Dean Kaleda. I'm the local health officer for Calaveras County with your local health department. And childhood cancer, I don't have to tell you, is a devastating disease for children and their families. And with research, our hope is to make childhood cancers a thing of the past in the near future. I just wanted to give you a little general information about cancer in our community. According to the California Cancer Registry, cancer remains the second leading cause of death for Calaveras residents in 2015. 24% of our residents died of heart disease, and 23% died of cancer. And strokes were only 5%. So cancer's right up there. There were 316 new cases of cancer diagnosed in Calaveras County residents in 2015, and 126 deaths. And you think, well, 126, that doesn't sound too bad. But if you look at that as a rate of our population per 100,000 persons, it puts us at the 11th highest county in California, and we're ahead of Los Angeles County, Orange County, San Francisco Bay Area. So we have some work to do. Cancer risk increases with age. 86% of persons with cancer are over the age of 50. So as opposed to childhood cancers, cancer itself is a disease of aging. 26.3% of Calaveras residents are over the age of 65. That compares to the state of California, where 13.6 of California residents in general are over the age of 65. So you can see that the demographics of our community are skewed towards the elderly. A lot of the causes of cancer, lifestyle and environmental factors, are superimposed upon genetic variation and our genes. Okay? We can't do anything about our genetic makeup. That's a hand that we've been dealt. But we can do things about our lifestyle and our environment for our residents in our community. 40% of all cancers are associated with poor diet, physical inactivity, and obesity, and excessive alcohol consumption. 30% of all cases of cancer, including 85% of cases of lung cancer, are smoking related. So lifestyle changes can prevent cancer. So your county health department is looking at ways to affect the lifestyle choices of people, to reduce smoking in our community, to reduce rates of obesity, especially in adolescents. And we're looking forward to working with our elected officials in the future to continue to make that improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Bill Wilson again. I think you know I'm in District 1. My wife's father died of cancer, pancreatic and esophageal. He's the one that got us into cannabis again. He's the one that said, hey, can you guys, we can't afford to buy this, can you grow it for me? I watched him when he'd swallow and he'd start to vomit because of the tumor that was growing in his esophagus. He'd take 2 hits off of a joint and he could swallow again. He didn't survive. A lot of people who use cannabis for cancer don't survive. It's a shame that our government doesn't allow research, doesn't allow people to use this medicine. I know there's a lot of people out here that are doing things with it that don't have anything to do with cancer, and I'm not going to deny that. I don't even think I want to try to go there. But it's used as a medicine. It's used for cancer. It's used for seizures. It's used for Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, other diseases. It needs to be explored, not just by our county, by our government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Mr. Chair, we need to take a break. We can take a break right now. In fact, it'll be 15 minutes for staff. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in session. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any further public comment on the last proclamation before we take a vote?
We did take a vote.
We voted? Okay. See, it's tough getting this old.
All right, so moving right along to
excuse
public
me.
comment. Oh, sorry. Not
Now,
really.
Now, therefore be it proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that the month of September 2017 is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and hereby calls upon all citizens, parents, governmental agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, hospitals, schools, and colleges in Calaveras County to support efforts that will increase awareness of and support for children and families dealing with cancer. Through these efforts together, we can provide hope and support for those in our community who are facing challenges of childhood cancer. Thank you very much. And I will present this to Dr. Claytis, still here. Ms. Brinks will support it, the public health. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so everyone is clear. This is the general public comment period. This is the time to bring up any topic that is not on today's agenda. There will be another item-specific public comment period for each item on the regular agenda, and any items pulled from the consent agenda. So, if you're here to talk about a topic or item that is on today's agenda, for instance, whatever's on the regular agenda, please wait until we get to that item-specific public comment period to address the board. I now welcome public comments on topics not on today's agenda. Please step forward and thank you. Ms. Crane.
morning, Marty Crane. I have the pleasure and the honor of being the director of the Volunteer Center at Calaveras County. We've been serving the community since 1991, and a few years ago, we embarked on yet another partnership with the Calaveras Unified School District to develop a community volunteer campus. And in a snapshot, I will just say that it began with local contractor Glenn Dragmanovich of Black Gold Paving and Sealing giving, as a gift to the community, a culvert and a paved driveway. That's huge. Coming back, grading, preparing the foundations, someone else coming in and pouring concrete slabs. Those that know how to do this moved buildings that were in the way in other campuses to this site, and we have the community, whenever I say we mean the community, has developed a community volunteer campus. And it's an ongoing project. It is not finished, but it is now. We were unable to put the word out earlier because we didn't have a ramp, but we got that a couple of days ago, and we watched as it was just magical as Sam Berry Towing picked it up, brought it down, and with this huge heavy hauler, I guess it's called a heavy hauler long bed truck, he set it down, and then they lifted it, nudged it, encouraged it, wished it, and did all these things to get it into place. It was magical. And so I just want to say that the open house, it's a 4-day drop-in open house from 1 to 6 this Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And please come by and see what's possible. The one building that we were in before, we jacked it up, rolled it onto a slab, and it is now called the Hokey Pokey, a place to call yourself, turn yourself around. And it will be used for meetings, music, dance, art therapy, whatever the community wants to do. And where it used to sit, we envision an outdoor stage and an amphitheater, and the school garden will come down and expand around the whole thing. So I just want to say that absolutely every single thing has been donated by the community. Every single thing, right down to the paint on the walls, the pictures on the walls, the toilet paper in the bathrooms. Anyway, every single thing. And so it's just awe-inspiring. And I want to say a shout-out to Calaveras Recovers. I wasn't able to come to the meeting last week, but I watched it on TV, and it is just so inspiring. I encourage everyone to go back to last week's meeting and watch the presentation. And we have a fundraiser coming up. It's called the Calaveras Family Showcase. This is the 5th year. It supports 3 organizations, the Volunteer Center, the Valley Springs Youth and Family Center, and the Optimist Club. And it's just calling all singers, dancers, hams, and show-offs.
Thank you, Ms.
That's pretty loud. Anyway, so thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1 again. I just want to clear one thing. My wife, after I spoke about the cancer thing, informed me there is 126 to 130 studies now being conducted in the state of California because of regulation on cancer treatment with cannabis. Besides that, what is fiscal responsibility of the Board of Supervisors? Is it to make sure that CalPERS is funded, that the budget is balanced, that they collect taxes that the voters have voted to tax? Is it to regulate something, or is it to ban something? Is it to complain about illegal, non-compliant growers when we throw out as many people as we can for not getting a piece of paperwork in, not having a correct photograph, putting a plot across their property line, not the neighbor's property line? What are the reasons? How many criminals have we kept out of regulation by denying some 220 people for little piddly nonsense of not getting something done? Granted, there's been some significant things where people have used phony photographs. Didn't grow last year, tried to get in on something, tried to come in and do something that the county said, this is the way we're going to do it. Come in, pay your $5,000, fill out the paperwork. A lot of people can't do that, it seems. Shame on them. A lot of people in this county collected money to fill those papers out for those people. Shame on them even more. I think those people should have been talked to. We have people out here with guns now, I understand, guarding. Not one registered grower possesses guns. If they have security, they've hired somebody. Only the non-compliant, the unregistered, the people that the sheriff's going out and doing code enforcement eradications, people that are coming over to these hearings that are held over here, that are self-eradicating. Those are the polluters. Those are the people that didn't join the program. Those are the people that didn't bother to pay any attention to the laws that Calaveras County tried to enforce, tried to set up. Did we run the program correctly? There's a whole lot of things we could have done better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nikki Stevens, and I'm actually here this morning talking to you on behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center. Just 3 things that I want to bring to your attention that are happening that are a definite positive for our community of Calaveras County and beyond. The first is our annual health fair. It's this Saturday, September the 30th. This is our 19th annual fall health fair here on our campus in San Andreas. I really encourage you as leaders to attend if you have any room in your schedule this Saturday, to come out and show your support for these amazing organizations that once again continue to provide free and informative services to Calaveras County and beyond. It's a partnership that we've had with many organizations throughout the state and with Calaveras, Amador, and Tuolumne counties to demonstrate all about health and well-being. We have several public service agencies included here in the Government Center that are going to be representing the better interests of the people. So everything that is happening Saturday at Mark Twain Medical Center for the Fall Health Fair is about health and well-being. Our blood analysis panel is an $800 panel that we get to provide for $45. Lots of great things happening, so please come over. And then I also want to tell you about 2 other things that are coming up for the month of October for breast cancer awareness. October the 2nd, Valley Springs, 6:30 p.m., the Terrace. Please come if you can and come out and support the women in our community and beyond that are currently battling breast cancer or have beat breast cancer, or those that are there to honor those that have not continued on with their battle. We're going to have a lighting ceremony. Once again, we've done this every year. It's very productive, and the other benefit to this is it completely 100% engages our youth. Our youth sports teams come out, and it's just a powerful thing to see with the youth and their families. So please join us at the Terrace October 2nd at 6:30. And then something new, my last announcement for all of you this morning from Mark Twain Medical Center, once again about Breast Cancer Awareness Month for October. For the first time, we are proud to say that, we continue our partnership with the Healthcare District, but this is the first time that we've offered mammograms in the evening time. This is for those women that have challenges maybe with transportation or daycare, or quite frankly, they're just a little nervous about getting that done. So we've created a sisterhood, if you will. Ladies, I'm looking to you at the left of me because you're a part of our community and you know lots of women, as do all of you men. Come on out October the 10th or October the 26th, 5 to 7. We're having Mammoglam. We're going to have a great time. We're going to get our pink on, and we're going to just celebrate sisterhood, quite frankly. So please, board, support what we're doing. I know that you do, but I just want to say that publicly to all of you. I want to thank you on behalf of Mark Twain Medical Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike
Falvey, 40-year resident plus of Mountain Ranch. A young lady just said to me that everything's been said about regulation that needs to be said. Now it's just up to the vote. But I have a little story I'd like to share with you. Not tooting my own horn, but I think my situation is pretty much a microcosm of a lot of law-abiding citizens in this county. You might recall back in May there was an arrest, a bust. I don't know if you recall, but it was right next to my property in Mountain Ranch, middle of May. Well, lo and behold, a week ago tomorrow, there was another bust right next door to me, same property. I was out in front of my house working, and my dog started going off at the back of the house. I walked around the back, and the first thing I saw was guys going up the hillside in camo with rifles. And helicopters come over. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't a Vietnam infantry veteran. I might have had a little PTSD. But, that bust was performed on someone who was busted 4 months ago. And you know what they did? They said, this county can't stop me. They planted again. The pictures I saw, they're probably 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall. Kudos to the sheriff, number one, for taking it out. So that got me to thinking, what are our choices? Ban or regulate? You ban, citizens like myself are going to be watching guys, they're not going to be watching guys go up the hillsides with guns drawn. There's not going to be any enforcement. You're not going to be able to afford it. I don't care what anybody says, you're not going to be able to afford it. You're spending a vast majority of your money now on enforcement, and that's with funds taken in from compliant growers, I would assume. I'm not an expert on the subject, but my point is, if you ban this, that guy on the hill, a quarter mile from me that I could see, he's going to be up there growing again next year. There's no doubt in my military mind, as the old saying goes. You need to get out and talk to the people that are dealing with this, not the people behind the gated communities, not the people of the privileged subdivisions of the high-dollar homes. Get out into the brush and talk to people that deal with this on a daily basis. You might see things a little different. And don't feel beholden to your constituency necessarily. Do what's right for the county. I don't want to see guys going up the hillsides with guns drawn. But I do want to see this industry become regulated and handled and the bad guys eliminated. So please, if you have any questions, reach out. I'm the only Falvey in the phone book. Ask me about my experience last week.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Trent Fiorino from District 1. Didn't really plan on saying anything today, but some of the comments that have been made, I need to give you the other side. In our neighborhood, we had a dinner. We've got all our neighbors together, haven't done that for years, and we're talking about some of the situations we're dealing with. They say regulation, this gentleman just said regulation will get rid of people with guns coming up hills. We have a regulated grow on Megan Lane that we had complaints from our neighbors called in because of gunfire after late at night. From what I understand, when they went in, they found weapons that were illegal. These growers, I thought, were not supposed to have weapons. We hear regularly gunfire coming from that area, from those grows. It sounds like automatic weapon fire. Either that or somebody can pull a trigger really fast. Regulation has not gotten rid of guns. Regulated growers have guns. We're finding that out. It's not helping. What did regulation bring our county? We had, 1,000, I heard approximately 1,000 illegal grows before the Butte fire. Now there's over 4,000. That's what regulation brought us. It opened the door wide open to tell the criminals, come into Calaveras County. We welcome you. And the problem, too, is our regulated growers have stood up in these meetings and they've said, we won't turn them in. See, because they believe everybody has a right to grow. So it's not helping. It hasn't helped our county at all. And not only that, the pollution. What about the pollution that's coming into our county? We're talking about cancer in our county. Pretty soon, I tell you, in 20 years, with the amount of pesticides and fungicides that are going to get into our water supply and are being spread over Calaveras, we're going to see cancer clusters from that in this county. That's what regulation is bringing us. We need to get rid of it. Other counties don't allow it. Why do we need it here? And the other lie about the money. You look at other states, other areas that have tried to tax it, they're getting half of what they thought they were going to get in taxes, and all the regulation and fees and things and problems are costing them more than the taxes are bringing in. So we need to quit listening to the lies. We hear all these things about the great health benefits of marijuana. Go and look at the actual double-blind studies on it. 1 out of 10 in double-blind studies have been helped with pain. Double-blind studies show there's absolutely no truth that it cures cancer. I hear these grows come up to me and tell me, well, it cures cancer. Tell that to Bob Marley, one of the biggest pot growers I can think of. He died of cancer. Didn't cure him. We need to stop listening to lies and start looking at the truth and get rid of this evil from our county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, Dr. Smith.
Dr. Prapana Smith, District 3. I wasn't going to speak either during public comment, but it concerns me when I hear language like calling a whole class of people evil, saying that they all have guns. I don't have guns. I abhor guns. My grandfather was murdered by guns, or with guys with guns, or a gun. We need to get beyond the name-calling and the vitriol and, yes, the lies, and look at the truth of what's going on in the county with relation to cannabis and everything else. I mean, we all know that there's more issues here than cannabis. And the sooner we put this one to bed and move on, you guys can focus on the other issues. So, we're obviously having a conversation in the next few weeks over a ban versus regulation, and I'll be happy to be here to help out with my expertise insofar as I'm able. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Franken. I am a resident of Rancho Calaveras, District 5. I'm also a member of the California Healthy Workplace Advocates Group. It's a group that is opposed to workplace bullying. And I'm here to request the board to adopt a proclamation recognizing October 15th to the 21st as Freedom from Workplace Bullies Week. And may I approach the clerk with some information?
By all means.
So I just gave the board clerk kind of a flyer from the group, the California Healthy Workplace Advocates. Bullying is a systematic campaign of interpersonal destruction that jeopardizes employee health, shatters careers, and strains families. Bullying is non-physical, non-lethal workplace violence. It is abusive, causing psychological injuries and stress-related diseases. It is costly to businesses. Bullies are too expensive to keep. The destructive power of workplace bullying comes from secrecy. The Workplace Bullying Institute celebrates its 7th annual Freedom from Workplace Bullies Week, October 15th to the 21st of this year. The week is a chance to break through the silence and secrecy. It's a week to be daring and bold, to take courageous action and to do the right thing. Everyone deserves a safe, healthy, and dignified workplace. Several cities and counties throughout California have already issued proclamations for this Workplace Bullying Week proclamation, so I encourage the Calaveras County to do the same. I've issued the board clerk a copy of the proclamation, and considering I got a little bit of time left, I'll try to read it as quickly as possible. Whereas the County of Calaveras has an interest in promoting the social and economic well-being of its citizens, employees, and employers, whereas that well-being depends upon the existence of healthy and productive employees working in safe and abuse-free work environments, and whereas research has documented the stress-related health consequences for individuals caused by exposure to abusive work environments, and whereas abusive work environments are costly for employers with consequences including reduced productivity, absenteeism, turnover, and injuries, whereas protection from abusive work environments should apply to every worker and not be limited to legally protected class status based only on race, color, gender, national origin, age, or disability. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, do hereby proclaim October 15 to 21, 2017 as Freedom from Workplace Bullies Week, and commend the California Healthy Workplace Advocates and the Workplace Bullying Institute, which raises awareness of the impacts of and solutions for workplace bullying in the United States and encourages all citizens to recognize this special observance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus from the Band Committee. Coming around to you now are some booklets that we prepared for board members. We did the same for the planning commissioners. And what we found is over these long years, some of the paper is starting to get rattled and rolled up and hard to find. So we've tried to produce what we call, kind of the greatest hits album here, where you have the information in front of you that's been in front of you before in some cases, and in some cases not. The first 3 chapters of the booklet cover pretty much the ordinance, our feelings about the ordinance, what was missing, what was left out, and proposed changes to the ordinance. When you get back into, and we included 1791, the original, just as a reference in case you need it. When you get to tab 4, there's some information there regarding the environmental devastation that's going on in Calaveras County right now. When we first wrote this up, it was starting to get pretty ugly. Since then, we've been able to go back and add a lot of photographs, and you'll see them in the report. All of those photographs are from Calaveras County. All of those photographs occurred, or the photographs occurred on both compliant or applicant grows and non-applicant grows. So this is not a shot at any one group of growers, but seems to be the cross-section for it. When you get back to tab 6, we've included the report, which is called the Final Performance Report. That was conducted by Dr. Gabriel, and it was through the United States Forest Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. It is considered to be one of the most comprehensive reports on the dangers of marijuana on the environment in communities. So as you go through there, you will be able to see what they have found out about this problem. And we bring it up because it seems to be coming to a head now, or at least it's increasing. This is not about the boogeyman coming to Calaveras County. The boogeyman is already here. We have already seen massive amounts of environmental devastation that have been recorded on, like I say, applicant grows and non-applicant grows. To that end, the committee and many citizens are asking this board to consider declaring a state of emergency in Calaveras County for 2 reasons. First of all, we don't seem to be able to get enforcement out there enough. The environmental damage is continuing, and we would like to see the Sheriff's Department consider joining HIDAT, the Central Valley Commission, and we would like the board to poll itself and see if you can come up with one of those resolutions. We think all of those pieces are necessary, as well as contacting the EPA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. You know me, I got plenty of complaints, a lot of criticism, and plenty of problems to share. But today I'm going to offer you something that ain't going to cost you a penny, okay? I've been walking around and driving around Calaveras for about 2 weeks. I leave from Double Springs and I go to Stockton. That's my route. And I've been looking at the roadways that are so full of trash, it's really embarrassing. Now, Caltrans went down my route about a month ago, and they collected about 40 bags of trash between Double Springs and Valley Springs. That's only 3 miles. Within a week, it's all trashed up again. I went to a meeting with Clyde and Gary over there in Jenny Lind Fire Department, if that's what that was, when you had your open house over there. And the road out there is just as bad, especially between that olive orchard to where the fire district is. I mean, it's just trashed. So I felt real bad on Labor Day, so I got up real early and I went out with a couple of bags on the highway and I collected 4 bags of trash. And I've been out there every Sunday since collecting bags of trash in the same area. I just want to tell you, it's been satisfying, but it's been depressing. I hope to God it ain't us people living here that's trashing up our highways. I hope it's tourists that don't give a damn and they just come and trash our place. But it's really disheartening. And I go from my county over to Amador. They don't have the trash on the sidelines like we do. So I'm thinking of how to do honor to God and nature. I don't go to church on Sunday, so I'm spending an hour or two picking up trash. And I'm going to challenge everyone that doesn't go to church, or even that does go to church, to go out and clean up our community. I mean, we look like we don't give a poop about anything. And I just like to say, what I have found on the highway is really discouraging. I find a lot of dead animals. That's to be imagined, but not, snakes and stuff. A lot of cigarettes and cigarette packages. No paper, no plastic bags, they disintegrate. What's really got me upset is the number of plastic bottles, water bottles, and sport drinks that are full of urine, that are capped off and thrown on the side of the road for someone to come by and pick up. That means somebody's sitting in their car peeing, putting a lid on it, and leaving it for people to pick up.
Thank you.
Please help clean up our environment.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last public speaker for this session. We will continue the public comments at the end of our regular agenda.
Good morning. Joan Wilson, District 1. I would like to thank our roads department. They've been doing a good job. I am very pleased with what they've been doing, at least along the roads that I drive. Also, thank you to Mr., and excuse me if I get your name wrong, Flavli, for that account of what it is like to have the helicopters coming over and guns running up the side of a hill. They were obviously not compliant growers. They'd been there before, they'd been eradicated, and they were coming back. And I think the sheriff and whoever went after them full bore. That type of person needs to be gone. As far as guns go, I don't own any guns. Oh, I take that back. My son does own a couple of Nerf guns that his girlfriend's boys play with in my house. That's it. I have an attack dog. It's a cockapoo. He'll lick you to death. But I do hear a lot of gunshots around my neighborhood. It is from my neighbors. They go out and they shoot Easter eggs on Easter. One does have a shooting range, and from time to time he has people come up that are testing out their guns. It is retired law enforcement, lawyers, doctors, that type of person that is shooting guns around my house. I am reliant on them to be safe with their guns and not shoot me. But if that happens, I guess it happens. As far as turning people in, as far as a grower turning people in, I'm sorry, I don't know any illegal growers. I do not drive around looking for them. I don't have time to. I believe that is the sheriff's job, and I would like to leave that job to the sheriff because he is the one that has been trained to take care of that and do it properly. If I do come across one, please understand, I will turn them in because I want them gone. Okay? Pesticides, I am totally organic, right down to picking off worms off of my buds. Okay? There are no pesticides. Now, I won't say that somebody else doesn't use pesticides, but that is a good reason for testing, and that is one of the things that has been found. Those people aren't going to be able to sell their product, so they will be washed out of the market. And I have known some compliant growers that have gone and cleaned up other ones.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon at one time by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of the item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that any member of the public can pull this item and we will be having that item heard separately, along with staff and along with our Board of Supervisors. Is there any member of the public that wishes an item pulled from the consent agenda?
Number 22, please.
Number 22 by Mr. Smith. Number 9 by Mr. Wilson.
Was it 9 or 5?
Hold on a minute, please. Chair has to catch up.
That's right, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Number 21, please.
Number 21. Yes, sir.
Number 27.
Number 27, Mr. Fry. Ms. Newman. Number 26. Mr. Segala, you raised your... 13 and 14. 13 and 14. Any further from the pulling from the consent agenda by public? Seeing none, we'll go to the board and staff.
I need to pull item number 24 to provide clarification.
Any further items from the board or staff?
So I just noticed on the hard copy agenda that was provided to everyone here in the room today, there is an omission that was posted on our website. So anyone who's looking at the electronic version of the agenda, item 8 should be the minutes of September 12th. They were added to the agenda prior to our posting requirement, but after I made this copy. So when we get to those items, can I read off the titles of the ones so that we can just clarify that the ones that are being pulled are the ones that are being pulled? Would that be okay?
That'd be fine, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Any further items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda.
No, I'd like to read to confirm that these are the correct ones being pulled.
Okay.
Okay. So I apologize for the confusion. Item 9 was pulled. It's from the Sheriff's Office, and it's regarding the OHV grant agreement. Yes? Okay, thank you. Item 13 was pulled. It's from the Administrative Office, and it's a contract with Manuel Lopez. Yes. Item 14 was pulled. It's from Human Resources, and it's to adopt an ordinance approving changes with the MOU with SEIU. Yes. Number 21 is from Human Resources, and it is the resolution authorizing the changes to the position control list. Thank you. Item 22 is from the Administrative Office, and it is the resolution approving the adopted budget.
No, I think my 22 is now 21. Yeah.
So it's the position control list, not the adopted budget.
Correct.
Thank you. Number 24 was pulled. It's from the Administrative Office, and it's regarding the resolution authorizing the purchase of certain capital assets.
That's correct.
Thank you. Number 26 was pulled. It's from the Administrative Office regarding the resolution approving the adopted budget for IHSS public authority. Okay, and number 27 was pulled. It's from the administrative office, and it's to adopt a resolution approving the adopted budget for the Air Pollution Control District.
Is that correct, Mr. Fry?
Was that
You
yours?
wanted that item pulled?
Did anybody want to pull the one regarding the Air Pollution Control District? Okay. So to just confirm, we are pulling items 9, 13, 14, 21, 24, 26.
That's what my records reflect.
So I apologize for the confusion, and of course, it was on the day when we had so many items pulled.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, I would entertain a motion for the balance of the items on the consent agenda.
I'll move the balance, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Seconded by Supervisor Clapp. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
So item 9 is from the Sheriff's Office. To accept the 2017 State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Grant Agreement in the amount of $90,711. Authorize the sheriff to sign and submit the grant. Approve the adjustment of the final fiscal year 17-18 Sheriff Patrol Fund 101000320-4477. Revenues from $111,000 to $123,711 pursuant to the 2017 grant award, and allocate $5,600 of capital expense allocations pursuant to the spending plan of the grant.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we're going to request that the person that requested the item be pulled make the first presentation with their question, and then it will be addressed by staff. The person item pulled, Mr. Wilson.
Again, Bill Wilson, District 1. It's probably just my confusion and my not clearly understanding this, but it looks like we got a grant for $90,711. And it looks like we were going to allocate $111,000 for that, but we got the grant. So now we're only going to bump it up, that $711 and, well, $12,711. And we're going to only spend $5,000. So are we saving the rest of that $90,000 out of the budget? How come we don't go to $200,000 if we're getting a $90,000 grant and we've already budgeted $111,000? Maybe I'm just confused, or that's two different items. I don't know. I'm just seeking clarification, really.
Captain Macedo, welcome.
Good morning, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. The grant award for this year is $90,000 and change as indicated. The other notation is in reference to the OHV budget. A difference of about $30,000 was encumbered from the previous year into this next fiscal year, so that is why there is a difference. The $5,000, I believe it's $5,600 in capital equipment, is to attach some snow-type tracks to one of our vehicles to allow us to do some winter operations. All of this funding is covered by the state of California. It is a grant, and I think that concludes or addresses the concern or question. Any questions from the board?
Questions of Captain Macedo? Supervisor Mills?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Wilson, that answer your question?
Sure does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any public comment? Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion. I would entertain.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second? Second by Supervisor Clapp. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Unanimous.
Item 13 is from the Administrative Office to approve a contract with Manuel Lopez to provide consulting services to the Administrative Office and Public Works Department not to exceed $75,000, and authorize the County Administrative Officer to sign the agreement.
Mr. Segala.
Yep, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We recommend approval of this item. And I'd like to, this is the first time that the county has made an effort to bring in outside experts to review our operations and make them more efficient and successful. And this is really outstanding because it indicates that the pursuit of excellence is more important than maintaining the status quo. And so we recommend you accept that.
Thank you, Mr. Segala.
I didn't get to, George Fry, I didn't get to review this particular item, but what is the scope of the services that are going to be rendered? Thank you.
CEO Lutz.
Yes,
Has that answer, hopefully?
as I'm sure most of the public is aware, Public Works has quite a number of functions, including roads, bridges, currently the transit system, also integrated waste management. The goal here is looking at each of those programs, also ways that we could improve efficiencies, the speed at which we're getting projects to initial approval to completion. Additionally, we're looking at some of the interrelations between the land use departments, building, planning, and public works, opportunities to create better efficiencies across all of those areas. The ultimate goal would be improved responsiveness and also customer service. Does that help provide some clarity?
Thank you. Okay. Further public comment?
Bonnie Newman, I'm not going to say that this is a bad thing, but I just want you all to know I worked in a factory once and they hired an efficiency expert to come in and he screwed up the whole works. His idea coming from the outside created more dissension and confusion. So if we're hiring someone from the outside, how are we qualifying the work that he's going to be doing? Is it going to be better than it would have been if he hadn't have come in? Or how do we determine? Because I'm $75,000. You know what it would take to give home care workers a raise? That's just about it. So I'm always going to question where the money's coming from and how it might be used, if not here.
I'll let you answer that, CEO Lutz.
The funding is being picked up through Public Works. There's a variety of state, federal funds in there. There is some county match. As to the qualifications, as to the individual who is here today, if the board has additional questions, Mr. Lopez, prior to serving as the county administrative officer in San Joaquin County for over 10 years, also was formerly Public Works director in San Joaquin County. I think one of the goals with tapping into his knowledge and experience is having operated a large public works department and then overseen it from the county administrative office provides him a unique skill set and a good background to look and provide recommendations for improvements. I wouldn't say that necessarily, but I...
Thank you. Any further public comment?
If my memory serves me correct, Mr. Lopez was also our county administrator.
That is correct, sir. Interim. No more further public comment, then we'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments, staff comments? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp. Second. Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous.
Item 14 is from Human Resources to adopt an ordinance approving changes consistent with the modified and extended MOU with Employees International Union Local 1021 for elected officials.
Mr. Segala.
Calaveras Taxpayer Association. This is, our concerns with this have been expressed before. When the county's going to spend money or increase salaries, regardless of who it is, there should be sunshine. It should be out in the open. Okay, they were making $20,000, now they're going to make $30,000. They're making $20,000, they're going to make $21,000. Indicate what the changes are. It's almost like this is done in secret, and you have a hard time finding out what's been done. And the taxpayers would like to have as much sunshine on public salaries as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hawkins, HR Director.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. This change is strictly to benefits. This is not a change to salary. And we did post a public notice in the newspaper listing out exactly the cost of the change. And like I said, it is only a change to the county health care contribution and not a change to salaries.
Mr. Segala, does that answer your question?
Thank you. We have, Mrs. Hawkins is great. She does a great job. And she's following an established procedure. And one of the problems that governments have is unfunded liabilities. Unfunded liabilities are these retirement benefits that usually are increased. Some cities and counties have gone bankrupt because of the buildup of these unfunded liabilities. And this was published.
Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
I'll hear your point of order.
We're not talking about unfunded liabilities. That's not the agenda item.
Ms. Hawkins, can you identify the areas that being addressed by this particular agendized item and clarify that for Mr. Segala?
This item is strictly the county contribution to health care. It is not anything else but the county contribution to health care.
Okay. Is there a question on that issue, sir?
Yes, I assume that there's been an increase. What is the increase? Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins?
The increase per month for employee only was $50. For employee plus one was $75, and family was, I believe, $100. And I think there was 2 cents in there for family and employee plus one. I apologize, my item went black. And so for some reason I don't have the exact number in front of me.
The staff report indicates that employee is an additional $45, employee plus one is an additional $75.02, and family is an additional $102.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Segala, did that answer your question? Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments or a motion. Entertain a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Lopez.
Item 21 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2017-18, adopted budget effective September 30th, 2017.
This was brought by Mr. Ben.
He also brought it up, I believe, so go first. Go ahead, sorry. Okay, thank you, Ben.
Dr. Smith.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question about these, what do you call it, position control list. And I'm looking at the columns. I just want to understand what they all mean. Taking the first, let's just take this position in facilities. The POS number 11-17, Is that a unique identifier for one job? Is that what that is?
Ms. Hawkins, can you address that?
Yes, whenever to track the positions within our computer system, we do give them the first two numbers. So the 11 is the department, and then the last two numbers is the position within the department.
Thank you. All right, and then I'd like to call everyone's attention to page 142 of the packet, the deletions. It looks like there's 25 positions that are being deleted. And I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, these are positions that were previously scheduled to be filled, but were not filled. Is that correct?
Dr. Smith, I have a question. You referenced page 142.
Well, I'm looking at the packet that was posted online, page 142. It's the third page of this item.
156, thank you.
Could you give us a moment, please?
Chair, would you like me to answer Dr. Smith's question as well?
Okay. CO, let's.
The deletions, if you recall from the budget hearings, we've, in order to perform some position cleanup that's been needed for our overall system of tracking personnel positions, we've historically had something that's been referred to as the parking lot. The parking lot are positions that have been, they were previously funded at some point. Most of these positions off this parking lot were there from the reductions in 2009, 2010. In order to really, in order for a department to actually refund that position, they would have to come back to the board, request that funding be allocated to that position. So essentially the process is similar to having to come and request a new position. In order to clean up that process, I requested with departments that we go through and actually delete out all of those vacant parking lot positions. It's easier for human resources on position control.
Okay. So basically what this action means is that if a department head wants to come back and ask for these positions, they have to come back and ask. They can't just fill them because they're on the list.
That's correct, and
Okay.
which is what they had to do already.
Right. But now, are these positions needed positions? Are they no longer needed? Is that why they're being deleted?
Well, I guess it depends on if you ask the department or not.
Well, in fact, I did. I asked 3 departments today, and they all told me that these positions are needed and that they're being cut because we can't afford them.
Well,
Is that
and
correct?
to be clear, the positions have been unfunded for over 5, potentially up to 10 years. So, I mean, they're being deleted from the position control list, but they were not allocated in this year's budget, prior year's budget, or the last number of fiscal year's budgets.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to solicit your cooperation once again. If you have multiple questions, if you could identify those questions at your first approach to the podium, that'll give our staff enough time to develop answers for you. Maybe move this process a little quicker.
I'll do my best, sir. As we move forward, there's always other questions that pop up in your mind, but I'll try to keep it all in one. A majority of them have already been answered. I believe the reclassifications, there's one reclassification from a represented unit to administration or management. That's one that was priorly filled, and you're taking it out of the representative unit to the administrative unit. And that's one of the questions. I'll proceed. Second one is to follow up on what Mr. Propana said here on the deletions. A majority of these have not been filled for quite some time. You've had this discussion before, moving forward when, deciding what all these are. Not all these were unfunded, though. Some of these were, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong when you answer, funding did go to some of these deletions prior, therefore the excess in funds that were in some of the certain departments that you went back after this year to help balance the budget. Some of these were unfunded. Mr. Mills brought them up earlier this year as these are unfilled positions that we retained a salary savings on. So I'm asking, is some of these were the salary savings in the deletions here that were brought up earlier this year in June?
I'll answer the second question, then I'll ask Judy to answer the question on the represented to unrepresented. These positions have not been budgeted salary savings. In June, I did ask departments to come in, look at their historical vacancy rates of positions that are active, and ask them to estimate basically if it's not filled as of July 1, and they estimate that it would be filled, say, September 1, there's salary savings there associated with those 2 months of vacancy. Those positions are a separate issue. These positions have been off the books. Essentially, you wouldn't even see them unless you pulled the position control list because they were not actively being filled by any of the departments.
Okay.
Ms. Hawkins?
The position that was moved from a represented unit to a non-represented unit or a management unit, I did discuss when we had the budget hearings, but that was the position that went to the Veteran Services Officer. And when we pulled the information for that, this position does manage people, manages programs, in some cases volunteers. And so the work that this position does is a management level, and I did have a meet and confer with the union prior to reclassing this position.
Mr. Stopper, does that provide enough information?
Yes, thank you for the clarity on this consent agenda item. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Any further public comment on this issue? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
Well, I just would like to continue the discussion here to be sure that we're talking about funded unfilled positions. If we get into the mid-year and we're finding, for instance, now we're holding, 93 open positions which are funded, there is a specific salary savings that will come from that, and I think that at the mid-year we're going to need to review those departments that have substantial salary savings. It's going to be the result of not filling positions in a timely manner. So that was just part of the continuation of my discussion from June.
Say, any comment? Comment by staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Last call for public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item 24 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of certain capital assets as part of fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget.
CAO Lutz.
Yes, and I will apologize. Apparently when this was printed up, the very top column on the second page dropped off. The dollar amount for total public health fixed asset purchases does not change. It was already in there. It just missed the top column when that got printed and loaded into the system. So if those of you were using your calculator and trying to balance and realize that there was a missing $35,000, that's where it is. So the board has highlighted what item it is for public reference. It is the very first item on the second page, a public health vehicle for $35,000.
I'm not going to ask. What kind of vehicle can you get for $35,000? Thank you, CAO Lutz. Any further comments on this?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I apologize, Tim. I don't like to spring things on you, but I do have a question. We've got Public Health has $1 million set aside for building purchase renovation. I know we are waiting on a space plan for the overall county. Can you tell me how this fits and source of funds?
It does absolutely fit into our space plan. One of the things that we're looking at with the Health and Human Services Agency overall, and particularly some of the programs such as public health, behavioral health that are off-site, is trying to get a more centralized campus, with the preference being something here on site. We are factoring that into our space plan. Those, in this case, it's public health funding paid for through 1991 realignment health funds mostly, but also some of the miscellaneous grant programs that are assigned to that. In terms of the space plan, it would be incorporated into it. We had a meeting with a space plan consultant who I've tasked with going through and developing the space plan to bring back to the board. And part of that would be looking at the expansion of Health and Human Services campus presence on the main campus.
So what are we going to use this $1 million for?
This is for, ideally we're looking at actually doing some building or bringing in some buildings on site, or leveraging some of the county general fund that we're using for on site to then renovate a floor of that building or a section of that area, depending on what the space plan needs bear out.
Okay, so we're not renovating someone else's building and we're not buying someone else's building?
No.
Thank you.
Further comment by the board or questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Do we have a motion for it?
We do not. I'll make a motion.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second, please. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. Seeing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, we've taken a... Okay, we can do that.
Looks like we have two. Bonnie pulled 26 and George pulled 27.
No, I'm sorry, 27 was not pulled. So we only have 26 left. Item 26 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget for the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority.
Ms. Newman.
Thank you. I just had some thoughts about this particular budget. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen with this program, but I'm anticipating some drastic changes in the future, and I just want you to keep in mind that this program has grown tremendously. They got over a $500,000 budget now, and I've noticed in their last budget, I don't have it, that coming out of social services into the public authority, they're paying them to do some service that I think the social services should retain. And I think if there's going to be any increase in any of these programs, it should be in the social services. And I think social services should retain the responsibilities that they've been allocated to do. And in the future, keep in mind that this program didn't exist 15 years ago. It's not a crucial part of this entire program. And if, what hits the fan and something's got to be cut, this is the area that we need to look at making savings. And I'm not talking about being a home care worker for 19 years. And I'm not talking about being on the IHSS advisory committee for 4 or 5 or however long it's been. I'm talking about being a taxpayer, looking at how y'all might decide to save some money and where it might be more beneficially allocated. So I don't expect you to do anything except approve this budget. But if I come ragging at you in the future, this is where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Further public comment?
George Fry again. That was my vice chair, IHSS, and I'm the chair. And I wholeheartedly support what she's saying. It's just, I don't get it. I just really don't get it. We're living on $5,900 a year. At one time, we had $60,000. It got cut back. But I just don't get it, and I hope the board gets it.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Further public comment? Seeing none, any discussion by the board or staff? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. We'll take a 10-minute break. There's been a request to modify our agenda somewhat, and we're going to try to do this. Hopefully we'll have enough time. So, Madam Clerk, item number 30, they've requested to make a presentation before lunch due to outstanding appointments they have to leave, but I have to consult with the Wine Alliance folks. That's item 29. We may run over till after lunch for your presentation. If there's an objection to that, I'd like to hear it. Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you have the understanding on that? Thank you.
So what I'm understanding you to say is that we will now be on item 28, then we will do item 30, and then most likely after lunch, we will have item 29. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, item 28 is from the Probation Department to receive a presentation by Tuolumne County staff and authorize the board chair to sign the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility contract.
Welcome.
There we go. I was going to say I didn't know if Sam was going to do a primer or an intro. I was.
No, this is CEO Pedro from Tuolumne County, and I'd rather defer to him, and then I'll be available for questions at the end of the presentation. He's been waiting patiently.
And I think what CAO Pedro will talk about is kind of the background of how we got to the point that we did with the Motherlode job training, and the kind of background behind that partnership and the opportunities moving forward. I know he's been doing this similar presentation in a couple other counties, so thank you for taking the time for us.
No problem. And I'd be glad to hang around for the Wine Alliance presentation. Does that come with tasting?
Yeah.
Tasting will be at lunchtime.
Perfect.
We'll pay for that.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, actually, we were just commenting. I've been before this board several times in my career now, but I think the first time with all of you seated together. So thank you for having me over. I want to extend apologies. Our chairperson, Sherry Brennan, was here, but she had another appointment in Sacramento. She tried to push back but could not. So she felt really bad because she really wanted to be here to speak with you guys. But anyway, she could not make it. And just to go down the line, our Chief Probation Officer, who's been with the county for many years, both in our human service area and probation, she just finished her first year of probation as our new Chief Probation Officer, and she's taking a well-deserved vacation in Hawaii, probably with the Wine Alliance over there. And my superintendent for the facility happens to be in mandatory training today, so you got me. But just real quick, I'm a Tuolumne County native. Family goes back to the 1850s, so they've been around for a while. I'm not that old. But I've been 37 years doing local government work, 33 years in Tuolumne County, and the last 11 as a county administrative officer. And I have been working on our law and justice complex for 20 years, and this project for about 17. So I'm not unfamiliar with it, but I'll do the best I can. So with that, let me just kind of go through and provide some backdrop to this, and I'll try to move it along. Just some history, and it was about 17 years ago that there was a first effort made, and that was with Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne County, and that was, they saw a need for a regional juvenile facility. That initial memorandum of understanding actually called for, it was going to be a joint powers authority, and it was going to be shared capital cost. Any match related to the construction of the facility was going to be shared across the board, as well as the operational cost was going to be shared. And we started working along those lines, and then as fate would have it, as we were moving along and had been awarded a grant, we were trying to lock down a site, and we looked at sites in all 3 counties, and unfortunately, we could not find a site that was suitable or at least acceptable to the public. Whatever site we had, the neighborhood just rose up and said, we don't want it here. So with great regret, we had to turn down that initial grant, and then had to just try load up again for a new day. So that was unfortunate. But in 2009, we fired this process back up, and we went ahead and submitted. It was a new model. This model, instead of a joint powers authority with all capital cost and operational cost shared, this was a new model, and that's where Tuolumne County would step out, and we would build the facility, cover whatever cash match was required or came with it, and then operationally, instead of sharing that as you would under a joint powers authority, it was just going to be on a per bed basis, as the beds were needed. And that was an agreement that was reached again back in 2009. And I'm only going to read one excerpt. Thank Tim for including in the packet some historical grant information. I'm just going to read a couple little sections here. First is Tuolumne County is one of only 9 California counties without a juvenile hall. This is a tremendous hardship for the county, the juvenile offenders, and their families. To overcome this challenge, Tuolumne County is committed to building a juvenile detention facility that will serve the regional needs of the area, including those of Calaveras, Amador, Mariposa, and Mono counties. These neighboring counties make up half the remaining counties in California that do not have a juvenile hall. And then one last little excerpt is that Calaveras and Amador counties have provided letters of commitment and draft MOUs for bed utilization. The draft MOUs have been attached to this application and will be fully executed within 90 days, which they were. The neighbor counties will contribute to this partnership by paying a daily rate for the beds they use, which will go directly and solely to the operations and staffing of the facility. So that's the basis upon which we entered into this new round, was through this these MOUs, and it was still going to be a regional facility. I refer to Amador and Calaveras as our founding partners, as evidenced in that grant, and that's why I've come back over the years just to keep things freshened up so everyone knew where we were at, and people have changed over those years, and just tried to keep things new and fresh before folks. So the model went from, we'll share everything together, to Tuolumne County, if you will build it, we will send our kids, is the essence of how that agreement worked. The new facility has now been built. We finished it this past March, and then opened it for the first time in early April. So what we're here today is simply asking for our partners. Amador's actually signed onto the new memorandum of understanding, now asking this board to sign on as well, and then to simply send your youth to the new Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. And I underline that in the presentation because it could have been the Tuolumne County Juvenile Facility, but it was very purposeful when we named it. It's the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility because of that partnership. But again, why are we asking that? Because it's following through on that commitment when we stepped out in this grant and built this facility. But beyond the partnership, we have outstanding treatment services that we think we have to offer. And I do want to, I'll just repeat because I'm not in a position to really judge, but based on what the BSCC, state agency that oversees these types of facilities, they're saying that this is state-of-the-art, and we are putting on prime services that are a good model for others to follow in the state. I have not visited everywhere in the state, but at least that's what they're telling us. So, and we're proud of that. I'll go quickly through some pictures, and as I do this, the offer's been out there and continue to offer it. If any of you would like to come over and see the facility and get a tour of it, we'd be more than welcome to make that available for you at just about any time. But this is the front view of the new juvenile detention facility. As you walk in, our public entrance, just to give people a feel for what it looks like. This is the main housing unit when we were doing our grand opening ceremony. We can go ahead and take pictures of these people because they are not youth, and you can't take pictures and show names of youth. But part of the reason I chose this picture is it also shows some of the community support that we have for this facility. After this was taken, and for about a month before we actually opened it for operations, we had over 500 people come through the facility just at what does something like this look like? What do you do in here? And that's paid great dividends. We have a lot of community support and volunteerism and contributions that are coming into this facility. That's also helped with our partnerships for services in the facility. And up on the banister on the top level, that is the majority of the staff that currently look after the youth in that facility. That's the correctional staff, but we also have county schools in there. We have our health department, we have our behavioral health department, and others that help provide services within the unit. Here's a classroom, again, without the kids in it right now. It's hard to get the back of a lot of kids in a classroom setting, but this gives you an idea of what the classrooms look like. This is our library. It's really back-to-back, and it just becomes part of the whole classroom educational operation. This is a recreation yard. It wraps around the facility. There's also an internal recreational area. I didn't want to load you up with too many pictures, and Tim had provided you with some of those. But there's a lot of options for the kids for their downtime. This is one of our visitation spaces. I'll show you the other in a moment. But this is a beautiful outdoor area, so when parents, family members come over to visit their youth in the facility, they can go out into a variety of settings. And that's one of the big things about this facility being here, is that it makes it possible for people to actually come and families to be present and available with their kids in association with their treatment in this facility. I know, speaking as one county that we used to go all kinds of distances in recent years up into Nevada. It's just a long haul, and that makes it very difficult for families and other support systems. They're too far from schools and other kinds of things. While they may have supports there, it's just not the same as having it close to where your families can be present and other supports from their home community. But it just speaks to the emphasis we put on this whole area of visitation. We want the families, we want the support systems available, so that's been a priority. Just a couple bullets on our quality of treatment services, and I won't read through all these bullets, but again, we have both public health and behavioral health services that are integral in what goes on in this facility. I'll pick on the last bullet, actually, family reunification. If you're really on top of things and the conditions allow, that's ultimately the goal, is to get those youth back into their homes, and that's easier said than done. Sometimes, depending upon what was at the base of the issues involved. But we've had much greater success since we've been closer to our families with their youth. We've found a greater success rate now in reunifying youth with their families as opposed to having them ultimately end up in foster care placements. So we're particularly proud of that, and that's one of the goals that we were shooting for by having it within our community instead of being so far away. Educational services, again, these are just some quick bullets, but we have an accredited Gold Ridge Education Center there. They are in the business of helping kids finish high school diplomas, GEDs. We've actually graduated 2 kids in the short time we've been there. They've completed their diplomas, and they're actually taking online college classes There's also career counseling that's been made available to them. And I believe you're also a part of the Motherlode Job Training Agency. They're involved as well. Back to the career side of things. So what other kind of productive things can the youth do as they move out of there? So they're engaged. And we also have mentorships that we've worked on. For example, one of the kids have tied in with one of our local fire chiefs. And there's been some connections that have been made inside. And as the youth come out, they're going to try and direct them into that path, which is a good productive path and good connections. Here's something that just happened. This was the second graduation. Just to give you a feel, this is the back of the person's head. But they make a big deal out of this. That's the youth that is just graduating from high school. His mom is sitting just to his left. This is, well, I won't describe who. I won't describe, but anyway, that's the mom and his younger brother that are there. And the mom agreed that if he had not engaged in the programs within this facility, he was not likely to finish his high school and get a diploma. And this was the second graduation. The first one, actually, our presiding judge from the Superior Court went and said the same would have been true of that individual as well. But this is the there was a few kind words from one of the juvenile correctional officers, and gave him a big old hug for encouragement. Just to show how invested we are, this is the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, who's actually really kind of overseeing this whole thing. Brought with her 2 members of the school board. With her, we also had Chairman Brennan was there, as well as myself and a number of other people. We make a big deal out of this to encourage youth down this path. But I think it was very cool to have Margie Bulkin, our superintendent of schools, there to personally oversee this. And then here's the proud graduate, again from the back. But it really touched him. He agreed. He probably never would have finished his high school education had he not been engaged in services here at the Motherlode Regional Center. And just lastly, just wanted to mention that beyond the partnerships, we hope that in the future, beyond the partnerships, I know we get into dollars and cents a lot. Certainly that's a concern for us. And just to give you an idea, our operating budget is about $1.5 million, and 1.2 roughly of that currently is coming from our county general fund. Just how big a bite is that for Tuolumne County? How committed are we to see this thing through? We are very much committed, but we're committed to excellence for the youth of our community and this region. And so we hope that as you begin to use this facility, assuming that you approve this contract today, and as you begin to send some kids our way, that this will become a placement of choice, not because you have to, but because we have excellent services there with excellent results. We feel really this is a fulfillment of a dream and a vision that our board had shared with others up and down the Motherlode, and we really do feel it's the best treatment option for our youth. And I know our board has glommed on to that notion that this isn't just a juvenile detention facility, this is a juvenile treatment facility. I know Chairman Brennan in particular feels very strongly about that, and I think would have really weighed in heavily on that had she been here with me today. So I wanted to keep this short and snappy. I can see you've had a loaded agenda already, and you've still got more to come. But again, thank you for the opportunity to come, and hopefully you can sense that we're all in Tuolumne County, and hoping that our partners will follow with us with the pledge that we're going to provide you quality services for your youth. Any questions?
Thank you. Good presentation, sir. Questions of Tuolumne County? I have a short comment. I did attend your grand opening, and actually was seated on that board, but everything was done and it was built. And it's a great facility. And just for the public's information, our youth juvenile facility nearest to us was in Nevada City, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Leach? That's where we used to send folks?
I'm so used to saying, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. No, Chair Oliveira.
Why, thanks. I like you too, Sam.
Yeah, it was the first thought in my head, and I just had to share it. So, no, we're actually Placerville.
Placerville?
Yeah, so El Dorado County. We have contracts with El Dorado County and Nevada County.
All right. I stand corrected.
Just, if I could, because again, there is the business aspect of this, but I stand on this last slide. But one thing, when I was before Amador talking with them, there's two members of their board that were here when we originally signed the agreement, back in 2009. And they recalled that, and they started to have a little chat, with their county council about, well, what legal commitments do we have, and so forth. And actually, the chairman, who was one of the two that was on the board at the time, said, I think this rises beyond, what's legal, it's, what's moral, what's ethical, because of the bite that we had taken to step into this thing. And that's where he took the conversation with his board. And I did make the comment, and I'd leave this with you, is, too, that I'd encourage you not to look at Tuolumne County as just another vendor option because of the partnership that we struck. It's a big deal for any one of us to step out and try to build a facility like this and operate it alone. Because I assure you that Tuolumne County would not have done that if it wasn't the regional aspect of that, because we don't have enough kids unto ourselves to make that thing, make any financial, kind of sense. There's going to be a cost, and we're there. But we just encourage the board. And I know I've talked to Tim about this, and Manuel, and down the line, for years, is we don't view ourselves as just another vendor option. We view ourselves as a partner, with you and some of those other counties. And I don't mean that hard, but I'm just making the point. This is different. We struck out together. We struck out on this together.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair. I was on the board back in 2009 when this came up and voted on it. Back then, we were sending kids as far away as Fresno and Sacramento and El Dorado County. And so I think we were all three of us were putting together to get our kids closer to home where families could actually engage with them. It's very difficult when their child in Fresno to visit them consistently. And so that was the thought behind all of this, I think, that started that JPA.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. Now I remember going up to the Oregon border, down to the Mexican border with our kids at times, and you want them in the right environment and not a training ground of what not to do. And that's the other thing.
And that was the forethought. That's exactly right. That discussion was at that time being made.
Right.
So.
Further comments by staff? Mr. Leach.
So a few things that I want to say to this, and thank you for your presentation. And I was at the opening. I've also been up there subsequently to meet with Chief Downey and Superintendent Art and some of the staff up there. And it is a beautiful facility. I think they're doing some great things, and I would be happy to be sending our kids that have detention needs there. I also want to stand up for our current partners. I mean, we are partners with El Dorado County and Nevada County as well. They've done a great job of servicing our kids for the past few years. Nevada County is very far. We take it seriously when we send a kid there, and it's usually a kid that we're not, that we don't have reunification services going with, or a kid whose family isn't visiting. The good thing with that Nevada County probation contract is they transport for us. So we don't have a transportation division here, and it's very helpful to have detention officers transporting for us. With El Dorado County, it takes us about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes to get there, so it's relatively close, and they've frankly done a pretty good job with our kids. That being said, I have to give a short history lesson as well from a state standpoint of how things have changed since you were on the board that time. In 2007, Senate Bill 81 passed, and Senate Bill 81 was basically juvenile realignment. Everybody's familiar with adult realignment. You hear about AB 109, and you hear about the shift to reduce incarceration and to bring adult offenders out of prison. But that was preceded by, juvenile realignment, which was actually signed by Governor Schwarzenegger in 2007. And that was to basically take all those kids that were in the old state CYA facility, shift them to the counties, and resources were changed as well, and we got allocations to be able to work with kids in our community, which, benefited all of us. That being said, that, along with that change, a lot of things started happening. So we were able to complement our old Title IV-E dollars and county general fund dollars and things that we were doing to try to, keep kids in the community at that time, but to really augment that. And what happened, and the point I'm working towards is, since that time, since 2007, we've seen a very dramatic reduction across the state in the number of juveniles that are incarcerated, close to 50%, I believe. I don't have that statistic in front of me, but it's between 40 and 60. It was a huge reduction. And we've seen it locally, too, to the point where, when I read the MOU and commitment letters and things that were done by my predecessors, at that point, as I'm sure the trend was in Tuolumne County, and I wish Chief Downey was here to speak to that. I'd rather be in Hawaii, too. 8 kids. We had written 8 kids. That was our estimated bed needs. I've been here since the beginning of 2014, and we haven't had 8 kids in custody at any time. And that's part of a state trend. I mean, I wish that I could take all the credit for that. We want to reduce juvenile incarceration as well. But we've done a lot of things smarter. There's a lot more efforts with families than there were when I started in this field, or when you started working on this project. And so I can, empathize with the position that we're all in and looking at, what's a beautiful facility. And when we have kids that do need to be incarcerated, usually it's pretty short term. It's nice to have them closer to their families. It's nice to have them with a team that I trust, which I do in Tuolumne County. And I think this widens our options as far as juvenile incarceration. The frustrating part, if I empathize with them, is, my average daily population right now is roughly 3 kids. The last time I ran a formal analysis of it, it was 3.5, and it's dropped a little bit since then. Today, as we speak, it's 3. And I have 2 dedicated beds that I pay for already in El Dorado County. Now, dedicated bed is where we pay whether the kid is there or not. And that rate is at $70 a day. So now this contract is at $100 per day, which, frankly, is still well below cost. I mean, as we can see from their facility, it's, from a financial standpoint, I lucked into becoming a chief probation officer during a time that it's a good day to be a buyer in the juvenile hall bed space business. That was not always the case. And at the time that they were planning this facility and that we were pledging our support, that was not the case. So I just kind of, at that point, it was calling different counties and trying to find bed space, and sometimes having to take kids, like you said, to the valley, and sometimes to areas where, the kids, there were different issues, and our kids were being influenced by issues that we didn't want them influenced by. So I just wanted to frame a little bit of the complicated nature of the contract in case, anybody was wondering, or, I know it's a pretty fiscally conservative board, and if you're wondering why I'm bringing a contract before you and saying, it's $100 a day, we have other contracts at $90 and $70, it's close enough. It's the right thing to do. I'd like to widen the options. I'd like to make sure that if I have kids that are on that south side of the county, that, at least for those kids that family is going to visit, that they're much closer than they would be to Placerville. And hopefully that means that we can reunify kids with their families a little bit quicker, and it all works for good. So maybe you guys have just heard enough. I don't know. Let me shut up and respond to any questions you have. I never have a good ending.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Questions? Oh, Supervisor Mills.
Hello. On those existing contracts, is there a time window that those will expire?
There is. Actually, one of them is open. Most of these contracts have a 30-day or up to 120. I think this one's 120-day out clause or a 30-day raise clause. So if they want more on a daily rate, which is really, what you look for. One of them is a contract through June 30th of 2019, and the other is an open contract, so we would just get the 30-day notice that there's going to be a raise in the daily rate. I would expect that both of those contracts probably get renegotiated around the same time, around that June 30th of 2019 date. So I think it's a good idea to sign this contract and have more options. I mean, that's just negotiations. And it is a very, to me, it's a fair rate. It probably doesn't feel like a fair rate when you're, trying to get other counties to commit, and you need to make sure that you take care of some of that.
And you have worked this through in your existing budget for this year?
I did not ask for a rate increase. That is correct.
Thank you.
That being said, since you don't have our budgets in front of you, my entire juvenile incarceration budget, and that includes our DJJ, CYA commitments, our camp commitments, is about $170,000 a year.
Mr. Chair, if no other supervisors have comments, I had a couple as well.
Go right ahead, Mr. Go right ahead,
Everyone's
Mr.
so
Lutz.
quiet. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge, first of all, CAO Pedro, thank you for coming out in the presentation. But also, Sam, I really appreciate that Chief Leach has, first of all, been very, very fiscally prudent. I know there was a lot of angst on bringing this contract forward to the board, I'll be honest with you, because of the rate increase. And I had an opportunity to go out, see the facility, had an opportunity to meet with some of the Tuolumne staff and really get an understanding of, first of all, the goals of the facility and ultimately what this regional partnership means for this area. And so I think at the end of the day, what I felt like, as I told Chief Leach, that I felt it was worth bringing this to the board even with the increase, that there truly is the value in a regional partnership where we're supporting one another, recognizing that there are a lot of opportunities in small counties in this area that the more we can work together, have those strong partnerships, the better off we all are. So I'm really excited to see this come forward. I really want to see it a successful endeavor and have some placements there. Hopefully, I mean, again, it's that you don't wish for more kids to come into that probation system, and those are great statistics. But hopefully also we'll be able to send some youth to that facility and take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the additional question is that to CO Pedro, will there be an ongoing discussion with Mariposa County and some of these, I think you had Alpine in there as well?
Yeah, we have an agreement signed with Amador, just to go around the clock a little bit. We have one with them. They also had some kids already committed, and they don't want to take them out in between and move them around. In Mariposa, they signed on very quickly, and they were sending kids into the valley, and they were very pleased to send them to our facility. Because just think of what's around them. You know, Merced has some pretty tough kids, and they're down in Madera, Fresno. I went to school in Fresno and had my first job in Madera, tough, area. So they were very glad to be able to send their kids, and they've been sending kids to the facility. And there are contracts over in Inyo and Mono, as we speak. When we started this, by the way, Mono didn't have their own facility. They were sending kids to Inyo that had a small unit themselves, but there's just not enough kids. I guess that's from a good way, to keep that thing full and justify keeping it operating. But now they've closed theirs, so they're interested, when the weather allows, to have them come over and utilize our facility as well. That's the intent. It was meant for those smaller counties that did not have their own facility.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, public comment?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Wow, this is like old home week. Last time I saw Craig was 20 years ago, and he looked young then. He still does now. We're going to have to find out what he eats. We're going to find out what he eats. That's great. Back then, he wasn't county administrator. He was on administrative staff, and he would attend the government affairs committee meetings of the Chamber of Commerce, and talk about somebody that's really sharp. It's him. Everything he does is excellent. Our Taxpayer Association arranged a tour of our jail here in Calaveras County, and it was very successful and very interesting, and we would extend the offer to do the same thing with the youth facility. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning again, George Fry. I'm a retired state parole agent from the California Youth Authority. This program is absolutely awesome. When I look at the quality treatment services, and it's rounded out by the Family Reunification Support Program, that is the key in my mind. All of these run up to that, but that is the key, and I'm looking forward to the day to go over there and see that. I worked in field parole, and I worked in institutional parole at Preston Gladiator School North. And so I find it, gentlemen, if you don't approve this, I don't know what to say. It's awesome. And I read about you all the time in the Union Democrat. You are one amazing individual. You really are. I read all the things that you do, and your chair, Chair Brennan, is, I deal with her on the Area 12 on aging, and she's a delight to work with. She's strong, and she gets things done.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Bill Wilson, District 1. As the father of a son who's doing 15 to life in prison for killing somebody, I hope the visitation for the youth doesn't take as long as it does in a state facility. When you spend 2.5 hours waiting in the line with other people to visit your inmate for an hour and a half before they end the visitation, I hope your point is to get people to the people and the visitation for as long as possible so that those family bonds can either be reconstructed or at least somewhat healed, and that these youth be serviced in some way so they do not end up in our state facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Sir?
My name is Burton Pavlin from Mountain Ranch. I just have a couple of questions. What is the capacity of this facility? And from our historical needs, how likely are we to fill it from our 3 counties? Will there be room for young people from other counties?
Yeah. Did you understand the question, sir?
Yes. Yeah. As designed, as built, there's one 30-bed unit. It's designed to have an additional 30-bed unit if someday, so just plan for the future, even though you hope, for the reasons we stated, you don't want to have more kids in it, but it's planned for greater capacity. We've been, again, we're just months into this thing. We're averaging about 10 kids right now, but we're just now getting out into the other counties, so we're not concerned about running out of capacity, and we still have staff capacity for more kids before we'd have to add staff, so we're sitting pretty good right now.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further deliberation by the board? Any questions, comments? Staff? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, as I promised our folks on item 30, Madam Clerk.
Yes. So, this item, item 30, is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation by the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce and consider awarding funding to the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce.
I apologize, when I put this item in, it was actually before budget hearings. So this item is really a information item at this point for the board. Presentation from the chamber to discuss their program, their operations, some of the things they've been doing in the community. It is not a funding request at this point. That was settled through budget hearings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, still morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors, Mr. Lutz and staff. And I was going to also clarify what Mr. Lutz did as well. We completely respect the decision at the past board meeting on basically holding over your decision and revisiting our request for funding at mid-year. Sometimes it's hard to make a decision when you've not been given a presentation. And so we really want you to see what the Chamber has been active in, what we've been doing. And basically it's a recap of the last 3 years, since September of 2014. So on behalf of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce, I would like to thank you for providing this opportunity to us to share just a brief description of the work that the Chamber has been doing throughout Calaveras County and beyond. The mission of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce is to promote and foster a healthy community through business advocacy and sustainability. The Chamber currently has, and please be patient with me, this is technology and sometimes I am a little challenged. The Chamber we currently have 212 members. We have 9 Chamber champions. We are governed by 13 individuals that have been elected, and that is comprised of our executive board, President Nikki Stevens, who is with me here today. We have our past president, Mark Borchin, Vice President Jack Garamendi, Secretary Mark Lester, Treasurer Mark Kinslek, and our at-large directors, Ray Davis. Our full board of directors, we have Maureen DiNicenzo, Steve Salenti, Cheryl Hogue, Bruce Kais, Jolie Peterson, Sherry Roosh, and John Romine. I felt it important to identify our directors. We have some great individuals who are actually, we have several are here today. So if you are with the Chamber, I would like for you to raise your hand. Yes, and we appreciate the work that all of our directors do throughout the county. The Chamber is currently staffed with 2 full-time positions, myself as a CEO and our amazing administrative assistant, Sarah Cunningham. We have 2 part-time volunteers, and our Chamber office is open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Again, we have 212 wonderful members, 9 Chamber champion sponsors, and we feel that some of the benefits that our members receive from being a part of the Chamber is credibility, visibility, and I'll just highlight some of these. We offer a quarterly newsletter which we highlight, and one of our members, we provide a member spotlight. We offer a member directory. We have online website presence as well as social media exposure on multiple levels. We offer educational and training opportunities. We want our businesses and our members to be successful. So however we can come in and be that support system to them, it's important for us to be that to them and to identify needs that they may have and how can we be that support to them. We offer complimentary certificate of origin services. I don't know if any of you are aware of what that is. Many of you are. We provide that service. We provide relocation packets in collaboration with other organizations throughout Calaveras County. And we offer multiple networking opportunities for our businesses. Chamber is actively involved in business development and economic development. We are now housed at the Hubbardie Building, which is now the new Calaveras Business Resource Center. We're in the county seat, which makes us accessible to many county services, as well as individuals that come to visit us at the Business Resource Center. We can refer them with close proximity to the services that they're seeking. We have the Calaveras Business Resource Center came through an Economic Development Administration grant for $250,000 that helped us establish this center. And also involved in business development is our business outreach specialist, Michelle Stevens, who is with the California Association for Local Economic Development. In the Calaveras Business Resource Center, the concept basically came about through a major collaboration of with the Calaveras Leadership 2015, our Economic Development Administration, California Association for Local Economic Development, the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and the county. And we were successfully awarded a $250,000 economic development grant to bring the Business Resource Center to fruition. It is a 2-year grant, and with that cycle ending of October 2018. So the Calaveras Business Resource Center was created to be a kind of a one-stop shop concept. We want to be a conduit of services and support throughout the county. So in this center, we have a drop-in office space that's available. We, in Calaveras County, have a lot of in-home businesses who are unable to maybe meet with clients or prospective business opportunities in the privacy of their own home. So we provide a centrally located office that is equipped with a computer. You name it, it's in that drop-in office. We have a conference room that comfortably seats 10 to 12 individuals. We have a computer lab that we share with Motherlode Job Training. We offer printing services to our businesses. We have a retail space. This is an important part of this center, is that we have a small retail space dedicated to helping small businesses gain exposure throughout Calaveras County. We want to provide them opportunity for growth, and sometimes it's harder to jump into a new facility and to expand without maybe working in smaller steps. So we have provided opportunities. We currently have 4 small businesses that utilize this space, and it's for businesses that create locally, that produce locally. So Calaveras created products. We would help to provide additional exposure to them through this center. We currently have another little added bonus is we offer a projector and screen to our small businesses or to our business community. Sometimes you need to provide a presentation. Maybe it's to your employees. Maybe it's at an event. And we have that on loan. So you're available to come to the CBRC and check that out, use that for your event, and we encourage you to do that. We offer consulting and counseling with the following organizations: the Small Business Development Center, with the Service Corps of Retired Executive, SCORE. We also have our Business Outreach Specialist, Michelle Stevens. We provide workshops and trainings and educational opportunities in this building and beyond. While we're self-contained in the Business Resource Center, we want to make sure that we provide opportunities throughout the county that prove beneficial to our business community. And not to be, at the bottom for any, we want to highlight the amazing relationship that we now have with Motherlode Job Training through the Business Resource Center. Motherlode Job Training came into the facility in April of 2017. And we have a relationship now that just provides such a cohesive source of resource and support to our county, to our business community, to the residents of Calaveras County. Through the programs that they currently run and offer in collaboration with the Chamber and different organizations that we are actively involved with. One of the great things that I want to highlight are the relationships that the Chamber has actively pursued, and I feel that we have been very successful in fostering these relationships within our county and beyond our county. And these are just a few that I wanted to highlight. Our local business associations, the Chamber recognizes the extreme importance of our local business associations and how we can be a part of their success. These associations are comprised of volunteers that have come together to represent their communities. And the Chamber is 100% supportive of their actions. They know best the communities in which they live and serve. So the Chamber is very proud of our business associations. Mother Lode Job Training, again, I've highlighted that relationship, and that's just proved to be so valuable to our organization. The Calaveras Visitors Bureau, how we can continue that relationship and representing our tourism industry and how the Chamber can be an added benefit to the Visitors Bureau. Our county administration, our department heads and staff. One of the things that I've done and with our supervisors as well is that I feel it's very important that we have relationships with our county leadership. We need to be supportive in your endeavors as we need you to be supportive of us in our endeavors to make Calaveras County a great place to live, work, play, do business. Our law enforcement, both local and state, and our fire districts. The Calaveras County Fairgrounds, the fairgrounds are a huge, huge economic driver for Calaveras County, and so we have really fostered a great relationship with CEO Lori Giannini and her board, and how can we be a part of their mission and bringing great things through our Calaveras County Fairgrounds. Our healthcare representatives, Mark Twain Medical Center, our healthcare district, again, relationships, nonprofit organizations, our Common Ground Senior Services, Calaveras County Association of Realtors. There's so many to list. We can't list them all. But we're involved, actively involved. With our educational organizations, our County Office of Education, our school districts, engaging those individuals and letting them know that the Chamber is here as well, and how can we be supportive of their endeavors. Through the Butte Fire, the Chamber was actively involved in the evacuation center and with the recovery efforts. And through that, we were able to build very strong relationships with Cal OES, with Cal Ed, EDA, with FEMA, SBA Small Business Administration, SBDC Small Business Development Center, and again, SCORE. I know I'm throwing out a lot of acronyms, but they're all very important organizations. With our state representatives, building relationships on a state level so they can hear the voice of the Chamber and the business community. And I'm extremely proud of the relationships that we have built with our sister counties. Working on events and workshops and whatever we can do to bridge that gap with our counties. So with the Amador County Chamber of Commerce, we're actively involved with them, and with the Sonora Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber is active on several boards, and I've just listed a few that I actively sit on or that we are actively involved in. The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, Vision 2020 with the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. Accelerate Business in Calaveras, that's an organization, a group that came together of different leaders throughout the county that recognized the need for extensive training or workshops within the business community. Calaveras Community Engagement Committee I sit on with the high school. where we recognize students and encourage them to become active participants in their community through community service and how they can give back. We really want to encourage kids to give back to their community. And additionally, the Chamber provides 2 annual scholarships to graduating seniors at Calaveras High School and Bret Harte High School. These are just a few of the programs that the Chamber has been involved in, whether we facilitate them or in collaboration with another organization that we help to provide. And there are many. We are excited. The Chamber has, with the blessing of the Calaveras County Fairgrounds, taken over the visitors booth at the Calaveras County Fair. We love that little piece of welcoming individuals into our county. And it's amazing what we can see in 4 days and how you can engage and find out so much information from those that are visiting our county. And a great opportunity there to take the information and come back to the fairgrounds and how can we be a part of making things better for those that are coming and for our locals that support our fair. Leadership Calaveras, many of you here are alumni of the Leadership Calaveras program. Huge program for the Chamber, providing opportunities to leaders within our county, future leaders within our county, giving them behind-the-scene look at what is happening here in Calaveras County. I'm just looking at a few others. We have our Community Recognition Awards. Those are coming up again at our annual dinner. And so that's just a few of the things that we're involved in. Workshops and classes, again, I've highlighted some of those. Many of these are in collaboration with several organizations throughout the county. With our Accelerate Business in Calaveras County, with the Small Business Development Center, with Motherlode Job Training, great opportunities for our business community, for our Chamber members. Again, we want you to be successful, and how do we equip you with the tools you need to maybe go to the next level in your business? This is one of my favorite slides, and I'm almost to the end, because one of the things that I feel is the most important component of our organization is we realize the value and strength in building healthy relationships within our county and our surrounding areas. Our board and our staff continually strive to create a climate of collaboration and support within our organization, with our members, and within the county. These are just a few photos that I selected that highlight a few of the events that we are involved in and some of the programs. And the chain is representative to me of, we definitely are stronger together. When we work together, it's something that cannot be broken easily, this momentum. And lastly, as a national brand for information, the Chamber will continue to provide value, benefits, and support to our members, our businesses, residents, and our visitors alike. We understand the importance of service and community, and we realize that amazing things can be accomplished when we work together. Thank you. So again, thank you again, and I know I talk really fast and nervous, but for the respect of time, I hope I highlighted just a few of the things that we're actively doing, and I don't want to say that this is not this moment. It's not a moment for us to sit here and receive a pat on the back. We know the work we do is important, but it could not be done without the efforts of many. So this is not a me movement with the Chamber. This is a we movement, and we see the value of that and working together. And again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to coming before you again. I see it as a great honor to show you and the residents of Calaveras County what we are doing on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Comments, Ms. Stevens? We'll give you an opportunity.
Imagine that, Nikki Stevens not have a comment. I just want to speak on behalf of our entire board and really just repeat in a smaller, obviously, delivery what Stacy shared with all of you today. We are very dedicated to this community. Our board, as you saw on that list, is made up of very talented and committed people that represent really good organizations in Calaveras County and beyond. And I think it speaks volumes when they can actively stay focused on what we're trying to achieve, and then today just to have the value of them in our audience. Because some of them live here locally and some of them live here out of the area, but they really care a great deal about the economic vitality of Calaveras County, and so do some of our supporters in the audience today. So Stacy's doing a great job. Sarah does a great job. They really make us all look good because, honestly, at the end of the day, the heavy lifting is really done by the staff. And we are the supporters of the hard work. But I've been with the Chamber for a long time. Gary was on the Chamber board when I joined. And it's been a blessing to see the evolution of where we were and where we came from and the path that we're hoping to continue on. And again, it is not a we, it's a us. And so we thank you very much for giving us a chance to share with you some of the great things that are happening to benefit Calaveras County.
Thank you.
You have an upcoming event on October 18th. You want to talk about that a little bit?
I think he's talking about Wines on Main. What's it? Moke Hill?
Yes, I believe it's October 14th, actually. Yes. October 14th, we have our annual Wines on Main, and this year we're taking it to the beautiful community of McCollum Hill. So we encourage you to attend. It's a great event, and it's a nice, intimate event. So if you just want to come and just enjoy just a beautiful fall afternoon, we would love to have you. And you can get information on the Chamber website. You can contact Sarah at the Chamber office, and she would be glad to help you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Gary.
Further questions?
And I do want to attest that all of the people involved on your board are very talented. And I must bring up Mr. Lester, who's sitting out here, is very talented. I've seen him hit a golf ball the other day at the golf.
I do have a couple of quick questions. Just they might be a little bit hard questions, but it's information that's been brought to my attention. You are a 501c6.
Yes, we are.
Under the corporation laws of IRS.
Yes.
And that indicates that's a specially designed tax code that addresses the Board of Trades, professional football leagues, and real estate boards and chambers of commerce. So you really don't make a profit, do you? Every dollar that you take in is expended on the actually running the chamber.
Goes back into to the runnings of the chamber to provide business resources to our members and beyond.
Okay. In all fairness, if funding is actually you're seeking funding from the county, then your books would be open to any inspection that we may require?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that we're
absolutely 100%.
apples and apples here.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you. Any public comment?
I'm Lori Giannetti, and I'm the CEO of the Calaveras County Fairgrounds, and we're proud to be a platinum sponsor, as the Chamber is also one of our sponsors, and we value that partnership. And in 2014, when Stacy Johnston became the CEO of the Chamber, I was her, I guess, mentor, maybe. And she just had this vision, and you can see what's happened when you have somebody who's real visionary and you have a supportive board around them. You can take a dying organization and make them a thriving organization. And that's exactly what's happened with the Chamber. And we are really proud to be part of that partnership. And it just seems to be developing, and they're doing such great things. And, if you haven't attended one of their monthly breakfasts where there's a speaker through one of their partners, we are now engaged with Motherlode Job Training, and the Fairgrounds is going to get some help with storm damage. Frankly, I'm pretty busy. I wouldn't have even known about that program if I hadn't gone to that breakfast. So just the information and the opportunities for organizations to work together that come through the Chamber has been amazing over the last several years. So thank you.
Thank you. Further public comments?
Good morning again, George Fry. Stacy, you've done an amazing job. I mean, to see this Chamber of Commerce rise up, it reminds me of, what is the quote, out of the ashes. I mean, it's really amazing. I first joined the Chamber of Commerce in 1978, and what you've done and what your assistant has done, and what a great board you have that supports you. I think it's just totally awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Any further public comment? Comment by the board or staff? Okay, it's an informational item at this time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Clerk, we're going to be breaking for lunch. And we're going to break for lunch, take 90 minutes. Let's get back. Well, actually, we'll take a little bit shorter. How about we come back at 1:15? Will that give us enough time? No, I take that back. 1:45? 1:30? All right, 1:30. See you back at 1:30. Pick a number. Pick a number. There we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue our Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Madam Clerk.
Okay. This item is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation by the Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance and providing the 2017 Harvest Report.
Thank you very much for having me. As most of you know, Shelby French, I'm the Executive Director. That was rule number 1. Executive Director with Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance. I have been on the job since January of this year, so I am still learning and developing, and I look forward to coming to you often with more updates and information. Let's see here. So you all have in your packets, I won't read you this, our mission and vision statement. I do hope that you will take a minute just to peruse it, because it is very important to us and our board. We are a membership-based organization. Our task is to promote our wine region as well as offer support to our wine and grape growers. We have currently 25 winery members. There are 37 tasting rooms in the county overall. We have the majority of them. They all pay $1,000 per year. We have 24 industry members. The industry members are made up of restaurants, some hotel partners, some local banks, and other business members that want to support the wine industry. We have 20 grower members, and we have 56 associate members. The associate members, it's cut off there. The associate members pay $50 per couple or $35 per person. These people are, in my mind, exceptional because they pay money to us just in order to support our wine industry and our wine community. So we do offer them some discounts on some of our wine education, and anytime we have something that we can pass on a discount or promotion to them, we do. But I love that these people just want to support our industry. One of the things that I am most proud of is our educational series, which we host every month. Our grower meetings, which you also have in your packet, which is an indicator of what we did and are still completing here for 2017. Our growers education covers a wide variety of topics. We have expert speakers from all over the state, And our educational workshops are more than just for our grape growers. This past year, we had a workshop on beekeeping, on composting with Jason Diestel from Diestel Turkey Company. So it's really wonderful when we see all of our growers coming to these educational meetings, as well as some of the general public. Our Calaveras Uncorked Wine Education is a monthly evening series centered around wine education, where we might sample wines from Spain compared to some of our own Spanish varietals with our own local winemakers. We might offer a workshop on how to taste wine like a sommelier. And I always joke, if you can spell sommelier, you can taste wine like one. In 2018, we'll be hosting a direct-to-consumer wine education. This will be a 4-month series that will be centered around increasing wine sales in the tasting room, growing your wine club membership, and we'll also be covering tasting room management as well as marketing. Connection to broader networks. As an alliance, we have an opportunity to be part of these larger, broader networks and represent Calaveras County and our wineries who could not otherwise afford membership. The CWA shares those benefits and dispenses the resources and information obtained. We recently hosted members of the Calaveras Wine Institute at one of our board meetings, and they talked about state and federal policy issues. Issues facing Calaveras wine community. Automation. All of the industry chatter right now and reports are suggesting automation in the vineyards as being very important. All of our counterparts and counties are all moving towards automation. It's a little more challenging for Calaveras County because so much of our vineyards are hillside or rocky terrain. We're looking at some grant opportunities to maybe share in purchasing some resources or purchasing some equipment that we might be able to share because there really is, other than one of our wineries, that might have the budget for automation. So sustainability. There is an industry push for labeling wine certified sustainable in California. It's already starting to come into effect. And our studies show that the majority of the consumers in California care about this farming practice. So there's a push to incorporate a logo on the bottles. And luckily, most of our Calaveras wineries do practice sustainability. And but CWA is working on ways to support our own wineries in moving towards this certification. Sustainability includes protection of natural resources, non-invasive chemical pest management, and water conservation. And the CWA can help wineries with becoming certified as sustainable for labeling purposes, as well as provide education on sustainable practices. Harvest this year has been challenging, mostly due to the shortage of labor. The current immigration climate, not to mention the fact that Mexico is a more viable place to live and work, has left California's economy with less workers here on temporary status. And for the small mountain community like our own, it has been problematic. The contractors that we've had in the past are just simply going to the other counties across California. I just read a recent study that said that, or a recent report that Napa-Sonoma is looking at a reduction, almost 40% of their labor force this year. So they've been greatly impacted, and the wineries that I've talked to are all paying 2 and 3 times as much for the labor that they used to get. So the labor's been a problem, getting the pruning and the thinning done in time. We recently the CWA hosted a think tank a few months ago to talk about these issues and brainstorm on ways to address. We discussed the H-2A program, which is a government program that allows you to sponsor a migrant worker temporarily, but you have to provide housing. So we're still looking at some options there for us. Weather this year has been a problem for sure for some of the grapes in Calaveras, not all. The late rains produced a late bud break, and things were slow to produce. The amount of high heat that we received recently, turned much of the grapes into raisins. And but most of the Calaveras grapes have developed very nicely. So overall, our yields are down, but everybody is saying that this year is going to be a great year because the quality of fruit is very good. When things develop slowly, they get to develop good flavor profiles. All of the growers I talked to said they have less wine to produce, but it's going to be a great vintage. Most of the problems the growers faced this year were due to labor shortages. As I mentioned, when we couldn't get the crews in to do the trimming or thinning early in the season, and then right around that time of temperature decline. Our growers are paying twice as much. I should just read and not go off the cuff. Economic impact. This is what I really had hoped to bring to you this today, and to be honest, I've had a hard time getting a lot of good figures for you. I did talk to our county ag commissioner, and 2006, the ag report, which I think will be presented to you in a couple of weeks, shows the $2,765,000 value on 700 acres. That's up $542,000 from 2015. That's our county crop report. I contacted my peers in Lodi and elsewhere, and basically the figures that they have regarding the economic impact of the wine industry in their own counties, they paid dearly for. So nobody can really say how they derive at those economic impact figures. There's some formulas for figuring them out, and frankly, to me, when those formulas are applied, you get something extremely inflated. I did get a report from Tom McClintock's office that you also have in your packet. It shows a $1.1 billion in annual economic activity, and that's related solely from the wine industry. I basically ran those figures and found how many wineries there were within Tom McClintock's industry, in his district, and divided it by the 1.1 billion figure. And I came out to Calaveras County's wine industry as being responsible for $259 million of that figure. If that's the case, I deserve a raise. I did look and talk to some of our, that was a joke, by the way, some of our wineries, large wineries polled here within Calaveras County. I did want to mention 80 to 85% of those sales are done direct to consumer in the tasting room. Those are larger ones. Only 10 to 20% gets distributed outside of the county. So, but that was worth mentioning because that economy stays in our county. Our small wineries, of course, are 95 to 97% are done in the tasting rooms. In your packet, you have our current list of our board members, and they help us greatly. Can't do much without a good, strong board. As I mentioned, our CWA is a membership-based organization that does not cover our entire budget, so we have to do a number of events and fundraising events. The first one is President's Day weekend, which is in February. It's a very popular event. We draw about 2,000 people. Typically that come up from the Valley and from the Bay Area. They spend $20, $25. They get a glass, a commemorative glass, and they get to taste wine at all the participating wineries. That's a very popular event. In May, we work directly with the fairgrounds, who support us tremendously by allowing us access to the wine and floriculture building to set up our wine and grape growing displays. And we sell wine by the glass, our local wines by the glass, over the course of that 4 days. This year, floriculture moved to another location on the fairgrounds, and so we had the entire building, thanks to our friends at the fairgrounds. and we were able to create an interactive display on sustainable winemaking and grape growing. And we also host, with the fairgrounds, the Sierra Foothills Wine Competition and blind tasting. This year, we launched our first annual grand tasting event. That was on the eve of the fair opening on that Thursday. We did that in partnership with our friends at the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce. A $40 ticket bought you a collector's glass where you could taste all the gold medaled winners and the best in show winners with the winemakers, meet the winemakers, and we had an amazing buffet of appetizers. It was a great event. It was hope to see all of you there. Our proceeds of the event went to both the Chamber and the CWA, and we look forward to growing that year after year. I would also like to mention the often overlooked wine competition that we do in conjunction with the fairgrounds. We invite 25 judges from all over California. They are wine buyers for Rayleigh's, for some of the larger wine merchants. They're wine critics. They're bloggers. And we host them with a winery barbecue. Our winemakers come the night before the tasting. The fairgrounds supplies them with the overnight stay. And this is important because we want these wine experts to come and discover Calaveras wines. The wineries that I've spoken to all see an uptick in their sales when the results of the gold medal or the medaled winners are announced, from people wanting to taste those wines and to purchase. We host an annual summer vineyard tour where participants tour and walk various Calaveras vineyards with our own ag commissioner and various agricultural experts from UC Davis and beyond. This gives our growers a great opportunity to talk about various issues they may be facing in their own vineyards or with particular varietals among their peers and experts in the field. Our 24th annual Grape Stomp is happening next weekend, and we draw 7,000 to 10,000 people for that event. This year, I discovered that our Grape Stomp is the oldest and largest Grape Stomp in the state of California, and immediately sent that off to Visit California, who has given us some editorial support. And I'd also mention that we have 120 teams that compete throughout the day during the Grape Stomp, and I yesterday charted where all of those people were coming from and found that 87% are from outside the Sierra Foothills. We have people registered from Texas, Ohio, Nevada, LA, Reno, Paso, Chico, and all over North and South Bay Area. And then in November, we will have the annual Festival of Wines, which is a lovely event. And as I also should go back and mention our mission and vision statement, our goal of the CW is to support our community and give back. And we have an agricultural scholarship that we award $1,000 to the 3 high schools in Calaveras County. And those proceeds are earned at the Grape Stomp. We have a auction. And those funds come from the silent auction. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I will make sure, as I mentioned, I come back often simply to remind you that our Calaveras wine community is a very important economic driver to this county, and we'll often need your support to keep it viable. Do you have any questions?
I noticed that you did not include the first taste of Calaveras, which was done January at Coppertown Square, and we saw over 1,000 people there.
Yes, I am not involved in that event.
So hopefully you can get together with Kurt with Tipsy Frog and
Yes,
or
so
Carl,
we
I'm
have
sorry.
actually been
Carl.
talking about that event, and I believe that they're moving it back over to, and I do work with Carl quite a bit.
Good.
So he was a tremendous help and asset to us at the fairgrounds with what we did there. So
Yeah, I just
he's
see
a
that-
wonderful resource.
that January time window is a perfect time window to
Yeah.
bring in a lot of people into the county for that
Yeah,
activity.
absolutely.
And you also, I know we talked about this privately, about how elusive your wine production value really is. And no one can come up with a number. no matter whether you're in Lodi or you're in Napa or whatever, that it's very difficult to quantify what that number is. With the grape harvest itself, that's quite simple to do, but for the wine production, it's a whole different animal.
Nobody really wants to share their revenue, their tax revenue. Nobody really wants to share some of their production numbers with me. I will mention, just in their defense, we used to be, as an organization, our membership was based on your production. So when I came on in January, it was a recommendation to the board that we reduce it down to $1,000 per member, because I couldn't quantify how much more marketing or promotional support one winery was getting just purely based on their production. So we lowered it down to $1,000 so that we can even the playing field a bit. But I know that was kind of a tricky one for me too. Not everybody wanted to give those numbers in production. So.
Yeah, but they were willing to give those numbers up anonymously to where no one else could see the number. You just had the tally, so to speak. Mm-hmm. That might be an option, but if it's a tough nut to crack, and if we can crack it, then it might open some opportunities for other wine areas in California to start to emulate how to do that. But I don't think we really have a good understanding of what the economic value is here. It is only just some type of a wide guess as to what it really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can put together an anonymous survey. You know, there's plenty of applications for that, and ask them to give us that information under your guidance. And I can reference this meeting and these questions and this opportunity to really have some valuable information to present to our Board of Supervisors. So I think that's a great idea.
Excellent.
I will do that.
Thank you, Shelby.
Any more questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Shelby, I'd just like to thank you very much, and the Wine Grape Alliance, for coming in and giving this presentation. And I'm especially happy that we're continuing to value agriculture in our county and people making a living off their land and producing things. And wineries are great examples of vertical integration. When you talked about the sales that are happening in this county, those are sales tax that happen here. It also shows that, you know, we're taking it from planting the grapes all the way from putting it in a bottle and selling across the counter. So I really support what you're doing, and appreciate the value that you guys bring to agriculture in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. French, I have one comment, and it's one of concern. You mentioned that our labor market in the wine industry is declining. I see that to be a real important issue, especially when we're seeing our labor come from, if you will, Mexico, and seeing what's happened there, the devastating earthquakes. It looks like we may be in for a real rough time when it comes to harvest time, or just maintaining of our wineries. So if there's anything we can do as a County Board of Supervisors to help the CWA attack that problem, if you will, and find solutions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know that's, you know, it's interesting when you look at geographically where we're located and you think about where those labor pools are going to go, and of course they're going to filter through the valley, and they're going to filter through even Amador County and whatnot, and Sacramento, El Dorado, before they get to us. And you know, what is really the incentive for them to come this far up to Calaveras County, unless the pay is, you know, as competitive as it is in the valley floor and, you know, our most recognizable wine growing region. And that's just not something that I think we're all prepared to do. So I think the consensus this year was everybody, you know, really came together and worked together, and that's just something that I need to do, and our board as well, of bringing our members together so that we all utilize each other in getting through this and sharing our resources. So, because it maybe was easier just to focus on, you know, what you had available to you before, but now we really need to work together more.
Good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any public comment?
We'll race up to the podium. Stacy Johnston, CEO of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. I met Shelby just probably about January, I believe, when she took the position, and we in Calaveras County are extremely blessed with our wine community and what that brings to this county. And working with Shelby has been a pure pleasure. She loves this position. She is very, and I speak about it all the time, it's like my number one language is relationships and collaboration, and she embodies that, and I appreciate it. And again, we held the first annual Grand Tasting event in collaboration with the Wine Grape Alliance and the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. And it was a fabulous event showcasing our beautiful wines and our award-winning wines. So again, I echo her comments and encourage you next year to attend. This is a growing event, and we look forward to future events with the Wine Grape Alliance.
Thank you.
Hi, Lori Giannetti, Calaveras County Fairgrounds. Again, another great partnership for us. Our wine competition, I think, last year was the 37th year. I think when we started it, there was Barton, Stephen-O. And look at how that has just grown. And we really consider the fair that we want to develop and keep developing that partnership because, as you know, the Frog is an economic engine for this county. And we know from our research and data what our economic impact is. And if we can, through the fair, get people to see, what a great wine region we have, and just not Murphy's. We have wine partners in McCallamy Hill and in other regions, and so it's really important to continue that relationship. And it's grown this year. And currently we're working on a project with CWA where we are applying for a specialty crop grant through CDFA. With the idea of mind of putting in a demonstration vineyard at the fairgrounds, which would be really great, and just keep expanding that program. So, and what I really appreciate about Shelby is the fact that she is, in her heart of hearts, a true agriculturalist, as Supervisor Garamendi has spoken to. She cares about it from the time it's planted, and she gives equal time to the wine grape grower as she does to the tasting room. And that's a really important, kind of farm to fork, only it's, farm to bottle, but a really important aspect that sometimes in marketing, especially, you're always marketing that end product, but the person producing that product is even more important. So, again, we just appreciate CWA, and we have a lot of cross-promotion with them, and they're a great organization. Thank you.
You're welcome. Further public comment?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Kevin Locke, owner of Locke Vineyards. Just want to echo the comments about Shelby. She's done a great job since she's been here. I think the Wine Alliance and Association is very important to what we do here. I do want to talk about ag tourism, and I think if anybody's watching the news this weekend, they saw that Sacramento had a Farm to Fork Festival, 5th annual, so it's fairly new, but it drew over 60,000 individuals. This is an integrated event that has not only farms, food, and wineries. And I think when we talk about the wine industry, we need to be thinking about that as an integrated approach. The Wine Alliance, which is a national organization, came out with a recent study that said farm experiences and food experiences are probably the number one thing that people are looking for when they come to an area. Not just having a glass of wine, but looking at all these other things. I think if we look at our county, and I've looked at zoning a lot, in a lot of ways it's easier to farm in the city now than unfortunately is in our county. There's been an explosion in farming and urban farming. It was AB 551 that was passed 3 years ago, 2014, that gives a lot of people the right to farm within urban areas. You can have 0.1 to 3 acres and farm in an urban area. A lot of that, if you look at our zoning, is restrictive, and we cannot do what farmers in people are doing in this explosion and experience that's happening. They've also, under AB 551, have set an Urban Ag Incentive Zone Act that incentivizes people to farm within cities. It's kind of counterintuitive, but that's that's kind of the culture that we're living in, and the young individuals that want to do this, that they're using a lot of the areas within urban areas to farm. And these are very micro farmings. They're very industrious. They're using a lot of new and inventive ways to farm. I think we need to be looking at that. And a key thing I think in this area is ag water, that we are blessed with ag water, and I think we need to line up our zoning with our ag water. We have ag water from Murphy's. It goes all the way down to Carson Hill. A lot of counties don't have that. We need to look at that and then tie in our incentives with that zoning and that water. So I just encourage you maybe to think of these things. Again, we need to tie all these things together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment?
Viola Haviland from Mountain Ranch. We just got back from France, and the majority of their farming is done on hills. They don't use pesticides, and they also use automated machinery to get the grapes.
Thank you.
Bill McManus. I just have actually 3 questions. If should I ask them all at once or one at a time?
Mr. McManus? Yes. Ask them all at once, and we'll address them at one
Okay.
time.
The first question is, what percentage of the acreage, wine acreage or vineyard acreage, is part of the Wine Grape Alliance? Okay, and then it would be as far as the alliance is concerned, the approximate total acres that are represented in your organization. And then the last question is the approximate number of hazmat incidents on any vineyard within the membership of the Wine Grape Alliance. Thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment? I think those answers can be addressed after we have the board discuss that. I think it's probably the proper procedure for that. Any more public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Anybody have any questions or comments on Wine Alliance?
Just a comment coming from restaurants. I ran 3-star restaurants years ago. Is a great wine actually enhances the food. If you can get a correlation with your better restaurants, and understanding that the wine's intention is to clean the palate and provide you a better, more flavorful experience, that we found that where you didn't have a good sommelier available and could actually pair up to the food products, people really missed out. And so for those of you that kind of understand what that is, that's really a marketing niche that needs to be exploited in Calaveras County, is how do you get the restaurants to buy into that whole process of enhancing the experience of the food that's being used.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else on the board or staff? Okay. I'll ask the questions. What's percentage of acreage?
Sorry, I'm a first timer.
That's okay.
What percentage of acreage is part of the CWA? I'm going to guess at that. I'm going to say about 3/4, and I will report to you on those actual figures. But I know that we have great representation from our growers, so I think the majority of them are members of the CWA. I do not know of any hazmat issues related to the CWA. I will ask that of my board and membership as well. And the third question was how many acres in Calaveras County? When I talked to Kevin Wright, he has, the figures that I have received in the past have been 900 acres in Calaveras. He said he's actually bringing that down when he presents to you to about 700. So I'm not sure why that is. I think it's just maybe it was just a guesstimate at some point. He did mention that some of the vineyards it's winemaking and grape growing is very, very expensive. So I'm sure you've seen some of the vineyards in Calaveras County that are just sitting there and they've just gone. They're just gone. They're just not being tended to. So that was his comment for why he had reduced it down to 700.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments by the board? This is a non-action item, information only. Thank you, Ms. French, for presenting so well. Madam Clerk.
The next item is from Public Works, to authorize the Director of Public Works to advertise and award a traffic and engineering study to evaluate potential impacts of a road capital project to improve vehicular and pedestrian circulation and safety in the vicinity of the Valley Springs Elementary School.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krovitz.
Afternoon. Afternoon, Board. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. At the last meeting, this item was on agenda, and it was continued to today so that I could report back on potentially what were the results of a meeting that we had last week at the high school on this issue, and to bring back to the board potential funding options for a traffic engineering study. We all remember it the same way? Good. We had a meeting last Thursday at Valley Springs Elementary School. In attendance was myself from Public Works, two members from Valley Springs Elementary School, the principal, and the head of their transportation services. We had a citizen, 3 officers from the CHP, including the bus officer, the transportation officer, I believe is his name, who's also a parent. Caltrans sent a representative of their planning group, and then Supervisor Tofinelli was there. Thank you very much. We discussed a little bit of the history, some of the things that I presented at the last board meeting. The meat of the discussion circulated around operational issues. Those were based upon observations by the CHP traffic officer about what he noticed was going on the roadways in the immediate vicinity of the school when we had school buses, special needs buses, parent pickup and drop off, as well as pedestrians either being dropped off a few blocks away from the school or walking to the school or walking away from the school during the morning drop-off period and the afternoon pickup period. The operational issues indicated that since the CHP had done their observations late summer after school had just started, that many of their suggested improvements had been taken on already by the school that had resulted in some improvements to operations in and around the school. Those types of improvements included relocation of a special needs bus to get it out of the traffic way, trying to get the parents more aware of what's legal and what's not legal, meaning that it's not okay to stop in a lane of traffic, shut off your car, get out of your car, go pick up your kid, walk them back, and then get back in your car again because it blocks up the street. And we talked about, in addition to that, what types of short-term improvements we could do within our various jurisdictions that would bring immediate improvements out there. And that included a post-meeting tour of the immediate vicinity. So what we've come up with in terms of short-term improvements is continue to make changes and to inform the parents of the changes that we're making in the operations. In terms of roads, I've got some brush to trim, some painting to put down, and some directional devices to mount that will help essentially keep vehicles in their own lanes. And we think that will reduce some conflicts and move more traffic through. And it's an immediate improvement. It doesn't change capacity. It doesn't change functionality. I'm not doing any mandatory signage changes, so I don't require immediate studies to allow that to occur. Those would fall under regular maintenance type of an issue. We also talked about the long-term project in terms of what it would take to hopefully get a more positive solution out there for the long term. We talked about improvements, street frontage improvements that would include a bus loading and unloading zone. We talked about curb gutter and sidewalk for crossings with related street improvements in terms of upgrading the pavement sections out there because they're relatively old and they haven't been rehabilitated since they were put in, really. They've been maintained but not rehabilitated. We also tossed around ideas about alternative routes, ways to get the buses completely out of the circulation pattern onto school campus. Those all had problems with them, geometric problems in terms of turning radius, width problems in terms of aisleways for buses to pass off the street and then back onto the street. And we talked about other options for potentially temporary modifications out there as an experimental basis to determine if we could actually do permanent solutions that would have a long-term and lasting impact out there. In terms of the long-term project, this would be a major CIP. You saw that my 3-hour effort at estimating the cost for a curb gutter and sidewalk and a loading and unloading zone without a very extensive look at what would need to be done for drainage out there could easily run in the $4 million range for those 2 blocks, or actually 3 blocks of street. In the past, we've been non-competitive when we're going after grants within the Active Transportation Program, which tends to reward urban areas that are what are called complete streets projects. We're kind of an urbanized area in a rural county trying to do a complete street project. We do not compete as well as these types of complete street projects in a highly urbanized area. So we've got to figure out ways that we can compete on footings with more urbanized areas. The good news, of course, is that, and we'll talk about this more at the next budget item, the next item on agenda, is that there will be an increase in the formulary distribution of ATP projects within that program as a result of the competitive side of SB1. And I'll talk about this a little bit more in the next one, but there's approximately $100 million per year statewide going into this particular program, which is it's not a massive increase on a statewide basis, but it is significant. And of that $100 million, a portion of it is formulary. And we'll, again, when we get into the SB1 in the next discussion, we can talk about that some more. So our next steps that I've talked about, I met with Amber Collins, the Executive Director of the COG, and she is putting together an RFP for a professional services and engineering firm to help with the preparation of the ATP grant application to make us competitive. And within that, we are going to put in engineering traffic studies enough that we could have a document that would allow us to actually potentially change the direction of streets from a 2-way to 1-way, to actually eliminate certain parking spaces, if that would really help, and to have knowledge about if we do changes within our designated roadway, what do we think will be the predicted impacts when we are extremely congested at pickup and drop-off times. So that would be incorporated into the professional services agreement for the grant application. We still need to have a project that would be part of our capital improvement program. This project has been added as an unfunded capital project within the draft regional transportation plan, which is coming in front of the COG Council and will be coming in front of the Board of Supervisors on October and November timeframes. So this project is listed within that larger county-wide framework. I also have this project listed in the presentation scheduled for October 10th on the current capital improvement program within Public Works Department, but it is not yet approved. So all of these things will help. That is my current status on the report, and the recommendation that I would have is let us continue. School will have some closure in October, in which I plan to do those street improvements that I discussed that don't require an engineering or traffic study. And then let's get the consultant on board to help us strategize on how we will be competitive within this ATP framework. This year is unique in that there's a call for projects in October, January, and then in the spring. After this year, I think it will be a once-a-year call for projects. So I don't think that the time frame between now and October gives us enough time to be competitive for an application, but I think the call for projects in January does give us enough time to submit a competitive application. This was confirmed by an email I received after the project from Carl Baker at Caltrans, after he received a report from Kevin Schroeder, his substitute, who was at the meeting last week. So, questions, and Supervisor Tofanelli, if I missed anything, please fill in the blanks.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Clovis? Supervisor Tofanelli?
So what we have here before us, where you're calling for $10,000 to $25,000 for a traffic and engineering study, you haven't identified any financing for that. So your identification is through COG and the COG board to provide that funding?
The intent would be I would work with the COG board to include the scope of work for the traffic study within their professional services agreement. And if it fit within their budget, which is a $10,000 to $12,000 budget for the application and the traffic study, if it costs more than that, then I can come up within my budget of an additional $4,000 to $5,000 to $6,000 within my signature authority to be able to make this a complete effort.
And the time frame you're speaking of in order to get that?
She indicated to me that she was moving ahead with the draft.
The draft RFP.
The draft RFP.
Board in October's meeting.
Yes.
Okay. No, I think you covered pretty much all that we talked about. There were some discussions on temporary things or projects that we could look at, such as making one block right now is one way, but making 2 blocks one way for a week or so to see if that changes anything moving forward, moving the traffic forward, or even making the one way all the way down Pine. There was a discussion on making it one lane and using part of it for parking on one side to see if that changes the scope of anything. Several things that we talked about that we decided that we could probably try for a week and see if it's an improvement, and then we can include that as part of the engineering study when we give them information on this project. So, but one thing to make clear of that, yes, Kevin from Caltrans was there, and he was very adamant about us being competitive this time, and he gave us some heads up on several things to do in order to be competitive, which I think is positive for our outlooks on this round. And again, I don't think October, you're right, but January would probably be the best bet for us to go forward with that. So
I just think October is too soon. Some of the things that Caltrans was suggesting is that we need to expand the focus of the Complete Streets grant so that it includes things like sustainable communities, that we can prove that the school district is doing outreach for an improvement to pedestrian or bicycle or non-motorized modes of travel within the area.
Disadvantaged neighborhood.
And exactly, which is
things that I don't think were in the other grant applications when they were put out.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And those will take a little bit of time to put together within the some of those things COG will end up being able to do. Some of the things Public Works may be able to do. Some of the things the consultant will be able to do. So it will really be a team effort.
We have the CHP on our side for this one too. They are going to draft a letter for the commander for this grant application. So, and there's an outreach by the school to the parents to write letters for this grant application also.
And I also think that very important in here is with the CIP program, which in a perfect world would have been in front of you with the rest of the budget, but we were late. If this project indeed exists not only on the RTP, but also exists on our CIP program as a priority project without funding identified, that is additional supporting evidence that we can include in the grant that we haven't had in the past.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Further questions, Mr. Clovis? Okay, any public comment? Mr. Stopper?
Ben Stopper, District 5. I was the community member present during this meeting. I've attended multiple meetings with Sherry Roosh from the school board moving forward on this. We appreciate Gary moving forward with making this a priority for his district. The parents at Valley Springs Elementary are very concerned. Just with them talking about the dynamics of the situation, there are many kids that are walking to this school, and there are no sidewalks on the sides of this road now. So kids are walking between moving traffic of sometimes impatient parents, and we're lucky that nothing has happened yet. And I don't need to repeat everything they just said because they were on point when it comes to what Caltransit related and being competitive. And I just want to thank Mr. Krovitz and Gary for bringing this up and pushing it, because it's a long time due. This isn't the first time we've been through this. It was back way prior when Gary was on the board before, and even in between, and everything else. When the dynamics of that situation and the planning of Valley Springs Elementary was put together, we're in a different situation today, and we need to keep the focus of our children. And sounds like the course they're taking now to broaden it and be competitive for this grant will actually benefit more of Valley Springs than just the elementary school moving forward. So we would appreciate all your support, and we do have many parents behind us that are willing to write those letters, Gary, and thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment?
Oh, okay. Bill McMahon of Sanford Hill. Just want to say that when it comes to the safety of kids, there is no good reason not to do it. Those are our most precious, the most precious things in the world are our kids. Anything we can do to keep them safe, we need to do it. There's no good reason not to. As far as, I'm sure that, there's a lot of traffic experts out there and all that. I live in District 3 and had 2 children attend the local schools there, all the way from elementary up to high school. There were some very unique solutions that came about to handle traffic and getting kids off to school or into the schools in combination with buses. Albert Michelson is on a very busy street, and that's Pennsylvania Gulch. Avery Middle School is on a fairly busy street, which is Moran Road, just off Highway 4. And Bret Harte High School is off a really busy street, which is Main Street and Angels Camp, and Murphy's Grade Road. So I don't know what the layout is for Valley Springs, but maybe if someone were to take a look at it, there might be elements there that you could draw from. It's like, how did they handle the bus traffic? How did you handle the traffic with parents dropping kids off? How did you keep them safe? And at Albert Michelson, I know that there's a cooperation between Feeney Park and their driveway and getting kids into the elementary school. And sometimes the solutions they come up with at first seem like a bit of an inconvenience to parents when you're driving your children to school. But that little bit of inconvenience can yield a tremendous amount of safety and make a very complex problem maybe a little bit more simple. So I don't know if you've looked at those 3 schools and like I say, maybe draw something from that, see an element that could be used in conjunction with something else at Valley Springs, and let the parents come up. I don't know if everyone has seen those, but it actually works pretty good. Like I say, but there's a little tiny bit of inconvenience for parents, but the kids are really safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any board discussion? Seeing none, any staff input? I'll entertain a motion.
I would move this item, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No more any further public comment. Bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
The next item is from Public Works to...
Excuse me, Madam Clerk. We have a request for a break. We'll take 10 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk.
This item is from Public Works to adopt a resolution to incorporate a list of projects funded by SB 1, the Road Repair Accountability Act, into fiscal year 2017-18 Public Works Department Roads and Bridges Division budget.
Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz. Again, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 is the first major funding for transportation programs for local governments in, some people say, 20 to 30 years. Notice that this time it's called Road Repair and Accountability is the title of the bill. This was passed in April of this year. So today's goals, I want to give a quick perspective and program overview of SB 1, the process that we go through for the process we do to get projects brought forward and executed, where is the funding and how much is the funding, a few more specifics on criteria for SB 1, and then hopefully today we can get a resolution for an adoption of our first, Calaveras County's first SB 1 list of projects. Okay? So SB 1 was passed again and signed by the governor into law in April of 2017. There have been 2 or 3 amendments since then to try to fill some of the gaps in the legislation. It's a $5 billion per year program for the entire state. Approximately 50% of it goes to Caltrans for state highways, and the other 50% goes to local agencies. The funding to the cities and county are both formulary and competitive. And what I mean by formulary is it's based on population, number of lane miles, how many state highways there are, all kinds of different criteria for the formulary portion of it. And when I talk about the competitive portion of it, that's what I kind of mentioned earlier, is that there's a series of new and enhanced existing grant-funded programs that are competitive, that are coming. So if you look at the slide up there, under the formula side, this is existing formula distribution of which SB 1 adds to these programs. You all heard about the State Transportation Improvement Program. That's where all the cities and counties in the state bring their projects up to the CTC. Those are mostly capital projects, local streets and roads, local funding for maintenance and rehab, state transit assistant funds. That's pretty much grant funds that are competitive, and formula for transit, as well as staff capital. That would be replacement of buses, building of bus shelters, building of maintenance barns for large transit systems, that kind of stuff. Under the competitive side, which I'm not dealing with today other than this half of a slide, is that the active transportation program that I mentioned earlier, dealing with Valley Springs Elementary School, has a series of complete streets grants that used to be safe routes to schools, railroad crossings, all kinds of stuff. There's an additional $100 million going into that side out of the $5.24 billion. Remember, the $5.2 billion, about half of it goes to the state, half of it goes to locals. Another $100 million gets taken off of that half and moves into the competitive side for that. So the side that we're talking about on SB1 is the formulary side going to cities and counties, specifically what formula portion is coming to Calaveras County over the foreseeable future as a result of this new legislation. So this part of it is called RMRA, or Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account Local Project Eligibility. You notice that in those words, and this is directly taken from the title of the bill, there's nothing in there that talks about capital improvements, expansion of facilities, that kind of stuff. This is really to try to catch up and backfill a deficit that has been growing over a decade or more in maintenance and rehab. So the RMRA funding shall be prioritized for expenditure on, and this is directly out of the language of the bill, basic road maintenance, road rehabilitation projects, overlays, type of things, critical safety projects. That's what the legislature intends for us to spend our monies on with this new funding stream. As part of the funding stream, the local entities, the cities and the state, and the cities and the counties, have to provide a regulated level of funding, and it's called maintenance of effort. So it requires the local base to put money in at historical rates of where it was back in 2009 through 2012. So essentially it's looking at what was our general fund contribution to our local roads for maintenance and repair for those 3 years. And then they want the county to continue at that level of effort, or the maintenance of that effort for those 3 years, for as long as we are receiving funds under this legislation. That's the maintenance of effort portion. The county's MOE, by our calculation, is about $600,000 a year. Adjustment was made in fiscal year 2017-18 in this budget year to require, or at least to continue the funding at that level. This chart up on the screen, if you guys can see it, you gentlemen can see it, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, for those who are interested. This is a 10-year estimate starting in 17-18. You notice that on the left-hand side, the 17-18 estimate is in the neighborhood of $800,000 for the first year. Then it jumps up in 18-19 to well over $200,000 a year, and it peaks out at just over $3 million a year 10 years from now. So this estimate was prepared by CSAC, and it represents over a 10-year period an inflow of capital to the county of about $25.7 million. The reason that 17-18 is so low is the taxes don't start until next month. There are gas tax, approximately 10 cents a gallon. We'll notice that starting in November. But the monies do not begin distributing to the counties until early 2018. And so we will only have 3 to 4 or 5 months of distribution within the 17-18 fiscal year into this program. And that's why it's so much lower in 2017-18 as opposed to what you see as a gradual climb from 18 through 27. And you can stop me anytime you want if you've got questions pertinent to a slide. I'm not. Anyway, so some of the existing funding, I wanted to give a feeling for what we're talking about. If you look up on the chart on the wall, the green represents funding from HUDA, or Highway User Tax Account. The yellow represents funding from LTF, Local Transportation Funds. You'll notice that there was only 4 of these 10 years in which a very small increment was coming into local coffers for road maintenance and rehab. Most of that LTF funding goes to transit and COG activities. and that's why we haven't seen any in the last 3 years. The little purple on top of these represents the general fund increment over the last 10 years that has been going in, and you can see that the 3 years of concern, the 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, one of them was a little bit large, and they got progressively smaller, so the average is where that $600,000 came from. And that includes money that was coming in from TOT, among other sources. So if you look at the far right for this fiscal year, 17-18 fiscal year, the red represents our anticipated revenue, at least what we budgeted based upon the $800,000 coming in this year. So before the next fiscal year for us, that red represents our total increment for what we have for roads and bridges. The things that aren't shown in this slide, and to me this slide is one of the more important slides in this entire presentation, is that the base costs that I have in terms of maintaining staff with benefits, equipment to do the work, administration to administer the work, I have a baseline amount. And that baseline amount, I'm guessing, is in the neighborhood of $3 million per year, but it's on an upward trend. It's on an upward curve. As my workers become more experienced, as our medical costs go up, as our retirement costs go up, that's going up. The cost of this work goes up every year as well. Asphalt doesn't necessarily cost less next year than it did 4 years ago. And so, you know, this slide between, you know, $3.25 million and as high as about $4.6 million over this 10-year period, even though that increment for the SB1 is going to jump by 3 times in the next fiscal year, it's going to take 4 or 5 years for us to get back to where we were 10 years ago. This is a holding kind of a pattern. So I guess what I'm saying is that when you hear numbers like $800,000 next year, $2.5 million the next year, $2.8 million the next year, $3.1 million the following year, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are suddenly going to be doing a bunch of very large capital improvement projects across the county. We have to fill the deficit first. Next slide. So, formulary, the project list. What are the requirements? Before we can receive funds, the county must submit a list of projects proposed to be funded with RMIR funds that qualify under the law to the California Transportation Commission. This is due to them on October 16th, so we've got 3 more weeks? 3 more weeks. The projects may span multiple years. In other words, we don't have to spend everything we get when we get it. We can bank it and then spend it in the future, and there's no penalty for doing that. This is all defined under the Streets and Highways Code section. The CTC will review the list of projects to make sure that they meet the intent of the law, but they do not approve the projects or the project list for funding. That's not their job. Okay? CTC staff may work with the county to ensure the project list includes the mandatory information. So the implication here is that the project list is an ever-changing, dynamic list, and we are not held to it. What we are held to is expending the funds, reporting the expenditures, managing to make sure that the funds are expended in accordance with the law, and that our reporting is done in accordance with the law. Okay, so Public Works put together a method of ranking projects where we develop criteria. And I want to say that this is Public Works criteria. It's coming from a very analytic perspective. Okay? And so the first thing that we did was developed what we considered to be the 6 highest criteria for evaluating the value of a project. And the criteria that we listed were, first, risk and liability, or what are we doing to protect public health and safety? That has to be our first. Next was the potential for continuing significant damage to existing infrastructure. if this work isn't done. So there's kind of what is the threat to the public and what is the risk to the value of our infrastructure if we don't do these projects. So we call that the threat, the risk criteria. The next criteria is to prioritize the work on the highest ADT, which is average daily traffic. So the roads that have the highest volume of traffic are the ones that we think should get the greatest amount of expenditures. You tend to have more accidents. The more cars you have, the more accidents you have. The more cars you have, the more important that roadway tends to be, or the more important is in terms of linking important areas, okay? Or accessing a state highway type of thing. So that was what that third criteria was. The fourth criteria was to prioritize the work on truck commerce routes, public welfare. What are we going to do? What routes tend to generate the most amount of tourism, tax base, that kind of stuff. So it's really a public welfare consideration. Next is, how does the work that we do fit into other funding sources in terms of leveraging what we expend for the return? Our MRA funds can be used as match for most of the programs, most of these grant-funded programs. It's considered local funds. And then at the bottom one is trying to focus on repeated work requests. In other words, we take in work requests every day throughout the county. And we essentially balance them against our resources and how important they are and other criteria on this list, and then we try out to get to those as quickly as we can. So where we have areas of repeated work requests, high cost, repeated maintenance, we call that the efficiency. And those are the ones that I believe that every single one of you on the Diaz get the calls on daily. How come that culvert isn't replaced? How come that pothole isn't fixed? So once we develop this list, and there's a bunch more that we could balance it on, but we thought these were the highest priority ones that we should take into consideration, we then applied a weighted average according to how important they were. And we could have used a 100-point scale, we could have used a 50-point scale, we could have used a 1,000-point scale, but we gave the top two, the public health and safety, and then the protection of our investment or the risk to not doing the work as the highest. We gave them 12 points each. We then said, based on demand, the ADT, we gave it 9 points, and then distributed 7, 6, and 4, so we had an even number to make it easy. Okay? Questions on this measurement criteria? Okay, moving on. What?
So,
let's go back. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so this is telling me how you picked the roads.
That's just how we pick the roads, okay? And so, well, no, this is not how we pick the roads. This is how, the pick of the roads, the way we started was essentially when we get major telephone calls, I get calls from supervisors, my road superintendent or my foreman, I said, listen, we've got this program coming. I want you to give me your top 5 in each of your districts. And this is an unfortunate nomenclature because the Roads and Bridges Division that's in charge of maintenance and rehab, they broke the county up into 4 districts that don't entirely overlap with the 5 supervisorial districts. So I asked them to give me the top 5 projects that they have in their 4 maintenance districts, and then we gathered those plus the ones that the board has brought to me, the previous board and this current board has brought to me, and we put them all on a big old matrix. We estimated very roughly what we thought the cost would be, and that's what I think is coming next, but we'll get to that. I don't know if I answered your question. This is merely the grading criteria, the ranking criteria, our internal method of prioritization of this big list. Okay? It wasn't how we selected. Thanks for that question, though. I wasn't clear on that, I know. Did I answer your question?
No, but you can go on. I mean, I just was concerned, like, I live in my district. I didn't get a phone call from anyone from your office going, hey, Clyde, where's the parts in your district.
Right.
I live in my district. I
Right.
drive my roads every day.
Right.
You guys don't.
Well, I don't, but.
Well, most of your district don't either, because you didn't spray weeds in my whole district last year.
Okay.
And that's like the minimal, so, I know my district, and I'm just concerned why I wasn't phoned and
Okay.
asked a simple question.
Well, let's look at the big
Okay,
list
I
of
said
projects,
no.
and then you can see if I've missed any. But, by the way, Public Works essentially hires ag to do the weed spraying. So, I'm not saying that we didn't do the spraying, but if we didn't get to your district last year, I apologize. But it's kind of a multi-department effort. So, this is the big list of projects that we started with. And when I say big list, I don't think it's really big. You saw before when the estimated funding over a 10-year period was about $25.7 million, I believe it was. The bottom right-hand corner, which is not quite big enough, and I can't read from here, that's why I have glasses and a piece of paper in front of me. Excuse me? Yeah, no. What I was looking at is the bottom line, the total for what this is 26 projects throughout the county that rose to the top of the lists. Okay? Thank you. $30 million. That's more than the first 10 years of funding. Okay? I wanted to make sure I'd identified at least as much funding as we've got. Now, that $25.7 million worth of funding is the funding coming from the SB1 RMRA apportionment. It did not count the increment on top of it, which was general fund. So over a 10-year period, the general fund add to that is an additional $6 million over 10 years, roughly. So that's another reason why the $30 million here is greater than the 25.7. But these projects are ranked on this list based on the rankings, and you can see the scoring criteria. Oh, this doesn't have the scoring criteria. But on those scoring criteria that I showed you before, this is from top to bottom, the prioritization of the projects. One of the things that you'll notice is that the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects on this list total $7 million, $5.5 million, $5.4 million, $1.5 million, $1.1 million, and $1 million. So the top 6 projects on this list are essentially a little more than a third of the 10-year funding. So, and the top priority one, which is O'Byrne's Ferry Road from County Line to Reed's Turnpike at $7.1 million, we would essentially take in the SB1 funds and do nothing with it until year 3. And thinking that that might not be a good alternative to spend the entire first 3 years of the apportionment on a single project, we then went down the list and said, okay, within the $800,000 from this ranked list, what can we afford in the first year? Next slide. So, this is where this slide came from. So this is an initial recommendation for the list of projects, and this is basically for 17-18 to 18-19. And the ones that came out on top were this group of culverts up in Calaveras district, and then the other 4, which are kind of scattered through, well, mostly they're up the hill, but one down in Copper, one down in Valley, Murphy's Ranch. They're all chip seal projects, so they could essentially go out as a single contract. So what you're looking at is the top project being a contract for design and then a contract for construction, and the bottom would be a contract for construction, would be 2 contracts. That would spend just, by our initial estimates, just over the $800,000 apportionment from the first year of SB1. And the only reason that I picked those is that that was what could be affordable on the opposite end. Take your top-ranked project, wait 3 years and do it, come down and fund as many different projects as you can the first year, and then go back to the rest. So I was trying to give the board bookends of Public Works is thinking on this funding program. Questions on this?
Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'm looking at your list here, Jeff, and first thing that comes to me is most all of these that you have Valley Springs is actually Rancho Calaveras, not Valley Springs.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing here in actual Valley Springs or even District 1 that you have down as Valley Springs that is actually within that area. These are all Rancho. So it's kind of misleading when you say Valley Springs on here as to where the actual locations of these roads are.
Unfortunately, the column, there's a bunch of more columns of data in this spreadsheet. And the very first column that I've hidden is supervisorial district. Unfortunately, we use Valley Springs for District 1 and District 5, just because of the way the boundaries are drawn. I apologize for that.
There are other items on here that, the first thing that really jumps out at me, and I think I sent you an email yesterday about it, is of the first round of funding here, we're spending 70% up the hill. When there's other projects on this list that are down the hill here that could fit into those projects. You've gone down almost to the bottom on one of them. I think, and it may be different sentiments from the other supervisors here, but I think it needs to be spread out amongst the districts. Okay, the funding needs to be spread out amongst the districts. Down in the lower half, we've expended funds here recently in District 3 for a bridge. We've expended funds over the course of last winter for snow removal. We'll be spending funds for snow removal up the hill. We don't do any snow removal down here. So those are some of the funds on your chart you were talking about that are being expended that are not being distributed to the other districts. And I think when you go to look at this, you need to consider some of that stuff when you make out what your priorities are on distributing funds.
Okay. So
I'd like to respond to that, if I could, Mr. Krovitz. Let's go to your priority list. If I remember correctly in your presentation, that this was done on the severity or what needs to be done from the list compiled from your street managers? In other words, are these projects the worst condition projects that we can fix within our budgeted means? Not to argue, Supervisor Tofinelli, but how do we determine that this was a priority?
Well, unfortunately, the prioritization that I presented to you a little earlier brought projects to the top of the list that wouldn't allow us to complete for several years. Okay? If this board agrees that the number one project is the rehabilitation of a Burns Ferry Road, then we will plan that one for 4 years from now.
Okay, but the criteria
so then
is...
going back and then going down the list, based on the ranking that I showed, and we can change that ranking, we can change the weighted average for any of those in any way that this board deems fit, would completely change the order. We just went down the list and said, okay, what is the highest ranked project that we could fund with this $800,000 next year? Okay? And the highest ranked one was the culverts on multiple roads up in your district. And those 4 locations are culverts that are at the very end of their useful life. If we get another winter like last winter, I would expect 2 of these to collapse in the way that we lost 2 roads. We actually lost more than that last winter. Okay? The culverts are rotted at the bottom, they're leaking down, and they're flowing out the bottom of the culvert. The backfill is starting to settle around the culverts. They have to be replaced. I don't want to rehabilitate a road and put pavement on top of it if I know I'm going to lose the culvert underneath it.
Is there any similar conditions in any other districts?
We've got a similar condition where we lost 2 roads in Supervisor Clapp's district within CSA 1. Unfortunately, when FEMA went out and analyzed those culverts that were lost in the winter storms of 2017, they said, I'm sorry, these are not qualified. Okay? These collapsed because they are old. And I explained to them that their own criteria says that, well, gee, that's not a criteria under which they can be judged. The age doesn't matter. If we have maintained these and they collapse as a result of the storms, they should be qualifying. They didn't collapse as a result of the storms, they collapsed as a result of them being old. So we're at that chicken and egg thing. So unfortunately, because those culverts are part of a CSA that theoretically has their own funding to be able to address a capital emergency, which it doesn't, they did not qualify. But those are culverts that still need to be replaced. Those roads are closed because it's unsafe to put the traveling public on them. So yeah, it occurred all over the county, but based upon the age of some of these, one of the things that you'll notice is that the older the subdivision, the longer it's been in place, the worse shape its infrastructure is in.
That explains it. Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. This is an exclamation point to the fact that we need to come up with a CIP that this board approves so we have a plan. Short of that CIP, we've got this list in front of us, so we've got to make some decisions in the next 3 weeks. Our CIP that we've all approved. This board's reviewed with you. These districts are all distributed equally by population.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that there are different needs, but 70% of these funds are going to District 3.
In year 1.
In year 1.
In year 1.
Right. In year 1. I recognize that certainly when I look at my district list, a lot of these roads are going to be rebuilt as soon as we get the Butte Fire project manager on board and get that underway. But there are other roads that are suffering that are in my district as well, that are a result of wear and tear. Projects like Harbor Road that we've been seeking funding for and working on. But I just can't go along with this list that is so clearly unequal and, in my opinion, arbitrary. I wasn't asked about my district. I wasn't presented this prior. My opinion's not part of this. So I've got a formula that you guys have come up with that we certainly weren't a part of.
Okay.
So, certainly I would recommend that we circle back. We've got another meeting. We've got 2 weeks.
Right.
And we sit down and we sharpen our pencils and figure out, what are our priorities? What are our priorities in our district? And how can we spread things around a little bit more equitably?
And I would definitely support that. The one thing I want to make sure of is that we're all speaking the same language. And what I mean by that is, yes, these are capital projects, but they are road maintenance and rehabilitation projects as opposed to a capital improvement project. And when I bring you on the 10th, the capital improvement program, it makes it clear when we replace a bridge, that's a capital improvement project. It's a brand new facility at a given location. If I build a new cell at the landfill for solid waste, that's a capital improvement project. I've changed the facility. I've changed the capacity. I've replaced a piece of infrastructure with new. Okay? This is road maintenance and rehabilitation.
I understand.
So essentially what I like to use in terms of the terminology is that a capital improvement project would be a bridge replacement, adding a lane, a turn pocket, a left-hand turn lane, a right-hand turn pocket, a new cell at the landfill, capital improvement projects. This is a works project, maintenance and rehabilitation. So that this is an increment of the total funding that I have available to the department for a works project. And so what we're attempting to do in the next 2 weeks is to come up with an initial list of projects that meet the criteria that we can send to the California Transportation Commission. That would be the equivalent of our ticket on the Hogwarts train in Harry Potter, station 9 3/4. That's our ticket to ride this program into the future for the next 25 years.
I fully understand.
So if you want to do,
why.
if you want to do it in a study session, if you want to do it 2 + 2 + 1 or 3 and 2, any way you want to do it, I'd be more than willing to sit down with you guys. I'm perfectly willing. So maybe what we're going to do today is continue, and then together we work to revise the prioritization or how we measure or what the projects are. Remember, I'm not bringing you a works project program yet. To me, a works project program for the Public Works Department would include the CSAs, the PRD. It would include the money above and beyond what it costs us to run our program, where we think we can do a 2-mile overlay on Pool Station, or we can do a 4 culverts on Hoover. Those are the things that we feel like we can do within our current program. So what this represents is, again, the ticket to Hogwarts to get the money. We can change this at any time. We're not under the gun that we have to do this in the next 2 weeks. What I need from the board is a resolution with projects that are meeting the program, so that our place is held and our money is coming in. There's all kinds of things that are going to happen between now and when the money starts coming in next year.
I understand. It's just been my experience that once we approve something on paper, that's the way it's going to be.
Okay, so, and
I don't see
again,
a lot of negotiation after that for this $800,000.
this is meant to be a starting point, not an ending point.
Great.
Okay?
Then we'll
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. And I don't think you're going to find when you meet with each supervisor or two, one, however, a study session, whatever, that we're not aware of a great amount of work that needs to be done on roads in our districts. And I'm not talking about capital improvements. I'm talking about road maintenance.
Works.
To keep them maintained now, just so in the future we don't spend $5 million on repaving the thing because for 5 miles or whatever it is.
Right.
So, we're all aware in our districts what needs to be done. And so I look forward to meeting with you and having that discussion.
Okay, so we will schedule that. Now, do you prefer to do it one at a time, or should I schedule 1 and 5 together? 2 and 3, 3 and 4? Any way you guys want to do it?
Well, what I like to is Gary and me are almost the same district. I mean, he has Burson Road, he has some roads that my district drives through his roads to get to work. So with him and with Gary's district, my district, is on that side of the road's his, and on this side, but we're using the same roads. So with Gary, I would like to work with Gary.
Okay.
Because some of his roads are people in my district use all the time.
Okay.
To get, to work and shopping.
Any other districts feel like they would like to be?
Mr. Krovitz, I think Supervisor Mills and I would probably be the members of that second team, if you will, because of our adjoining districts and our Highway 4 corridor.
Okay.
Whatever happens on that corridor and district, and Supervisor Mills is going to end up in my district. So
okay.
You don't have any objections?
Jack, I'll get you a lollipop.
It's okay. Jackie, Joe Finelli has offered me his moral support. D2's used to standing alone. We'll be all right.
I didn't mean to throw you outside in the cold there,
Supervisor
Garamendi.
Supervisor Garamendi, I will reach out to you and give you the first bite at the apple.
Great. Well, you might want to bring on your road crews too, since they know the roads very, very well.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
maybe the manager can join us.
I will make sure.
Maybe tell us what we don't know.
Yeah, I will make sure that when I meet with the various districts, we have the foreman and the road superintendent from and the foreman from that district.
Right. I mean, the guy with the shovel always knows
More
what's
than we
going
do.
on the ground.
Absolutely true. Okay, that sounds great. Great. So moving on, I'm not quite done yet.
Can I get something in before?
Oh, did you
Yeah, I've been waiting, but that's fine. I think what this board is dealing with, though, is years and years of deferred maintenance. And developing any kind of a capital improvement plan, whether it's for hard infrastructure or for simple maintenance, there has to be some degree of flexibility. We're going to have to find out, where are the immediate needs, and I agree, Supervisor Garamendi, that the road crews are going to be the best tool to tell us exactly what they've got out there, because they're the ones that are going to face the results. If we say, no, don't do that, and then that was the wrong move because they knew better and we didn't get their input, that's our mistake. So I think they have to be included in the discussion. I have roads in my district, and so do you. I refer to the song called Patches, because that's what the roads are. They're patches. But there are also asphalt roads now that are no longer roads. They're gravel roads because they've just deteriorated because of years and years of neglect. And I think we now see a board that has some purpose and direction wanting to turn that around and start looking. But it's not going to be an immediate fix. These are things that are going to take a few years to start pulling it all together and decide where the priorities are. But certainly, you're right. You don't go out and overlay a road until you got the brushwork done beside it, and then you do the ditches to be sure you got good water flow.
And the culverts.
And culverts before you do the overlay. And sometimes I think we may have done it backwards over the years. And, it's just one of those things that it's establishing those priorities. So I know you and I talked.
Yep.
And so we've had, but the HOAs in my area, for instance, are starting to push back. They're wanting to write letters saying, here's the ones that we feel are immediate needs. So I think that we need, if we got HOAs or CSAs or whatever, they need to have some input into this as well.
Again, I don't, for SB1 funding.
It's different.
It is different.
I get that.
And I do not disagree with you when we talk about this board, which is the CSA board for the entire county, all 5 CSAs plus the PRD, that your advisory committees plus your public works department are the ones that are advising and helping you to prioritize. And so there needs to be essentially a works program for the CSAs. And that should be part of the annual budget. That is the goal. Okay? We are also trying to bring a project in front of the CSA in October for one project that has risen to the level of public health and safety. So we're going to take that one out of order. That's yours.
Yes. Allow me to continue. Because I think the greatest challenge that we've had with our emergency declarations on roads is that we really need to be able to prove that they've been taken care of over the years, and without having that proof, that puts the monkey on our back, so to speak, in terms of cost recovery. So we just want to be sure that whatever we're doing is being able to be used, the most effective use of the money. And if the immediate need is to get a ticket punch to get on the train, so to speak, as you say it, then let's get that done, and then we can sit down and start going through this one by one and seeing where we feel that there's some agreement.
Okay.
So, if that makes sense.
Comments?
So let me continue on. Taking your theme of flexibility, Supervisor Mills, flexibility for the list of projects. The list shall not limit the flexible use of funds, provided the funds are only used for eligible projects. County, we can fund projects in a given year, not on the list of projects, and not fund projects that were on the project list. That's part of the law. Another part of the law, a county does not need to amend the list of projects and resubmit to CTC mid-year should priorities or projects change.
That's our flexibility.
That's the second part of our flexibility. The third flexibility, the program allows jurisdictions to advance project funding for eligible projects with RMRA reimbursement. Caltrans has been doing this for 3 months. But they have the benefit that we don't have. They have a construction account that they can tap, that they've saved to make sure that they're always whole on their construction projects, regardless of how much they budgeted for that project. And they're borrowing ahead, knowing that they're going to begin receiving, Caltrans receives the money first. Their funding is starting in January. And they'll just automatically start reimbursing that construction capital account. So we don't have that flexibility. We don't have big giant savings accounts for our road maintenance and rehabilitation. Next slide. Consequences of non-compliance. Failure to submit a project list to the CTC and establish annual eligibility will result in forfeiture of the monthly apportionments beginning the spring of 2018. So we have the potential of losing the monthly apportionment if we don't have our list of projects into the CTC and agreed upon by October. Currently, there's no process to recoup the lost apportionments, which would be distributed to other eligible agencies. So if you are behind the 8 ball, you're a county, you're a city, you're behind the 8 ball, what you don't get in that month is going to go to the rest of the pie. You're not going to get a chance to recoup it. 3, CTC will work with the jurisdictions to establish the eligibility after the initial project list due date, meaning that if you get your project list to them and some of the projects are not eligible, they'll work with you and you're still going to be eligible. Okay? So we just have the date. We have to have something in there. We could submit a list of projects that contains one project for $7.1 million, and we would meet the criteria of the program. Okay? Future projects to consider. These are some more projects that I know about. Parrots Ferry Road Reconstruction Project, the guardrails, which are in this list of projects at Poker Flat and Silver Rapids Road, a guardrail project along Railroad Flat Road, which we didn't used to need because we used to have trees, and now we don't have trees. Frico City Road Slide Repair Project that we need to face up to. County Council's office can certainly concur to that. Valley Springs Elementary School CIP, that's the project that we talked about earlier today and at the last board meeting. Baldwin Lane and White Road Culvert Replacement, even those are in CSA number 1, I do not believe that their funds can handle this culvert replacement. What are we going to do? If the CSAs don't have enough money to do a capital replacement of something that's severely damaged, are we just going to leave those roads closed until they can either raise their funds or decide that they're not going to use those roads? This is part of this longer, bigger discussion. Another reason I put this on essentially an unconstrained or unfunded or unconsidered list. Lower Moran Road Site Enhancement Project. That's to lay banks back so that our emergency responders don't have to go down this road at 6 miles an hour. They can respond at 25 miles an hour. Okay? So what are our next steps? Next steps are Board of Supervisors to adopt a list of projects, be it today or on the 10th. Continue to discuss and modify the list of projects for fiscal year 18-19 budget. More questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Provost. Do you have sufficient resources as far as employees, staff, other resources to fully comply with SB 1? Do you need additional? Because we don't need the problem of not meeting deadlines.
Right.
And I want to make sure that you have the proper tools to meet those deadlines. This is a very important thing to our county.
It's kind of a loaded question.
Exactly.
My response is that we did some initial surveys or research in 2016 when we were discussing recovery efforts for Butte Fire. And we took the entire county budget and we divided it by the number of employees in the county and came up with a number about how much expenditures or how much revenues to expenditures can we expect on average from each individual employee. We did the same thing for the Public Works Department. Okay? Because our projects tend to be larger, we spend more money. We buy asphalt, we buy road base, we buy graders and pavers and very expensive pieces of equipment. Our numbers tended to be higher than the average of the county. So the way to answer this question is, absent more disasters, probably. We have enough staff and resources, absent more disasters. None of us can guarantee that. If I'm going to continue to push recovery on fire and storms for the current infrastructure, I don't have enough resources to be able to effectively push those programs, but we're working on that with admin to actually try to put together the necessary infrastructure, the necessary resources, so that we are, A, able to recover from the previous disasters, and B, prepared for the next. So does the $800,000, if we expend all $800,000 of it between now and sometime in 18, scare me with my current resources? Absolutely not. That's a drop in the bucket. If we're going to do a project list that includes one big giant project 3 years from now or 4 years from now, that doesn't scare me either for this particular program. Kind of a long-winded answer to your question. So for SB1, no, this doesn't frighten me. Do I have the resources? Yeah, my people are getting better at what they do, and we're getting our programs more programmatized, if I could say that, more repeatable, easier to implement. Have you all met Mark? Mm-hmm. He's our new business administrator.
You broke the seat.
I don't know what that refers to. Sorry. I hope I answered your question, Supervisor Oliveira.
I just want to ensure that the board understands that we can plan the best we can if we have unforeseen things happen. We just don't want to get behind the 8 ball again.
Right.
And find out that, bam, we're up against a deadline, we're going to lose funding, and we don't have enough resources. I hope that we have the capability of notifying and the board making a decision prior to coming to that particular condition. So that's my concern.
And in answer to that, the initial list of projects that Public Works recommended to you, which was not the highest priority projects, it was the one that we could afford in the next year, you'll notice that the chip seals, which is really a services contract, we can do that next spring, early summer. But for the culvert replacement, we're going to need a consultant. They're going to have to do some hydrologic and hydraulic studies. We're going to have environmental clearance to be able to get into these waterways and do this work, because we're going to be working in live waterways and live channels, and that's going to be a year. And then to get the project out into construction is going to be another 3 to 5 months. And we're certainly not going to let a construction project to do culvert replacement in October.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Krovitz?
Mr. Krovitz, I'm looking at your list.
Which
of
one?
Projects, and the one you have for Murphy's Ranch subdivision.
Yes.
Chip seal, 20 years for the life of a chip seal.
Yeah, I wanted to explain some of these columns. Go ahead and finish your question. I'm sorry.
The lifespan of a chip seal, if you can get 20 years out of a chip seal, we do our roads in our subdivision. I'd certainly like to know how you're getting 20 years.
That makes an assumption. Okay? This column of the expected useful life makes an assumption that on any given improvement we do regular maintenance on it once we've done the improvement. And so the chip seal roads out at Diamond 20 were put in 1995 and 96. And those, with the exception of one roadway, are still usable. They're not as good as they were back then. But with the exception of a half a mile, the other 17 and a half miles in that CSA are still usable because of regular maintenance. Meaning that this is not to say that this particular chip seal is going to last 20 years. It's to say that this chip seal, with subsequent ones in 9 to 10 years, we can expect not having to do a major reconstruction for 20 years. If you think that's wrong...
No, I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
I don't know. But from my experience, from the roads that I help maintain within my subdivision, the most we get is 10 years, and that's with regular maintenance. But then, again, I don't know the height of traffic on these roads that you're speaking of.
Right.
That has a lot to do with it also, and whether there's any heavy trucks or equipment going over it.
Absolutely. The trash trucks on a cul-de-sac is extremely damaging. So looking at some of the columns that I have, types of projects, a general type, location of projects, I've basically given it an area. Obviously, we already know what there's a problem with my areas when they span 2 supervisory districts. We'll try to correct that. Detailed location, great. Total miles, if it's a linear project, we give you how long it is. If it's listed as 0.0, it's a single location. Useful life. This is a mandatory requirement of CTC. We've got to make a guesstimate of how long is the expected useful life of this improvement. That has to be on the list of projects. So we made guesses. But the one thing that we did different than what we've done in the past is we made the guess that we will continue to do regular maintenance. Okay? And then estimated cost. The way I developed the estimated cost was I took an estimated cost in today's dollars for labor, equipment, material, force account as if I was going to do the project with my own staff, and then roughly doubled it. And the reason I doubled it is because for a large capital project, if I have to go out and get a consultant to do the construction plans, a consultant or the same consultant to do environmental clearance, because many projects that we have no impact on, we still have to do the clearance. Then I've got administrative cost, I've got administration of a design contract, administration of a construction contract, and closeout, and reporting. It didn't seem to me too far of a reach to double the estimated construction cost in today's dollars. That's where I came up with those dollars. The scoring criteria we already talked about. We've got some information in terms of when do we think it could occur, but there's a lot more columns and rows in this spreadsheet that we have pulled out and reduced. When we meet with you individually, we'll see the whole thing. And in fact, I'll probably email the spreadsheet out before you come for those of you who can open it up and look at it.
Yeah, Jeff, when you do, if you do any chip and seal on the county roads in the CSA 1, could you schedule at the same time and do the CSA 1s at the same time you did the counties?
What you're asking is if we have a previously scheduled project in a CSA and that we're doing the same type of work on a county road, can we combine? We always try to do that.
Okay.
And because, we want the CSAs to get the benefit of the volume. Absolutely. It's the only way to go.
Okay.
That's leverage. That's the leverage criteria. More questions? So it sounds to me that what we're probably going to do is continue this to the next board hearing, and in the interim, going to meet with individual board members to refine the list of projects where we bring back to the board the final list of projects for the first round of SB1 on October 10th.
Okay. I have a question about that.
Okay.
You mentioned you had a deadline on October 15th?
16th.
October 16th?
Yeah.
With the scheduled meeting that we just talked about, is that going to give your staff and you enough chance to meet that deadline?
Yeah, because all the information is there. It's just a matter of either exporting it onto a different file or hiding and printing a PDF.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
All right. That's all the questions I have. Further questions?
Good.
Any public comment? Sir? Mr. Segala?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull rank on you, sir. He stood up and raised his hand. Would you be so kind as let him go first? Sorry about that. I think you can take it.
Burton Haviland from Mountain Ranch. Lived there for the last 12 years and travel from Mountain Ranch to Murphy's on a fairly regular basis. The road between Mountain Ranch Road and Sheep Ranch is really quite good. The road between Sheep Ranch and Murphy's was terrible 12 years ago, and it's impossible now. It's some places where it's supposed to be 2 lanes, it's maybe 1.5. It's sloughing off to the side. There are so many problems with it, I wouldn't go into describing it. I would suggest that the supervisors make a point of riding that road once to see what it's like. And even if it won't make this maintenance round, I think it needs to be on somebody's list to get repaired.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Segala?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. First thing, this was a very good presentation. And I'd like to say something positive about the Department of Public Works. I live in Copper Cove, and they do a good job patching. We got a lot of patches, but I never ran into a chuck hole. And that's a good thing. There's 3 questions and a couple comments. Which projects are best contracted out? You were thinking in terms of in-house doing the work, but that may not necessarily be the best way. What is the cost comparison between in-house and contracting out? There's got to be some data on that. And the main thing, you want to have the least expense to the taxpayer. If contracting out is best for larger projects, do we need a contract manager or a resident engineer? There's a lot of administrative work attached to contracting out. Also, sorry, Gary, I think we should forget about districts. Think about need only. Forget about districts. The reason for that is that if you put districts ahead of need, you'll end up having a worse situation for the taxpayer and for the county. And probably the 800-pound gorilla in the room is what the state is doing. The state has given us some money. We're following their criteria. But is the state itself handling funds properly? There's some evidence that the state can't be trusted with money very, very well. Large amounts of money are squandered. And apparently, some of the squandering is in the area of the gas tax and transportation. What can be done to encourage the state to act more responsibly? We shouldn't have all this money going to the state from gas tax and not have a reasonable amount coming back. And this is getting worse and worse every year. So you can't tell the state what to do, but you have CSAC, you have RCRC, you certainly have letter writing bill, and you have state representatives. I think that there needs to be a Grace Commission looking at the state operation. It's tough to do that, but that could be the ultimate solution, is have the state get lean and mean. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Seeing it none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, thank you very much. I look forward to meeting with you guys next week in Public Works to talk about this. A couple points I wanted to address. The roads up in District 2, especially around the Butte Fire, and especially that section between Mount Ranch and over the top, is a mess. And we recognize that that's not only an important artery, it's an escape route. And it was used as such and pretty abused during the fire. I know that Director Krovitz and I have talked, and that's going to fall under the reconstruction from the Butte Fire. So, we've got, if we took on just looking at the roads impact in District 2 from the fire, there's $30-40 million worth of construction there. So that's a really big project. So these are outside that scope. Mr. Scala's point, RCRC did take a hard look at SB1, and their advice back in the consensus from the rural counties was this was the best deal that we were going to cut. We've got Los Angeles and the Bay Area sitting over the top of us. So while not everybody was happy with what we got, it could have been a lot worse. That's not a great way to look at things, but you only got one black eye instead of two.
Thank you. Any further comments by the board? I have a couple of comments. Mr. Krovitz, can you tell us where self-help county issues come in regarding SB1?
Okay. Self-help has been written into the law of SB1 that says if a local jurisdiction passes revenue measures that are solely dedicated to transportation projects, then they are by definition a self-help county. If they are a self-help county, then their formulary apportionment goes up. Okay? Our current reading indicates that the benefit basins, the RIM fees that we have in place, and the fact that we have an historic record of apportioning a piece of TOT tax going directly to the roads and bridges portion, indicate that we are indeed a qualifying self-help county. The state may find differently when they actually do the analysis, but that is our current position. I do not know if CSAC, in their analysis of the predicted apportionment for the first 10 years of this program, identified Calaveras as a self-help county or not. If it turns out that the state finds us to be not a self-help county, then that becomes another decision point for the board. If they want to identify a tax measure, a sales tax measure, an income tax measure, a gas tax measure, whatever it would be, that would then meet the criteria to improve our apportionment. So that would be, what's the cost of getting this both economically and politically? Over a period of time, what could we expect to be our increment, and is that going to be worth it? Many of you, to do that, may have to die on your own swords. I don't know. But that's what we're faced with. Again, just to repeat, I believe that with those programs I mentioned earlier, we are already a qualifying self-help county.
It's my understanding that being a self-help county is significant in the fact that we share on a $200 million portion of SB1. Does those figures that you've provided today reflect us being a self-help county?
I don't know, but I will have that answer for you when we get back on the 10th, and hopefully before when we sit down together.
I would appreciate it if we could research that and make sure. And in the meantime, I will be in contact with CSAC, being the representative. We have discussed this at CSAC, and we don't know yet is the answer I've received. I'll push for that.
I don't think that CSAC has had the time to analyze these programs and the nexus under which they were formulated in terms of benefit basins, RIM fees, and then, the TOT is pretty straightforward. That one's easy. But those are, programs that have been going on for quite a while in this county, and there are money in the bank for those, which are great matches. And that's how that money should be used.
Thank you, Mr. Groves. Council, it's my understanding we're going to be tabling this or postponing this till the 10th. Is that our discussion?
The board can certainly make a motion to table it. That would just essentially move it to the next board meeting with no action taken. Alternatively, the board can just keep it off calendar and take no action today. That's another option. If it is tabled, the item through our electronic IQM2 program, nothing can be changed in the program, so it's just automatically moved from one board meeting date to another. So if the intention is for staff to change something in the staff report, provide additional information or anything like that, then I would recommend not tabling it, but holding it off calendar with no action. If the intention is for there to not be, for just the discussion to continue, then we can certainly table it, but that's the discretion of the chair.
I'd suggest we take no action. It gives them the latitude.
A verbal poll of the board, unsolicited, indicates that the desired action will be take no action at this time and save it for a later date to be determined.
No, it has to be the next.
Has to be the next meeting. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Although it has to be at the next meeting, your staff will have to recreate all their work. So by withdrawing it, it can just be duplicated and brought forward and changed. That was what council was trying to explain. So you can definitely bring it back at the next meeting, but the action today would be no action. and it would come back on the 10th.
The intent would be to bring back a revised list of projects.
And you can't do that if you table it to the 10th date certain.
Okay, so then we don't want to do that action.
So it'd be no action?
No?
Yeah.
In order to do that, it would be no action taken with not a date certain continuance, but essentially your staff would put it into IQM2 with the next board meeting with all of the updates, the new list of projects, et cetera, for the next board meeting. But it would essentially be off calendar for purposes of IQM2. Does that make sense?
It does. The date to push the button for IQM2 is today, for the next board meeting. And I will not have a new list of projects generated by that time.
So I will be willing to work with you and your staff to do that.
Okay.
If you ask the board to take action to move this item to the next meeting, you can't change it. You can't revise your list.
Okay.
It has to come back exactly as it is today. So in order to give you and your staff an opportunity to work with the board to possibly revise that list, we would just withdraw the item so that then it can be revised.
Okay, so then the action today, after all of that, is to withdraw the item and bring it back at the next board at a future date, period.
Is that understandable? Do you understand, sir?
Not really.
Okay.
So do you have to have an
We're clear
action
on that
today?
Before we take action.
I don't have to have an action today. I have to have a resolution approved by the board on a list of projects by the 10th.
So what we're recommending is that the item be withdrawn to come back at a future date, not stated, so that your staff can revise the list if needed. If you want the board to take action to bring the item back definitely next meeting, you can't touch it.
If I might make a recommendation, we've developed a good process for inputting what you need for the item today within the deadline, but then being able to go in and make some revisions, such as after you've had a chance to meet with the individual supervisors and develop your final recommendations, we can update that before it gets placed on the final agenda and posted. So if Mark can work with Bonnie in my office to get that input, we can get that taken care of, and then following Diane's recommendation, if we leave it, duplicate it, then you don't have to do a bunch of rework. We can just put in the new list. The new list.
Yes, and we don't even have to do all that. I will just talk to Mark tomorrow.
So do we need a motion to withdraw this item and bring back at a later date? No.
We can do it on the poll of the board. Mr. Krovitz, it's very important that you understand what we're going to do, so at least one of us understands what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to conduct a poll of the board to have no action on this particular and withdraw it, and to be brought back at a later date. Does everybody understand the question for the poll?
I understand it. I thought Jeff said he had to have some type of resolution by the 10th, and it's not. Oh, the 16th.
This is the method whereby we will do that.
Okay, I'm for it.
And you're sure that your staff can get this done with the cooperation of admin?
Yes,
and our
I
board
am.
clerk? Excellent. I'm going to take you at your word, ladies and gentlemen. Supervisor Clapp, you're in agreement? Yes. Supervisor Mills? Supervisor Topanelli? Supervisor Garamendi? I also agree. Thank you very much for your presentations.
We will schedule the work sessions with you next week. Thank you.
We'll schedule those sessions, sir. Give me a moment here. Yeah, let's take the 10-minute, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be here probably till about 6. So. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Can we hear each other out there? Is this mic loud enough? There we go. All right. Madam Clerk.
This item is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance approving zoning amendment 2016-1144 for APN 068-056-001, located at 949 Green Meadow Court, Murphys, from rural residential 20-acre minimum parcel size cannot be further subdivided to residential agriculture cannot be further subdivided for Kevin and Teresa Locke.
Staff?
Hello.
Hi.
Madeline Flandreau, Planner 2. Today I'm presenting the zoning amendment for Kevin and Teresa Locke. This is project number 2016-1144. The project zoning amendment is proposal is requested for rural residential RR20/RRX to residential agriculture RA-X. The current use is as a 5-acre vineyard, also has a barn. The intended uses would be wine tasting room operating from Friday to Sunday from about 12 to 5 on holidays, in addition to 2 to 3 special events per year for wine club members held after hours, primarily workshops. The location of the parcel, you can see just south of Murphy's, right on Highway 4, where Green Meadow Court intersects. Here's an aerial imagery from August 2016 showing the vineyard and the barn in the lower right-hand corner. And you can see the encroachment is the first one on Green Meadow Court. The site itself is 7.44 acres. It is a working commercial agricultural operation. Has a barn, 1,680 square foot, 5-acre vineyard. There is no commercial wine production occurring on site. There's also parking and landscaping and the encroachment onto Green Meadow Court. And in addition, the property is on Union Public Utility District agricultural water and an on-site septic system. This is a view of the entrance from Green Meadow Court. And the barn, the vineyard in the background, and you can see the landscaping that the owners have been working on recently. General plan land use designation. The current land use designation is rural residential under the Murphys Douglas Flat Community Plan. The proposed land use designation under Draft 4 is Rural Transition A. And RA is a compatible zone for both the current and the proposed land use designations. This is the zoning map showing the parcel RR20/RRX and the 6 parcels on Green Meadow Court. The RA zone is considered to be a resource zone and is compatible in all land use designations. Therefore, it's consistent with the general plan. And you can also see here that the parcel is located just north of the commercial and industrial area in Douglas Flat. The current zoning, rural residential, is intended to provide lands for personal ranches in which residential use is the primary land use. The RA zone is intended to be a district in which equal emphasis is assigned to residential and agricultural uses. This does not mean that an equal amount of land must be dedicated to residential as is to agricultural uses, but that both uses are equally suitable in the zone. This is supported by the listed uses in the RA zone, which allows both single-family residences and agricultural operations as primary uses in the RA zone. Additional permitted uses under RA, wine tasting room and 12 special events per year. In addition, on-farm sales, roadside stand, and of course, the tasting room. I said that. The special events are required to meet the provisions of Calaveras County Code 1787060 for special events, which include Chapter 9.02 for noise control. And in addition, parking must be on site. Per CEQA, an initial study negative declaration was prepared and circulated for review and comment from April 12th, 2017 to May 2nd, 2017. The negative declaration analyzed potentials for impacts to cultural resources, noise, and traffic. One comment letter was received, which was signed by 5 neighbors who reside on Green Meadow Court. In their letter, the residents expressed concerns about traffic, noise, and hours of operation. Caltrans also submitted a comment recommending a traffic impact study be conducted for the site. As you know, the Highway 4 corridor is heavily used for recreation, tourism, special events, wine tasting. And due to the location of the parcel, staff has demonstrated that potential impacts identified by the neighbors' comments are not significant enough to require modifications to the negative declaration. As the encroachment of the parcel is the first off the highway, traffic will not increase in the neighborhood past the property, and no street parking is permitted. The CEQA document reviewed cultural resources, and a cultural resources study was conducted on February 14th, 2017. No resources were identified on the site. The parcel is also developed, and a less than significant impact was determined for cultural resources. With regards to noise, although the property is part of a rural residential neighborhood, it's the first lot off Green Meadow Court at the intersection of Highway 4 and creates a buffer between the highway and the other residences on Green Meadow Court. The parcels along Highway 4 and Murphy's consist of mixed industrial, commercial, and residential uses. Therefore, the existing and proposed uses of the project site are consistent with how the area has developed over the years, and a change in zoning would not conflict with that development pattern. With regards to traffic, Green Meadow Court serves 6 parcels. The encroachment for the parcel is the first off the highway, and the change in zoning may cause some additional traffic to the site with the tasting and the special events. In addition, it is the intent of the applicant to have the wine tasting 3 days a week and workshops. The traffic impact study was conducted on August 22nd, 2017 to assess if improvements to the intersection of Green Meadow Court and Highway 4 were required, including the need for a center line and widening of Green Meadow Court. The report found that a left turn lane on Highway 4 is not warranted and concluded that the resulting traffic volumes can be accommodated by the existing section of road and would not justify restriping the roadway to provide designated lanes. No further improvements were recommended by the traffic study. And on August 31st, 2017, Caltrans concurred with the traffic study. While primarily residential, the creation of the Green Meadow subdivision identified Lot 1, which is, if you can read, Lot 1 is here, which is the subject parcel, as being unique due to its location fronting Highway 4. The Green Meadow subdivision protective restrictions states in Article 4, permitted and prohibited uses of the property that Lot 1 may be used for commercial purposes and Lots 2 through 6 are for residential purposes only. In addition, as there will be no increase in density, any traffic generated by any additional uses allowed in the RA zone will not increase traffic past the property in the neighborhood. So to conclude, the rezoning of this parcel and additional permitted uses associated with the zoning change would not create a cumulative impact to any items previously discussed. The project is consistent with the general plan, and any impacts to the area are minor in nature and do not trip established thresholds or create significant and unavoidable impacts. The change in zoning to RA would designate the property with a more appropriate zoning designation to match what the property is currently being used for. In addition, the Planning Commission voted in favor of the project as proposed. There was no public comment on the project other than the applicant stating that they agreed with the favorable recommendation. And I will bring it back over to you.
Thank you. Good presentation, staff. Any questions of staff by the Board of Supervisors? Seeing none? Any public comment?
Jed Richardson, Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance. Yes, I'd like to fully support this rezoning. Kevin has been a member of the winemaking community for many, many years. His business is well established. It's clearly shown that this property fronts a highway and is a bit of a special case, and that the fact that it fronts the highway will mitigate or show that any objections due to noise, are far outweighed by the highway noise. Also, it appears his subdivision zoning or creation allows for commercial uses of this property. And so I fully support, and I would hope you would support this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
I'm Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We concur. This should be passed, and perhaps in the future, less requirements when something as simple as this, to put them through a traffic study. It seemed like it's somewhat oppressive. We need to be freedom-friendly with our general plan. We need to be supportive of our business community. And when people come here, they must be confident that they can pretty well do as they wish, as long as they don't harm others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. Further public comment? Mr. Locke, would you like to say something?
Yes, we have a presentation.
If you wish, sir, you can make a presentation.
Before I start in the presentation, I do have a concern that I would like to say that I've talked to Peter Maurer, who's not here today, but that each zoning amendment is unique and should be judged as such, and I just want to make sure the board is open to that and open-minded, that all members of the board are judging this on its merits and not on some preconceived notions of what a zoning should be or what this situation entails. I just want to make sure, again with council, that all of you are open-minded about this. You're sworn to uphold, the ordinances and regulations, and that was what Peter Maurer told me, that is what a zoning amendment is all about. That's why you take my money. That's why, again, as I just said, I've spent thousands of dollars on this project to get to this point. If we have a preconceived notion before this happens, I don't know why we're going through all this. So I just want to make sure we're all open-minded and look at this and really, that we're looking at this whole project as a unique zoning amendment. Okay. That's all I'd like to comment about, that's pretty straightforward, I think. And all of you in your minds have to look at that, and we could take a poll if we want, but, again, you're going to say whatever you like. But we want to present this on its merits and be judged on its merits. So with that, we'd like to start the presentation. Again, the agenda is we're going to give you a brief executive summary of business overview and development, the rezoning proposal, and then closing arguments. Executive summary, we've owned this property for over 20-something years. It is zoned RR. We want to rezone this for support the expansion of our family business, which will promote sustainability and successional planning. It's very important in small agriculture that you have a successional plan. That's part of sustainability. We realize that most small farms and businesses fail because they don't have anyone to hand it off to. This will promote the diversification of agricultural services and products which we'll be able to offer versus our tasting room downtown. And we want to enhance the agritourism economy of Highway 4 Corridor in Calaveras County. Our mission, we are local, we're family owned. We're going to go over our timeline, but we've operated this business rooted in Calaveras County. We produce high quality grapes that, again, we try to produce classic, bold, and rich handcrafted wines that are unique to the area. Our vision here with this property is to expand the operating vineyard estate to offer unique agritourism experience. They would explore the creation and develop of wines, also the production of flowers, lavender, culinary spices. All products are grown and produced on the property will create to connect locals and visitors alike to the appellation of unique Sierra foothill climate through education and a sensory journey. We already have a business license to do a lot of these things. We're going to get into that, but we are already doing a lot of these things via the current zoning. Again, we're family. We're going to go over the past, present, and future of our business, of growth and development. We are education-based. What we want to do there is education-based. We want to give tours. We want to educate the public. Wine, again, is a food and sensory experience. We do not want to be just a wine bar. We have integrity. We are, again, sustainability. We have high quality and standards. This is our family timeline, our business. Again, we've been here 35 years. I want to introduce myself. I did introduce myself. I also want to give my professional background. I have a background in resource management, land zoning. I've been a certified property appraiser. I've had over 40 years of experience, mostly of which have been in the foothills. I have a degree in biological sciences from San Jose State University with a minor in landscape architecture. I also have a bachelor's degree in forestry management and planning from UC Berkeley, and I've worked at the state and federal level. Again, most of that experience is in Calaveras County and the foothill region. So I believe I'm very well versed. A lot of the information I'm going to present to you is based on my professional experience and what I know fits and works in this county. I'd like to introduce my daughter, Kirsten, who, again, we talk about successional planning. She is intimately involved in the business and will be taking over the business in the successional planning. Again, a lot of businesses have failed or trying to fail. A key example, Gay Callan is trying to sell her vineyard. She does not have a successional plan and is having a hard time doing that. Again, a lot of times you're stuck in what to do with this agricultural. Believe it or not everybody wants to do agriculture. It's hard, and there's not as much money in it as everybody thinks. My daughter was born right across the street in that hospital. She grew up here. She received actually a scholarship from the Wine Association. She went to Cal Poly, has a bachelor's degree in event planning and tourism. She has extensive experience with Hagen Oaks Golf and Event Center in Sacramento and Hyatt Corporation in Sacramento also. She is the future of this business. I'm retired. I have a pension, really. I don't need it, but this is what a lot of her plan, and you can see the timeline here that we've gone through. We've been in the business 25 years. We've had this property over 20 years. All the things that you're going to see that we did to this piece of property, we've done with proper permits and have come to the county multiple times asking for advice when we developed this property. We've had a wine label for over 10 years. We're a part of a bonded winery. We do have a tasting room downtown. Again, we want to diversify and provide actual other experiences besides just pouring in a wine bar. This is the architectural map. This is my daughter's vision, actually. It's a little crude, but they both drew it. My daughter, Caitlin and Kirsten, drew this when they were 11 and 13 years old. This was their vision. They had they've been working in the vineyard pretty much since they were out of diapers. They had the early stages of successional planning. They wanted to have a vision. They wanted to be part of the future. You have to provide an avenue for that future. Again, it's hard for kids to leave this county and come back if there is not a future for them. We have to look at zoning. We have to look at how we implement businesses to create that future for our next generation. So this is not a thing that just happened overnight. We've been planning this for years. My daughters are intimately involved with it. Again, here's the timeline. You can look at all the things that we've done. We've, done a lot of the upgrades since I retired 3.5 years from public service. But a lot of these things have been put into place since then. My daughter wants to come back and be involved if there is a future in this business. We're going to give you a short tour. They give you a couple pictures, but again, that doesn't tell the whole story of what this property is about. As you come into the Green Meadow Court and look immediately to the south, this is the industrial park. You're looking at an operation there that there's, again, the lighting's not very good, but there's a hydroponic store and there is a CrossFit gym there. Their hours are basically 7 days a week, both businesses. They're not all open 7 days a week. The hydroponic store is open 7 days a week, 9 to 5. The CrossFit gym starts at 6 in the morning, so they're there at 5:45 a.m. Their classes a lot of time go to 7 o'clock at night. That business is 500 feet away from our first gates. Next properties you come in is lot number 6. That is the closest lot that is, you can see on the left is our view looking at his house. The view on the right as we go through these are the other views. So that is what he sees. We look at his property there. That's kind of a mirror image. We're putting, you can see all the landscaping on the left picture. We're putting landscaping there, and within a year or two, you will not even see his house from our property. He's the closest house, and by the way, he has no objections to this property, to this project at all. Lot number 5 is the next 5. They're 570 feet away. Again, that's a reciprocal view. Again, he has the better end of it. We really don't see his property that much, but there's 570 feet away. This lot number 2 is over 1,000 feet away. That is our adjacent landowner. That is the only property that actually we have a common boundary with. His house is over 1,000 feet away. That's more than 3 football fields. I can't even hardly see his house. Again, we've been giving him the $500,000 view. In his mind, he's for this project all. So all of these 3 properties I just showed you, they all fully support our project. They're the closest neighbors. All the other neighbors are at least 1,000 and 1,500 feet away in the back of the cul-de-sac and do not have a view of our property. This, if you could go back, that property is to the north. So if you're on the very north end of our property, that's my neighbor. That's what I have to look at. He's not part of the subdivision, but that bounds the north end of ours. So we have a highway on one end, Green Meadow Court on the other end, and then a common boundary, and then this boundary. So that's what I get to look at. You know, we want to do tours, and again, ordinances have to, create, Again, I don't know why he's done this. I've talked to him, but again, we have basically a junk pile there within 20 feet of our property. Also, as you go down the highway or stand in the middle of our vineyard, that is also an impact that you look at, a visual impact. That is an industrial open pit, gravel mine that is still active. That's the view. Again, we hear industrial noise from that. So again, this is not a peaceful subdivision. Again, we don't have that luxury from our lot. That's our view. It looks like a moon crater. Highway 4. This is what we have over 1,100 feet of Highway 4 frontage. We're going to play you a little clip here. I think this will work. No? Okay. We try to get a little too techy there, but that's an embedded video clip. What that shows is that is Highway 4 looking at, if you could go back, that's Highway 4. We have over 1,100 feet of Highway 4 frontage. We are within... right there where you're taking that clip, there's 200 feet, 220 feet to the highway. Over 380,000 vehicles use that highway. That's an old number according to Carl Baker from Caltrans. The number is way north of 400,000. Probably in the next 5 years will be 500,000. That's the most heavily used piece of highway or road in Calaveras County. It's from Vallecito to Murphy's, and we're right on it. So we can go there. This is a decibel reading. We did our own decibel readings. There are noise restrictions in the county, but the average noise during peak periods, if you're standing on our property, is over 75 decibels. If you're familiar with the codes, 60, you're not supposed to be even allowed to leave your property. Anywhere on our property, normal traffic is way over that, is 75 decibels. Truck traffic, if you see that scale way on the left, the upper left, that's diesel motors are 90 decibels. 7% of the truck traffic is truck traffic. So if you go back to that peak study, again, you're throwing a number, 800 something, but what that equates to is one vehicle every 4 seconds going by our property at 75 decibels. You can stand out there. Again, we have video clips that show it ad nauseum. The truck traffic is, if you equate that, it's 1 every minute. So you're getting a diesel truck go by every minute during peak hours. And peak hours are really aligned with when we want to do business. That's when people come up here. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, those peak hours. Again, I would lead back my background when you look at property. Is it capable? Is it available? And above all, is it suitable? This is our R, but is it really suitable to live on? Would you want to live on this property? Again, I've looked up studies. There's a dramatic increase in health issues if you live within 300 feet of a major road. All of our property is within 300 feet of a major road. We just established that. It's over almost close to be 500,000 visitors or traffic going on that road. There's over 700 studies worldwide that confirm this. These issues are related to noise, traffic, light, pollutants. Again, that's the widest part. County ordinances, 9.02 noise control. Again, excessive noise is a serious hazard. The county has established that this is a noise and it's contrary to, interfering with restful sleep, communication, relaxation, full of one's enjoyment of the property. I don't know if you could live there. I don't know if I could live there. Again, we bought that. Again, the world has changed in the last 20 years since we bought it. Again, I don't have a graph of vehicle use, but it's way higher. Going to give you a short tour of what we've done on the property. That's what it looked like when we bought it. There was nothing on that property. It was bare bones. That property sat there for 10, 15 years. No one wanted to buy it. Again, is it really suitable for residential? Everything you see in that picture we've done. The sign, which is permitted, the barn's permitted, all the vineyards, we talked to the county. All that's happened over the last 20 years through hard work, sweat, and labor. Main entrance, you can see the relation to the Highway 4. There's a vehicle on the highway. There's our gate. Again, we try to mitigate any impacts to the subdivision by putting it as soon as we could. It's a logical point of entrance. It impacts no other neighbors. We've planted lavender fields already in there. Again, we want a diversification of crops. We want to provide other experiences. That's what it looks like. Again, all of this is going to be buffering to anybody that comes on there. Again, within 2-3 years or sooner, no one that comes on that court will even see anything that we're doing on that property. That's going to be the parking area and the entrance to the barn. This is the inside of the barn, which is already done. That will become the front room or tasting room. This is the inside of the barn, where we would have any kind of special events or seminars, clinics. This is the inside of the barn. Pretty cool. I mean, I put a lot of thought and, again, try to get the whole feel of what Calaveras County is about. There's a lot of artifacts from the county in there. Again, we're trying to do something first class here to enhance the economy and the tourism of the local area. Here's the back view. We have another patio. Again, that's the working end of the barn. I still park my tractor in there. My daughter doesn't like it, but hey, it's a barn. So I put my quad and tractor in there. I do have to put tarps down, though. But that is the back. We're trying to do, again, aggressive, innovative agritourism. We're doing living walls, as they call it. We're planting a lot of unique herbs, basil, again, to partner with a lot of the restaurants and the other tourism industry in the area. This is what we need. This is what people want. This is a picture of our kind of living wall. That's kind of our experimental area. We did raised beds, again, all with organic soil, sustainability. That's what it looks like later in the summer. Again, you just see the growth. Again, plants grow very fast. But again, we want to provide a nice agritourism experience where people can come to. We have lavender. Again, we're going to provide a lot of different culinary lavenders, again, for soaps, other things that, again, those products are already permitted on RR. This is the vineyard. We currently grow these type of grapes, varieties on there. That sign up there was put on by the community club. We support the local community. That sign was put up with a permit. I told them again, you have to get a permit for it. It was an engineered sign that was put up at the top of our property. A lot of people, when they come by our property, say, hey, I know I'm in Murphy's now. That's the gateway to Murphy's. We got a sign up there, and they see the barn and that, and they say, hey, finally I saw a vineyard on the highway. Again, everybody thinks we have a lot of vineyards in this county, but really not that many. Again, there's the grapes. Again, I wanted to put this chart because, again, I think it's essential. A lot of things are kind of lost in code and glossed. RR, a tasting room is allowed. You can put a tasting room on RR. You have to have 20 acres. RA, there is no acreage limitation. Again, I don't understand this. I asked, again, the planning department, Peter, why 20 acres? Nobody can give me, again, an answer. There are examples of RA where there's tasting rooms. Again, they have 3-4 acres. Again, does it make sense and consistency? You be the judge. But again, I don't know what the 20 acres are. Special events, you can do special events already on RR. There are many RR properties that do special events all the time. Again, the 12 are given you permitted. I can do that already. I have a business license already that I can do special events on that property. I think it's a misconception that this 12 is a magic number. I can do special events on RR already. I can file an administrative use permit for $100, and I can do reoccurring events, which allow me to do, say, one event a month for 12 months if it's the same type of event, and lay down my $100. So again, you're giving me to go to RA is really just probably giving you a $100 deal. That's about all it is. It's not a big deal. Again, I think it's like it's a magic thing. You can do both on RR and RA. And again, I have a business license that was already issued to the county. Many businesses already in this county do special events on RR. We can do agricultural operations and product sales on both. We can do educational seminars, clinics, walks on both. Agritourism, again, I don't think the county's had a lot of experience with agritourism, but you can do agritourism on RR, but it has to be 5 to 20 acres. Again, you're permitted if it's over 20. If you're 5 to 20, you can do it with administrative use permit. Again, we've gone far and above any kind of administrative use permit. That's an $1,100 deal. It's a simplified process, again, because it's probably not a big impact. And again, it's done by the director of planning, Peter Maurer. And again, it is not with any public meetings or public review. We've met that measure far and above. So we could do agritourism, and you could do events already on there under RR, and you can do that with with administrative use permits. So I guess I like to clear up that misconception. I don't know if we spent a lot of time going back and forth trying to figure this out. Again, we're plowing a little new ground here. There aren't that many, quote, agritourism. There's 3 pages of what agritourism about. I don't know if it's really being practiced very much in this county. Again, there was one letter written. It did have some concerns. We've addressed all those. Again, right now, as far as my neighbors are, most of them are on, that I either have verbal or written consent that they're supporting this project. Hours of operation, we've gone over those. I think she said Friday through Sunday. We may go Thursday through Sunday. Again, 11 is that we probably wouldn't open the tasting room till noon and close at 5, but you have setup time and cleanup time. Noise, again, we are not planning. You saw the highway. I wouldn't want my wedding there. I don't think any of my daughters don't want their wedding there. When you have 75 decibels of sound coming off a highway, it's really not appropriate place to have a lot of these events that people think you're going to have. We've insulated the barn very heavily. When we put that, we put extra heavy insulation in there. A lot of the walls are 10 inches thick. You can go in there. You don't hear anything in. We don't hear anything out. That was the idea. Traffic study, we'll refer to that. Special events, we've gone over. And then, again, one person brought up cannabis cultivation, which I'll address. Neighbor input, we went around to every neighbor that is in that subdivision. We invited them to a special event in 2016 that we did a vineyard tour, and we want to be open and transparent. We have nothing to hide. A lot of these 3 neighbors came in 2016. We did the same thing this year, 2017, where we gave a private tour and had them look at the property and answer any questions. So all this, we've been seeking public input for the last year and a half. All neighbors received a packet. You have the packet here. I'd like to give this to the county. This shows that every member in our subdivision received this packet. That packet shows what we gave to every neighbor, again, extensively showing our business plan, all the CC&Rs, all the county proceedings, just to go the extra mile to keep them involved. If you look at the packet, I don't think too many other people have put, again, my daughter, that's what she's been trained in to do, put this packet together. Again, I want to get down to the real nuts and bolts of this because we've heard a lot of things in other proceedings that it all comes down to subdivision and it comes down to CC&Rs, these covenants. So if you get into the subdivision, again, they've alluded to that I be given these covenants. If you go back to that last one, that again, there's two different guiding documents in this subdivision. There is the protective restrictions, and then there's also a reciprocal easement agreement and road agreement, maintenance agreement. So if we go to those real quickly, again, and when you're talking about protective restrictions, there is no HOA in this subdivision. They have never met it or voted or have done anything on any issues, and in essence, they don't act like a subdivision. I live in a subdivision as an architectural review committee. We have a HOA. Again, it's heavily, that's the idea of a subdivision, that you actually have restrictions and covenants that are in excess of what the county is. Again, lot number 1 in Articles 3 and 4, as the planning department has been given special conditions for commercial use. That was when this subdivision was put in. County codes and ordinances, again, are far more restrictive than anything in our CC&Rs. As the CC&Rs were done in 1988, you're talking 3 pages of virtually just, they really don't say anything. It says just don't make noise, be a good neighbor, pretty much. The only real hard restriction is if you build a house, it has to be 1,000 square feet, 2 stories, 500 on the bottom, 500 on top. That's pretty minor. This was not set up to be a big, glamorous, exclusive subdivision. Road maintenance agreement, again, if you get into the road maintenance agreement, provision 5 says there's a deeded easement, and that easement provides lot number 1 has an easement for commercial uses such as access to parking areas for customers, invitees, employees, licensees, tenants, and concessionaires. This does not include the right to park on Green Meadow Court. But again, clearly when they put this subdivision together, gave me I have a deeded commercial right to come in on that street, and they put other things in there that the county has alluded to that that lot was intended to have some type of commercial. Again, we're not trying to rezone this to commercial. Commercial is far more what we're trying to do. We're just trying to, again, fit in a tasting room there that, again, is done on RR all the time. Road maintenance agreements also, again, your road has been an issue. Again, provision 8 of there says they should, all the people that live in that subdivision are supposed to meet annually and determine the cost of maintenance. It also states that a fund's supposed to happen, a trustee should be designated, and these should be placed in a trust account. None of that has ever happened. I've asked continually for people to, establish this. These people that live in the subdivision do not want to do this. Again, roads are a big issue. They're a big pocket item. Again, I've told them I'm willing to pay my fair share, get out your checkbook, and we can all write a check. And, this is a road, like we've talked about just previously, a lot of the county roads have fallen apart. We're no different. This road's 40 years old, and nothing's been done to it. I think a couple people saw it as a deep pockets type situation where they could maybe get me to pave their road. Again, I'm all for paving my fair share. Caltrans studied that. We already went over a lot of those numbers. Again, to the right is what we're planning on doing. The person that did the traffic study is a traffic engineer out of Placer County. He works quite a bit with wineries. He provided a lot of those numbers in conjunction with me telling him what our business. He said they were very compatible with other wineries throughout the Foothill region. Again, you see the trip numbers. If you could go back to there real quickly, it just gives the trip numbers. Again, a typical week, we might have 40 to 50 trips on that first 210 feet of the road. This, I did my own road assessment based on my, again, professional background, and it really got to the nuts and bolts. I don't know if you want to go into it that much ad nauseum, but again, we just use the first 210 feet. A lot of these people use, the Green Meadow Court is over 1,000 square feet. There's 26,000 plus square feet of actual paved surface. Again, the true cost of it and use of it, we're in line with, again, our fair share, even with this increased use. If you just slice the road into 8 equal shares, it's pretty much our share would be up to that first gate. Again, I would tell them, fine, I'll pay my share. You guys can worry about the rest. Signage, again, if you can go back quickly. Again, we went over that. Again, the traffic engineers said there was no need for that. Signage, they're not up yet, but again, we'll use sandwich signs, any kind of signs to, again, direct people into there's really no reason for them to go wander down Green Meadow Court. They'll probably come in the first gate. Again, I'm willing to do whatever they want to do to direct traffic into the place of business. Hours of operation, we've already went over there. Again, you've seen the hours of operation of other businesses that are in the immediate area. We do not plan on putting outdoor lighting again to affect people, and we limit hours at any events. We would do at night. They would be done at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, well within the county's codes and ordinances. Special events, again, we went over that. I kind of got ahead of myself there, but again, if you look at the definition of a special event, you can pull that up, but most of the special events, we wouldn't even qualify. Most of them, they're talking about parades, they're talking about festivals, they're talking about some pretty big deals. So a special event is, again, I tried to ask the county, what's the trigger point for, quote, a special event? I couldn't get an answer, but most of the events we're really not going to do. Again, you would trigger that. If we are, again, we would fall under administrative use permit under RR, or again, you have 12 events under RA. Cannabis cultivation, again, I really don't want to dwell this. I'm kind of tired of the whole thing, but again, one person did bring that up. The county does not allow it on this property. We have never intended to grow cannabis and never will. We grow wine, not weed. Bottom line. Closing arguments. We spent a lot of money to develop this property. It includes agricultural water. We actually did a horizontal bore under the highway to tap into the water. Again, we didn't want to be a burden on our neighbors. The water district told me that a lot of the water, there is an ag water line on the cul-de-sac that it wouldn't support what we wanted to do. We spent the extra money to bore under the highway to hook up to that ag water. Ag water, again, I say, is a very precious commodity. We have an abundance of it. We need to use it or lose it. Again, I've talked to Bill Eltringham from the Water District. They're looking for people to use this water. We don't have a shortage of ag water in this system. We need to use it. The entrance, again, is everything we've done was with this mitigation in mind. The entrance, the way we situated the barn, the insulation. We've incorporated, you can see the pictures of it, we've incorporated native features, wood, rock, plant elements, minimal lighting. Again, we've done nothing but enhance the beauty and property values of the area. Future plans, we will continue to add landscaping as needed. Again, we'll comply with all codes. We're not going to have amplified or evening events. We will put ample signage for people to come in. We will pay for our fair share of any road maintenance funds. We already have a domestic meter and engineered septic plans. Again, we're seeing which way this rezoning goes. We do have a dedicated area to do possible residence in the next few years. Again, I don't think it's a very good area to live in, and we would have to do some very extraordinary things to mitigate the sound off the highway. Again, in the future, we may want to put a commercial restroom and additional storage. Closing arguments, all planned activities are compatible with the uses on Highway 4 corridor and immediate area. If you go below highway of our property and above, there's probably 50 businesses within a couple miles each way of our property. There's a lot of businesses there, and they range all over the board. We have no planned activities that will create significant noise, visual, traffic, or road impacts on the Green Meadow subdivisions or its residences. Again, the noise from the highway and the immediate industrial area far exceeds anything we would do. We did, again, also studies that actually projected noise off our property. Again, most of these people in this subdivision live 1,000 feet or more away. A lot of them are a quarter mile away, and the app we used showed that any sound we created would diminish far below any kind of noise levels that would disturb them. Again, Lot 1 has been given unique deeded commercial easements, covenants, conditions, which I take very seriously. These were You know, when everybody bought in that subdivision, they knew the plan. They got a copy of these. If they shouldn't have, they should have read them. When you buy a piece of property, you get all those deeded covenants and restrictions. That's part of your deal. That's why you go through a company that does, you know, a title search. You use a title company. So everybody should have got these, and if they didn't, I certainly gave it to them. Again, a lot of them were not aware of this, but that's in the deeded use of this land. The rezoning, again, we have a need for sustainability and successional planning for a family business. Again, we're trying to diversify the area. The rezoning and subsequent business will add to the economic development and sustainability of the area and agritourism. Again, thank you for your time. Again, I hope you can judge this with a clear mind and look at this on the merits of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. Any questions of Mr. Locke? Staff, any other presentation?
None.
Okay. Any questions, deliberation by the board? Staff members? Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, let me begin. I noticed in the packet that Mr. Locke presented, it was a David Lay subdivision. It talks about references Articles 3 and 4 within the subdivision map.
Sir?
You have to come to the mic.
Yeah, Article 3 of the protective restrictions includes a description of the subdivision, and Article 4 is the permitted and prohibited uses of the property.
I'm trying to understand, because I heard and I saw it on my packet here on page 349 about commercial purposes. I'm trying to understand what that definition is, maybe to explain the definition of a commercial purpose, and what is the difference between a commercial purpose and an agricultural purpose, if there is any.
Well, I'd certainly say this is not a commercial purpose. It does have an existing commercial agricultural operation, but the intent is not to rezone as commercial, and certainly a wine tasting and occasional special events would not entail commercial use.
I'm trying to understand that what was the intent of the subdivision when the map was filed, that in essence by taking and bringing this to an RA zone, are we pulling it from potential commercial use in the future by doing that, and would that kind of decision create a downzoning situation?
Currently, the property was zoned by the county RR, so I don't see how going from RR to RA, that would be an upzone as far as I see it, and going from RA to commercial would be viewed, I mean, an upzone, these are just colloquial terms for allowing more intensified commercial uses. So I guess just also to put this in perspective, when it comes to zoning amendments, the board is not bound by the intent of the original subdivider. The board has wide discretion to determine whether or not a proposed rezone is compatible with the character of the neighborhood. CC&Rs, to the extent there are CC&Rs that are stricter than what the county allows, the county cannot enforce CC&Rs on behalf of the other homeowners, because that's what the homeowners do. It would be a gift of public funds to actually take on that enforcement. So I don't want the board to feel necessarily constrained by the original intent of the subdivider. Certainly, each of these projects should be looked at, independently, and it would be whether the board thinks that it's in the keeping and character of the neighborhood. If the board felt nervous that a commercial intensification of commercial uses is somehow out of the character of the general neighborhood. The other people who have residential uses down the road, that would be a basis that the board could use if it chose to deny. But I don't want the board to feel that it needs to make a record indicating that it is constrained by the intent of the original subdivider.
Thank you, because I'm trying to understand what if I was a person who bought in the Green Meadow subdivision, I would be looking at this filed subdivision map to determine what are the conditions upon which the neighborhood will ultimately play out. And that if I see the first lot coming in, lot 1, has potential for commercial purposes, I would know that going in the door. So I'm trying to figure out what those conditions are or could be for that commercial use. Could that be a potential future use? In other words, somewhere in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, somebody decides, yes, I would like to make this a commercial next to the highway use. Is that still within the option for them to come back to a board and do so?
Well, right now, they're constrained by their zoning being ours. So sure, the subdivider, from what I understand, and I haven't reviewed all of the details of these articles. I didn't look at that. But the subdivider anticipated lot 1 appears according to, looking at what planning's research was. The subdivider saw lot 1 as being different than the other lots, as being one that would support or more readily support commercial uses. Put that in the subdivision documents, which, so you're correct, Supervisor Mills and neighbors would have had an opportunity to see that lot 1 could be developed with commercial uses. And so the commercial, and in fact it has, as Mr. Locke has pointed out, they've been using it commercially. Regardless of what the subdivider might have intended, right now the zoning is RR. So any future development or intensification of commercial uses would be dependent on having a compatible zone and having general plan, community plan consistency as well. And so at this point, the analysis that planning was asked to make was to look at whether or not RA zoning, which would allow a slightly more intensification of uses, in particular a tasting room, would that be compatible? Would it meet the baseline criteria of 1 complying with CEQA? Okay, would that use have a significant impact? They did studies. The finding was it would be less than significant impact. Then they look at whether or not the proposed zoning would be consistent with the general plan or with the community plan, and planning found that those things were consistent. And having met those thresholds, it's up to the board to determine whether the proposed change legislatively makes sense. And one of the factors that boards can look at is the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you. So again, this is a thing that I've been struggling with on a number of these cases, is that when an owner is in an RR zone and the decision is made to change its use before changing the zoning, and now it's like I'm going to, for instance, put up a pole barn, and I'm going to start parking my logging trucks in this pole barn, and then I'm going to come to the county and ask to rezone to be more compatible with the current use that I have. This is getting the cart in front of the horse, and we don't even have a residence on this site at this time, correct?
No, the zoning, the uses that, so I understand that the uses that are currently on the property are in fact compatible uses with rural residential zoning. These are the types of ag-related uses that are permitted under the zone. What's not permitted under the current zone, as was demonstrated in the chart that Mr. Locke put up, is a tasting room, which for his zoning required a 20-acre minimum. That's the use he's asking the board to allow prior to opening up shop as a tasting room. I don't know if that correctly articulates what it is that you're trying to do, Mr. Locke.
Mr. Locke, can I ask you to use the microphone, sir?
Yeah, again, as stated, I have a business license to run a business there already for agricultural product sales, for doing, again, seminars, tours, all these tourism type things. We can do special events under RR. Again, there are a multitude of RR properties and subdivisions that do special events. Make that clear. I will, if you need names, I'll point them out. Again, I'm not here to talk about what the county does, but we need to be consistent here. There's a lot of RR properties that do special events already. Again, if they have RR and there are 20 acres for a tasting room, they still have to get administrative use permit to do special events. So, again, we are going to do that no matter what. We are going to run, we can do agritourism on this property. It's zoned for that with administrative use permit. Again, I think we've already far exceeded the standard. The county said they probably would have no problem giving me an agritourism administrative use permit. I can have up to 75 individuals there at one time. Far would exceed anything I would do with a tasting room. So again, I think you really need to look at the use here and look at your language. Again, you guys, not you, but the county has written rules and regulations. Again, I don't know if they all make sense or consistency. Again, I have not been able to told why do I have to have 20 acres. Again, nobody has been able to answer that question. Again, do we want to restrict commerce and business by making rules and regulations that really don't make sense? So again, nobody's told me why I have to have 20 acres. That is the only reason I'm here. Again, if I would have filed for administrative use permit for agritourism, it would have cost me $1,100. I wouldn't have had to do a special traffic study, archaeological, all that stuff. I got way north of $10,000 into this deal. So I haven't gone into this lightly. I've done what, again, the county has done. You have asked. Again, I think it's, fairly restrictive. Most people would have, that's again why we don't have a lot of tasting rooms out on properties. That's why you have verging on 40 tasting rooms in downtown Murphy's.
Mr. Locke, I'm not intending to challenge what you're saying because I do understand that point, and consistency is a critical element here, and that we do not set a precedent in any decision we make, that we do look at the overview of all of these parcels that we're deciding on to ensure that we are being consistent in how we're applying what is within our
Again, I
zone.
think you stated that that you're trying to judge everything consistently, then when a zoning amendment is not consistent. Every zoning amendment is a unique case. You need to look at the unique, again, that's the question I asked you in the beginning. Does everybody have an open mind here, and can you look at the specific? I think I've proven that this property is not even suitable for residential. You wouldn't live there. You wouldn't want your family to live there. It's not suitable for residential use. So I'm trying to find a middle road here. I'm not trying to get this rezoned to commercial. I'm trying to, again, promote agritourism and promote the local economy without really impacting anybody in the subdivision. I think you're correct. If somebody wanted to amend or do a zoning change in the middle of a subdivision and went past 10 houses, that might be an issue. Yeah, I think I live in a subdivision that's RR. I don't think it's suitable for a tasting room, but you have to look at this, again, use your professional judgment and look at this case. Really look at this. I can point out several tasting rooms that are on 20 acres. They have far more impact. Again, they're in a homeowners association. They have far more impact on their neighbors than I ever will. Again, you need to look at other things that have happened in this county. There's no real reason, RA, there is no acreage limitation. I found a piece of RA on the highway that's a half acre. Why is that zoned RA? You tell me. I don't know. There is no, again, nobody can tell me why these things have happened. But there's RA property all over this county that goes from half acre to acre, 3 acres. There's a tasting room down the road from me that's on RA. He has 3.5 acres. He goes past 8 houses to get to his tasting room. A lot of them are zoned R1. Again, the county has deemed no impact there. But again, we have to look at each unique case here. Again, I'm not the one that's trying to make this a blanket consistency that we shall not ever rezone RR. I think in this case it's really unique, and probably a lot of cases would not fall within where you would want to rezone RR to RA.
Now, please understand, Mr. Locke, we do need to be able to speak out loud, so to speak, here as we work ourselves through.
Sure,
your
that's why we're
particular
here.
case. And
Yeah.
if we didn't bring any issues up and we just blindly, then you never understood how we got there, so.
I understand, Philly. You know, when I was,
Yeah.
again, you know, I said, you know, I majored in this, you know, and I had a professor in land use management plan. He said, all this stuff you'll find when you do it is like an onion. You're going to start peeling the layers off. You know, he said, you don't understand it now, you don't own property, you know, you don't pay taxes, but when you get older and you get into this, all these things are very complex, you know, and there's a lot of complex issues going on.
Supervisor Mills, can we move along on your list if we have one?
No, I'll just hold there for now. Thank you.
I'd like to say something. So apparently there's 6 lots in this subdivision, because that's what we're talking about. 5 of your neighbors in the subdivisions has wrote a letter saying they don't want it.
That's not correct.
Then what is the correct statement?
If they pull up, if you have a copy of the letter. Again, I would like to say that none of those people showed up to the planning commission meeting. None of them are here today. There's one person that wrote that letter. Again, he told me he's the one that did not want me to do this if I grew marijuana on there. Again, he says, I have your full support as long as you just put a tasting room on here.
Could you read the record, the letter into record, please?
Of course. April 27, 2016, attention Scott Spear. Regarding Kevin and Teresa Locke application for rezone 2016-1144. Locke is one party to a 6-unit subdivision. No one in the subdivision has been contacted by Locke regarding this request for a rezone. However innocuous a wine tasting facility may sound, the rest of us in this subdivision have some concerns about traffic, noise, and hours of operation. Also, under the new zoning residential agriculture, what other activities does this rezone entitle him to conduct? For instance, does this permit the growing of marijuana, the right to special events such as weddings, concerts, etc.? I have left 4 messages and have not received any return phone calls. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, and it is signed by 5 residents.
I'm sorry.
Again,
is there identification on that letter other than a resident?
Indeed. Amaro Pethin, Dan Gomez, James Murphy, Don Robertson, and Virginia Tremaine.
Are those actual signatures or names listed blocked?
Signatures and printed names, yes.
What I would like to also point out is, first of all, he was notified. Again, I've told you that he was invited to view our property. He's never come on our property. The man that wrote that whole thing is Merle Pethin, the first signature. It's usually pretty easy. It's the first or the last. But he did admit to me that he brought this around to the neighbors. Again, the people that signed it, 2 of those individuals are not in our subdivision. Mr. Murphy and Tremaine are not in our subdivision. They have lots that have an easement through our subdivision. Again, that's part of the road use agreement. They are not even bona fide signatures that belong on there. It's a misstatement of fact that he said that those are people in our subdivision. They are not in our subdivision. Mr. Gomez, I talked to yesterday. He has no issue with this.
That's just hearsay. I'd like to finish my statement, please. The problem I have here is the people who bought in this subdivision, they entered into a contract. And I'm not going to interfere in somebody's contract. I mean, if you read the Constitution, you have the post facto, there's no ex post facto laws that we can create, and the government will not interfere between the contract between man and man. It's in the Constitution. You can look at it. So you've entered into a contract with a group of people when you bought this. You want to change it. If you would come in here with everyone in that 5 other thing, and we want to change this, I would have no problem. But as long as the whole group isn't for changing it, I have a problem with that. And I have another problem.
Thank you.
And I still have another problem.
You interrupted me, so.
Mr. Locke, let him finish, please.
And another problem I have is I have 40 acres. I would love to put a vineyard on. But the problem is they won't let me put anything on it until I have a house because it's RR. And everything that comes after that, I have to have a house before I do it. If I went down right now as a supervisor and say, I want to put a barn on this property, I can't get the permit. So however you came about it, because I've asked those questions and I've been turned down.
Are you finished?
You can answer, Mr. Locke.
Thank you. I think you're patently false what you just said. Again, I take that very seriously. I entered into a covenant, and you saw the covenants. It says I have the right to have a commercial deeded easement. I have the right to do commercial uses on that property. Everybody got those covenants. They bought into what, again, was part of the subdivision. I'm lot 1 of 6. 2 of those people are not. I have proof that Tremaine and Murphy are not part of this subdivision. Those are lots that are outside. I have all the paperwork right here if you'd like to see it. They're not part of the subdivision. Adjacent lot owners that are right next to my property, none of them have a problem. Nobody has a problem that I know of. If they had a problem, they'd be here. None of them have shown up to meetings. Again, one person wrote a letter that was not factual in nature. He misrepresented facts that saying that people are in the subdivision that are not in the subdivision. And then he said that he's never been notified. You saw the packet. I gave that to everybody. So when he says he's not been notified, this is a guy that is a habitual person that wants to stir up trouble. Again, he is the furthest away from my lot. He has no impacts at all. Again, I don't think it says, again, you're talking about covenants, conditions. They're in there. Again, it says that I have the right to do these things that's why I bought that property. Again, I have the covenants, and I don't want you to break my covenants. You're breaking my covenants by doing this, and those neighbors are breaking my covenants by, objecting to what I'm doing. They all had their deeds and should have got notified when they brought. You're absolutely right, and I think you've made my case intrinsically that those people knew that, and a couple of them even came up to me. They said, "Oh yeah, we know you can do this." Again, other people in that subdivision are doing commercial ventures. There's a bed and breakfast that's going in there. They just did a fictitious name statement. There are people boarding horses commercially in there. There's another commercial vineyard in that subdivision. Again, I don't know what you have 40 acres, and if you can't put a vineyard on it, I don't know what the zoning is, but I would bet that you could. I don't know where you're saying that, again, you're being disallowed to put a vineyard in there.
I didn't say that. I said,
I think you did.
Let him finish, please.
You said that you wanted to put a vineyard and you were being disallowed to do that. Again, I've gone to the county, and every time when I put this vineyard in, it was all with the approval of the county. I went there many years ago, 20 years ago, and asked them, do I need a residence here? No. It's not required. I don't need a permit. Everything I've done in there's permits. I pulled 5 different permits on that property. I've been assessed by the county, and they've collected taxes saying that these are improvements. Again, the tax people, county assessors saying this is a bona fide use and we're assessing you as such. Again, these are all permitted uses that went through the county. We built that barn with a permit. We've remodeled it with a permit. We put a sign on the highway with a permit. The county community club, or Murphy's Community Club, put a sign up with a permit. So again, I just don't know why the resistance here is to progress. And again, you have to look, are we impacting anything? Again, are you open-minded about this? It appears not to be that anybody is open-minded about. Again, we talk about commerce. We want to help the local economy. We want to support agritourism. I don't know a better piece of property here that you could find that would be a candidate for agritourism or this type of venture. So I don't know what the resistance is here, but again, this is a very anti-business climate that's being pushed on the whole county. So again, I don't understand what the resistance is.
Chair, he's answered my question a long time ago.
What is the question?
Mr. Locke will know. Have you got an answer for your question, Supervisor Clark?
A long time ago.
Are we done then?
No, I have still questions about, if I ask a question, I want the answer. I don't want a 15-minute filibuster.
Would you ask the question again?
So you have the right to put commercial on it if the board gives you the right to have the commercial?
No.
Okay, then.
No, again, you're mixing commercial. Again, they said it's not compatible with commercial. Again.
Got your answer, Mr. Clark? Okay, thank you, sir. Any further questions from the board of Mr. Locke? Supervisor Tofinelli.
I have a couple questions. First, I have Title 17 up here. And it says under 17.22.010, purpose. It says the RR zone is intended to provide lands for personal ranches in which residential use is the primary land use. The RR zone is established to permit small-scale farming primarily for personal use and not as the primary use of the property. This property doesn't even have a residential building on it.
Correct.
And if you look at the overall aerial photo of it, he's got over 5 acres in agriculture, and he's got some agricultural buildings there also.
Right.
So you guys may say it's okay, which is fine. I understand, and I would agree with you somewhat if he had a residence on there and saying, this
Right.
is my house here.
And I understand the purpose of of that particular zoning. However, if you go down through the permitted uses, you'll notice that accepted farming practices is a permitted use. Agriculture operations is a permitted use, and a single-family residence is a permitted use in addition to accessory structures. So the barn is accessory structure to the bona fide ag operation, which happens to be the vineyard. So thus far, everything that is, all the improvements and the uses of the property are seen as permitted in the RR zone.
And so then on the barn itself, I do have a separate question with that. As I go down through here, it says that the agricultural building is a conditional use. So he said he got permitted, and it's right here under conditional uses, agricultural accessory structures. Did he get it? Is there attached to his file on
I
his
don't
property
know
conditional use?
when the building was actually constructed. So that section of code was rewritten during the ag rewrite back in, what does that section say, 2007?
I don't have a date on it.
Yeah, I think it was around 2007 that that rewrite came about, and that new language in respect to agriculture accessory structures came into definition. Don't know what the date of the building permit was.
Oh, it says 1987?
No.
1986.
That barn was built about 16, 17 years ago. It was prior to 2005, around
So-
2000.
So the barn received a building permit and allowance to be allowed to be constructed prior to the revision of that section of code that added that specific language. So that would be a legal nonconforming use. And that would be lawful because he built the barn with permission from the county under the zoning ordinance at the time with a building permit, non-conforming because it doesn't obviously conform to the zoning code as read today.
Okay, thank you. You answered the question. I have some other questions here. He stated that he's using ag water. Ag water that is groundwater?
This is part of UPUD agricultural water system that has piped lines that go all the way from Murphy's to Carson Hill. I have maps of these if you want to see them. Again, these are...
I just you don't have to go in. All I'm asking is, so it is piped water. It's not ag water. It's designated,
It's
and
agriculture.
it's actually into the ground.
You have to buy an agricultural meter. It's metered by UPUD, and we again horizontally bored
It's
under the
non-potable water. Yeah.
non-potable waters for agricultural, intended strictly for agricultural use.
And then the document that you read for Mr. Clapp, with the 5 signatures on it, is there a date on that?
That is April 27th, 2017.
April 27th, okay. And can you read those names off again?
Of course. Meryl Pethin, Dan Gomez, James Murphy, Don Robertson, and Virginia Tremaine.
Okay. This is what was presented to us as people signing it and receiving it. And the only thing this says is that provide a signature next to your printed name and date that you have received the Lock Vineyard rezoned to RA business plan and packet. Doesn't say that they're agreeing to it. It just says they asked them to sign it, that they got it. And then that was only last week. That was back on September 7th, so it was only, and one of them was even like a few days ago, 9/15. So this doesn't mean that this document doesn't mean that they're for it. From what I'm reading here, it's saying that they got the packet, and they got it just a few weeks ago. A couple of them. One of them not even a week ago. A couple of them here. So I'm not sure what the response to that was. Whether these same 5 people still have the same feelings or not, based on that document, it doesn't state. And then the other question I have is, you do have a permit. You do have a permit. I mean, you do have, as part of your property, that when you purchased it was RR, that you could go to commercial. And I think if you were coming in there asking for commercial, you wouldn't be going through some of the things that are being talked about, asked about right now, because you could see that through documentation that the commercial was there, and you had the ability to do that when you purchased the property. Some of the questions that are being asked here, whether you understand them or not, the reason why they're being asked is because, as Mr. Mills had spoke about, we have to be careful about setting a precedent. Somebody's coming in here standing where you're standing and saying you did it for him. Why aren't you doing it for me, sir? And we have to answer those questions. You'll be long gone. You'll be long gone on your property. Won't have to be dealing with it. We will be dealing with it, and they'll have a legitimate question. They will have a legitimate reason for coming in here and asking that. You did it for him. You didn't do it for us. You're telling us no. So those are the things that we have to do when we make a decision, and what precedents we're setting. I'm just trying to explain it to you as some of the thought process is going through some of our minds when we're sitting up here. From what you've documented, Mr. Locke, top notch, very well done. I like your barn. I wish you'd come build one on my property for me. It's very well done. The property's very well maintained. I don't have any problem with anything that the quality of work that you've done, okay, and what you've done over there, and being an outstanding member of the community and the business community, and speaking of agritourism and the things you want to get accomplished. That's not anything in question in my mind. I just have several things here. As we go on, I may have some other questions. Okay, just so you know.
I do have a question for you. It did. Maybe I wasn't hearing you right, but it sounded like, would you be okay with me zoning it to commercial? It sounds like you wouldn't have a problem with that, but it's zoning it to.
I would not have it because of what was documented in your covenants, and when you got and what's on there in the subdivision, that it was future for commercial.
I went to the county 3-4 years ago. I have a letter from Gina saying, again, that they said this was not really an option, that they would not zone. Again, you have to look at the general plan, and it really does. Again, this was done.
You're on the highway, and so.
Well, it was done 30. Again, what is the use of this? This is not for a commercial. Again, this was done for those documents were written 40 years ago. The world has changed quite a bit since then.
Can we just clarify something?
But it could be what you've turned this property into is not compatible with commercial. That could be what they were telling you, not just the property itself, that there was nothing on it. It's what you've turned it into would not be compatible with commercial. If you look under the zoning, what you're doing on that property is not compatible with commercial. And I think that's what maybe they were trying to tell you. And Gina, maybe you can answer.
Yeah, so I think when we're talking about commercial, we're talking about, commercial type uses. I'm really not certain whether or not the property would ever be suitable for a commercial zone, so to speak. You would have to do a general plan amendment in order to achieve that, and lots of other things. But I think perhaps maybe when you're talking about commercial use, you're talking about something maybe slightly just above perhaps residential. And I think when we're talking about RA, we are talking about a slightly more intense use than rural residential, but absolutely a much lesser intense use when you're talking about actual commercial zoning. So there is a difference, and he's not asking for those full-on commercial uses that would be allowed in a commercial zone. He is simply asking for residential agriculture, which would allow him obviously slightly above rural residential, but not anywhere near what would be allowed in a commercial zone district.
Let me just add some clarification. I think there's some terminology confusion because we have commercial zoning. So when we use the term commercial, sometimes we're referring to a commercial zone. And then we have commercial uses, which is what Gina was trying to say. All three of the zones that we've talked about, rural residential, rural agricultural, commercial, all three of those zones allow some degree of commercial use. Okay, so I don't know whether we can go into the subdivision and see whether the intent of the subdivider was a commercial use consistent with RA zoning, a commercial use that was consistent with RR zoning. I don't know that if the subdivider, when he used that term, even talked about those other uses. So you can do commercial in any of those zones. And it's just a progression of intensification from RR, then up to RA, then up to commercial.
And I would just like to clarify also, it's whether the commercial use is permitted by right or not within the actual zone that the property is zoned for.
Did you not, well, I'm not going to get into it. You did show commercial properties being used, that you showed where there was, I wanted to say, not a karate place, but
CrossFit gym, and there's a hydroponic store.
So those were commercial operations.
Are
they on commercial property?
Yes.
They're on light industrial.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one at a time.
They're on M1.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
Your question, sir?
Yes. So they are on M1.
Correct.
And those are, his properties here, they are right here.
Yes.
And they are on the highway, so, okay.
That answer your question, sir? Any more questions?
Chair, I just got into this, David Lay, and it says in 2B, property includes a lot zoned for commercial purposes. That's why I started my conversation to try to understand what that term meant, because it isn't zoning, it's simply a statement. And not understanding that statement, without understanding it, you really can't make that next step. That's why I asked the question. And so I appreciate having this document here.
All right. That answer your question?
Yes, sir.
I do want to make a statement or clarification.
Mr. Locke, I'll be with you in a moment. Supervisor Clark, do you wish to make any further questions or statements? Mr. Locke, what's your statement?
Well, I've heard this several times that, again, you're saying that we do not want to set precedent here. Again, I think Peter Maurer, who was here, I talked to Peter, and he was at a prior hearing. He said in no way is this setting a precedent. He was very abundantly clear about that rezone stands on its own merits. That, again, we are not, again, if you're saying that, why are you collecting anybody's money? You have a predisposed or precondition. They should have told me this is not allowed. And I would have said, okay, I'll just do an administrative use permit. You collected my money. I've spent, again, thousands of dollars on this under the misconception that this would be fairly and uniquely judged, which they said. Now you're telling me we're not doing that because we don't want to set any, conditions or give any other thing, that someone else might. Everyone that comes here has to stand here and make their case. And you should be able to judge their case fully and not penalize me for prior judgments you made. And I think you really need to clearly look at that, and council needs to clearly look at that you made some prior judgments, and if you painted yourself in a box, that shouldn't be penalizing me. My case should be looked at on its merits, and that's what rezoning is all about. Why have variances? Why have rezoning if your minds are already made up, and there should be nothing to that even effect. But they clearly took my money and made me jump through all the hoops, which I'm not complaining about. I did this, and I guess a lot of it was enlightening and brought all the environmental things to the forefront. But again, you're trying to make a judgment here that's saying, we can't do this for you because we might have to do it for, no, you don't have to do it for anyone else. They have to come here and make their case. That's what a zoning amendment is all about, that you have to come here and make your case, and does it clearly fit into the broad scheme of things? Does it fit into the community? Not just, because one person maybe has an objection. These people don't have objections. If we have to do a continuance and I have to get on paper that they do not have objections, I'll do that. They verbally gave me their statements that they did not have any problems with this.
Okay, Mr. Locke.
They are not here. They were never here. They haven't come to the first meeting. They haven't come to this meeting.
Mr. Locke, thank you for your information.
You bet.
A good friend of mine, a mentor, told me never pass up the opportunity to keep your mouth shut. Number one, I support your position, and I think you are absolutely right through the trials and tribulations you've went through this procedure. And I would recommend that we authorize your zoning change. Now, is there any further comments by the board? Any comments by staff? I would entertain a motion. Oh, Mr. Fry, we had public comment before Mr. Locke.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's quite all right, sir. It's okay.
I have another question.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, and I'm struggling with this commercial thing. On the slide that you have here that shows the subdivision.
What page are you on?
Page 349.
Thank you.
Packet page 349. The parcel map on your side. No, not that one. That one there. Okay, it says lot 1 of the property may be used and improved for commercial purposes, and here's the other part of that, and is expressly exempt from the rural residential use restrictions. So when it makes that, in this declaration, when it makes that statement, does that mean, I'm still struggling as to what you were saying, whether it can be rezoned to commercial or not, because it's being exempt from residential use restrictions.
Mr. Segala, please. Thank you, sir.
Does that have any bearing on anything that you said earlier? I know it's a tough call, Gina. Peter's, where's Peter? I don't know why that was put in there like that.
I'm actually not. I'm not sure either. I obviously didn't write the PowerPoint, but no, they're not exempt from rural residential uses because that's what's allowed currently under the zoning, under the current zoning. I think what we're trying to do is imply that perhaps there was more intended for this particular parcel through those two CNRs and the creation of the subdivision. Even though we don't currently have commercial zoning and it's not designated commercial, I think the intent was that uses beyond residential perhaps could be compatible with that site.
And I think that's what sets this property apart from I see Zed's here, from your case that we denied. He's one on water that's piped there. He's not going in the ground. And two, this statement here and what you were saying that he's not held specifically for residential use kind of sways me towards this being approving this because of those facts. It's separate in some of the other ones that came before us in those facts.
And Chair, to that point, that's why I was spending this time struggling with all of this discussion. It may have sounded adversarial, but at the same time, we needed to clearly delineate what is being said here and why that becomes the foundation for this whole decision. So I concur with your point. I just want to be sure that we have talked this out thoroughly and that everybody understands the nuances, and that we need to be very careful when we look at a statement that has clarity for everybody that's making that decision. So I trust you understand why I went at it like I did.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills.
I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
I understand that a motion has been made by Supervisor Clapp to approve the zoning request. Is there a second?
I will second.
There's a second. Supervisor Tofinelli. I'm going to give public comment one more time before the vote. Is there any public comment?
This may not be the appropriate time. This is Al
I will
Segal.
let you know, Mr. Segal.
This is Al Segal with the Taxpayer Association. But we need to make some serious effort to go over our zoning laws. Go through them to make them simple to understand, so we don't have this be repeated again. Somebody shouldn't have to pay $10,000 and go through months and months and then possibly not even be able to make the change he's requesting when it's reasonable. We need to get the brains. If we don't have it in-house, we need to hire it to go through our laws, revise those ones that don't make sense, get it cleaned up so this never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Mr. Fry?
As you well know, I worked in the planning department for 10 years, and I have a master's degree in land use planning. And I know David Lay. I drove him to Belize about 6 years ago. He's lived down there 20 years. He was a real estate broker, and he was a developer in Stockton. And I'm sure that David Lay knew what he was doing with this project. So, and there have been some Title 17 changes. And I think this gentleman probably was in the previous Title 17 before the changes were made. And we just need to get on with it. I can't believe that so much time has gone on with this. But that's my own personal opinion. I'm happy that we have a motion and a second, and we're ready to vote. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to
You're welcome, Mr. Fry. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Burton Haviland from Mountain Ranch. One of your descriptions of the RR law, rule, regulation, whatever it is, described it as residential personal use, no commercial. That would mean that the person that lived on the property could grow their own food, but they couldn't take anything down to the farmer's market because that would be commercial. Now, that may be what the law says, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill, Cheesley, Old Home Week. It was over 35 years ago that I started living in Murphy's, and I hear names like David Lay. It's like, oh my God, okay. I think when everyone's talking about going in a circle, the circular trip you took revolves around this lot one of the property. I haven't seen the documents. I've only been able to listen to it be read with emphasis or no emphasis. And it seems to me like this property was carved out for a reason, and it was attached to that property, different than the other subdivision problem that you had, which there was no exclusion attached to that property when the subdivision was created. Now, when you look at Murphy's, if you can find any rule that applies all the way through that town, I'll buy you lunch. There are houses that are tasting rooms. There are parking lots that are tasting rooms. It's changed a lot from when I was there, let me put it that way. And I know that property in there. We used to ride horses in there way back when. It's a great use for the property. It accentuates the entrance into Murphy's. And believe me, when you get past this winery, you've got a bunch more to go through. So it doesn't stick out. It's not exceptional. It kind of fits in, and it's kind of a lot nicer than what used to be there. So I think this exclusion is where this pivots. That he's got it, it's allowed, and if he was allowed to do a lot more under commercial, he's certainly doing enough under RR or RA that he could have gone even further with it. But this kind of explains it. I'm completely in support of it. I say I know that land. I know some of the old players. And this is a great way for it to turn out. I've seen the structure down there. It's top-notch. The landscaping is top-notch. There is nothing junky there. It's all very, very nice. And obviously someone put in a lot of money. And I don't think they did that without knowing for sure that they were going to be able to do it. And I don't think this has any relation to any of the other subdivision decisions that you had to make. I don't think this sets a precedent. I don't know if you could set a precedent in Murphy's. Everything is different there. So, anyway, I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any further public comment?
Hi, I would just like to make a statement. My name's Kirsten Locke, as my dad introduced me. And I would just like to say that I was, taught in this county. I was mentored in this county. And I really would like to be able to return and do the same thing. And that's what this property allows for me.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Further public comment? Hearing none?
Board Chair, I would just like to clarify and remind the Chair that this is in fact a public hearing, so before taking a vote,
it is.
since you have accepted all of the evidence presented to the board, I would recommend that you close the public hearing and then take action.
I will. Hearing is closed at this time. Any further deliberation by the board on the motion has been moved and seconded. Having heard none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion passes 5-0 unanimous. We're going to take a 10-minute break, folks. It's not my day for IT
It's
stuff.
late. I need to go.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so this item is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-802 for Luigi De Dominicus on APN 021-004-083, file 2016-802.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a hearing. Our procedures will be staff presentation, board questions of staff. Then we'll have a presentation by the appellant. We'll have a presentation by members of the public, and that should be limited to 5 minutes. That'll be our public comment period. A summation and rebuttal by appellants. You have a 15-minute time limit on that for each appellant. Staff summation and rebuttal. We'll have rebuttal by members of the public, another public comment period. We'll have board questions. Then we'll close the appeal hearing, and then board discussion and deliberation and vote. Staff?
Yes, Ben Diamond, Planning Department, and I will be presenting this appeal. First off, this application was denied for containing false or misleading information, and because the false or misleading information was the single photograph that was submitted as photographic evidence, It failed to meet the photographic evidence requirements as well, and it was found that grading beyond the May 10th deadline was conducted on this property. To start, we have the location of the parcel. It is 5920 Railroad Flat Road in Mountain Ranch. As you can see, it sits slightly above Jesus Maria Creek here, and it's not shown on this map, but there's an ephemeral drainage that will become clear later that runs down towards the creek. This is the single photo that was submitted with the application as evidence that cultivation was taking place on the parcel prior to May 10th. From this photo, we can draw two conclusions: that it was taken on May 3rd and that there are a large number of young cannabis plants underneath a manufactured carport. Other than that, it provides no context as to if it's on the parcel or really anything, because it is just a view of inside the carport. So planning staff, in reviewing the file, went looking for this carport in aerial images. It could not be located, nor could any of the plants below it. To that effect, the appellant stated that it went up on May 1st and came down on May 13th of 2016, so that the plants, after they'd gone through the beginning stages of the cloning cycle, would be left to full sunlight by May 14th. And this photo is also contradicted by the cultural resource inventory that was provided to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, in which it states that no cannabis plants were on the property at the time of their site survey, which was done on July 12th of 2016. The other ground for denial, grading after the 10th, was evidenced by aerial imagery, which showed no activity on the property until June 9th at the earliest, and August 20th for certain, when the cultivation site had finally been installed. The documentation provided to the water board, in which the site management plan and the cultural resource inventory both state that the grow pad was being installed or constructed at the time of the survey. And in the original appeal letter, the appellant claimed that the grading was begun prior to May 10th but finished afterwards, although in a second letter provided on June 6th, that was claimed to be a mistake that was made in haste to get the original appeal letter in on time. Here we have a contour map overlaid a aerial image of the parcel. You can see here the former home site that burnt in the Butte fire. There's a small retaining wall right there, and as you can see, the ephemeral drainage that goes down towards Jesus Maria Creek. It's not the steepest parcel, but it is by no means flat where the cultivation area was installed. You can see some soil amendments here from filling of the smart pots and some soil amendment piled up here. This is a photo from the July 12th site survey that was conducted by Natural Investigations for the biological site assessment, and the site survey for the biological site assessment and the cultural resource inventory were both conducted on July 12th. Here you can see in that area between the two patios where the home used to be, they're filling smart pots with soil, and you can see some of the soil piled up here, small bobcat in use, and the cultivation site would be slightly down below the hill here, since the home site sat on top of the hill. This is another picture that would be looking out across the cultivation site, and it's just to demonstrate the under canopy underneath the trees, since in the June 6th letter, the appellant claims that the cannabis plants were on the property but were hidden by the shadowed areas of the trees, and all that's underneath there as late as July 12th is just some of the natural grasses and shrubs that are growing back after the fire. And here we just have another picture of that under canopy looking back towards where the cultivation site is being installed. You can see a excavator up here, some disturbed earth it looks like around here, and a truck over there. And it's a fairly densely wooded parcel that It had been forested regularly when the home site was there, but I suppose this part was far enough from the home where it wasn't thinned too aggressively. Here we have a March 3rd aerial. You can see the cleanup from the Butte fire taking place. There's an excavator there. Up here, there was a small barn or shed that had burnt down in the fire, and the home was here between the two patios. You can see that's the wall from the picture where they were filling the smart pots, and this is the fountain that is also viewable in that picture. On May 1st, the day the carport allegedly went up, all we see still is the grading and scraping that was done as a part of the Butte fire cleanup. And other than that, there's no other evidence that anything was taking place on the parcel at all. It's not clear when this picture was taken a time of day, so the carport could have easily gone up after it was collected. But on May 31st, there is still no evidence of any cultivation taking place on the parcel, and the carport's allegedly down at this point, so you would be looking for a clump of plants in the planter flats that they were originally in, or some sort of group of pots that would be identifiable from just being separate from the natural landscape. This is a zoomed in picture also from May 31st, showing the above part where the cultivation site is later installed. As you can see, there are no plants or any evidence of cultivation taking place on this parcel as late as May 31st. And on June 9th, we see that some of the trees have begun to be removed and perhaps some earth movement, but it's not exactly clear. It doesn't look like there's much been disturbed in the upper portion where the cultivation site was installed. And other than the grading that was originally done for the Butte fire cleanup, there is still no evidence of any activity on this parcel. On August 20th, the entire cultivation site has been installed. The full 22,000 square feet is present. You can see the perimeter fence there around it. There is a large pile or remains of soil amendment from the pot filling there, and the large stockpile of soil amendment for the pots up there where the barn used to be. Based on this evidence, the Planning Commission found that there was no situation in which the submitted photo would be commensurate with the cultivation site that was installed on the property. The number of plants shown in the submitted photo would be visible from aerial images, and they're not, and no explanation was presented as to why they are not, and that grading occurred on the parcel after May 10th, 2016. And the Planning Commission voted to uphold the denial unanimously based on these findings. And staff recommends that you uphold this denial.
Okay. Questions of staff by the board? Hearing none, we have the appellant present.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Charnel James, and I represent the applicant in this matter.
Is the applicant present, ma'am?
The applicant is present today, as well as our property manager. So to answer some of the questions that had come before the Planning Commission that we weren't able to answer, I've come a little bit better prepared to come and speak before you. Part of our review in front of you is a de novo review of everything that happened, so we'll start with addressing the three issues that come before the board. First of all, a lot of this decision is completely based on the planning staff's interpretation of that biological report. What they failed to tell you in their presentation, and which is in your packet, because I've gone through all 381 pages, the biological report and its complete appendages is included in there for your review. In there, in Exhibit A, it lists all the foliage found on the property, and cannabis, marijuana is clearly listed in there. In order to support that, we did get hold of Dr. Grinner, who is the biologist who did the report, and I have a declaration signed by him that I have prepared for you.
Chair, is this new information?
Ma'am?
This information is further explanation and a further support of his report that has been presented the
Ma'am,
entire
this
time.
information was presented at the Planning Commission hearing,
This letter was not. The letter is new.
so this is considered new information?
This is new information.
Council, would you take note of that, please? Is there a disclaimer that the board needs to be reminded of?
Just that if new information or new evidence is presented at this meeting that was not presented at the Planning Commission level, the board may, in your discretion, if you find that it's compelling, you have the discretion to refer the project or the appeal back to the Planning Commission for them to consider this new evidence.
Okay, thank you, Council.
And we would be happy with that decision, Chairman.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
We would be happy with that decision, Chairman, to be referred back. We feel that we've been able to support it. The next question that comes up, and I have my property manager here to speak about it. My applicant had tried to address the questions of Planning Commission just as he tried to address the staff questions, although he is not daily on the property. What I have brought for you today is our property manager. He can come up and he will tell you the exact dates that shed went up, when it went down, and I also would like him to come up and testify briefly about the plants, the size they are, and the difficulty it would be able to see them from aerial footage. If the board will indulge me for a moment to bring him forward.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead and finish reading what you're working. I can wait.
Ma'am, do you have any type of documentation or report other than this from your declared expert?
The report that is in your, the actual biologist's report is in your staff report.
Okay.
And you'll see that it has his name on it as well as the list of I'm trying to find a starting page for you. So the starting page is 368. I apologize. That's just the single page that staff put in there. It wasn't the complete application. I'm sorry, so the complete one is at page 593, and the list for the attachments would be
Reference 593?
Yes.
Is that of the packet number 593?
Of your staff packet, yes.
Yeah, your packets have different page numbers than the ones that are available to the public.
396?
when putting together the staff report, it appears that they've removed pages from the biologist report because the list of plants have been conspicuously removed.
May I start with a question a little late?
Go right ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. What was the initial date that planning denied this application?
April 7th,
April 7th,
2017.
and the appellant filed his appeal on the 24th, right? It's in there.
The planning commission actually heard it in June and then continued it to July. So the planning commission denial was the end of July.
Did you seek that extension, or was it the planning commission? I might ask, Counselor.
It was a combination. The original planning hearing was on the same day as graduation, and they had way more items on their calendar than they could have, so they've continued the last 4 items, including ours.
Counsel, you don't happen to have any resume or CV of Gary O'Graden?
It's included in the full report, which is why I'm disturbed that it has been provided to planning, but it wasn't included as your entire packages. It was submitted as part of the report. It was submitted as part of the application.
And this expert was retained for this purpose on this particular matter?
No, this expert was retained specifically to obtain our water permit, which this was written for and researched for the water permit specifically. I have the complete report, if I may approach.
Yes.
In Appendix A, you'll see the listing. Sorry, I expect Appendix 2. It clearly lists cannabis on the list of plants. Cannabis subspecies, and it says common name marijuana. And if you need to see that specific page, I have a copy of that specific page.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Next, I'll have the property manager come up.
Board Chair, I would just like to note for the record that it is in fact in the board packet. It is at page 599 because it was referenced in Appendix 1. Appendix 1 certainly didn't have that. Appendix 2, which is entitled Checklist of Plants Detected in the Study Area, is in fact in the board packet. So it is in front of the board, and it is on page 599 for 599, excuse me, yes, 599 of the board packet.
Thank
Do
you.
you know what page it would be in the public record one?
You going to be okay? I can jump up and down your chest.
I don't know why it would be different.
Because page 99 of this says environmental studies, methodology, field study.
According to this, 599 in ours is the checklist of plants detected in the study area.
That's fine, as long as we can direct it to it, just so the staff.
Where it says packet page number?
Yeah, my package page number 59. You said 599, correct?
Yes. Yeah. No, so is it like right after that? It is.
You see 599 anywhere, Dennis?
No, it's a two-column list.
It should look like this.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So there clearly was marijuana on the property. The biologist, thank you, the biologist saw the marijuana on the property, listed it as being on the property. And in his report, he clearly indicates that he was talking about the pad itself, which they were, if you have to get your water permit. There's a certain study procedure that has to be done for that. So if you could please introduce yourself to the board.
How you doing? Castro Gonzalez.
Castro is our property manager for this applicant's farm. What I'd like, I'm going to just direct some questions to him to make it a little bit easier for him.
Okay, make sure we speak into the microphone, folks.
No problem. So you were responsible for the day-to-day operations on this farm, is that correct?
Yes.
And, yeah, you have to talk really loud in here.
May I interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
Just to be clear, was his testimony provided at the Planning Commission hearing?
We did not have our office manager there. The testimony that he's providing is very similar to the one that Luigi provided.
So
but
this is
Luigi
new information then?
Luigi testified to the issues, but the
This is
Planning
new
Commission...
information for this gentleman?
This gentleman, yes. If I could finish, please.
That's what I need, Counselor. Thank you.
I'm sorry. If I could please finish. It's the exact same information that the Planning Commission had, but they felt that Luigi, because he was an absentee property owner, wasn't the best witness for this information. So I am presenting our project manager for the property, who is going to testify to the exact same things that Luigi testified to in the appeal hearing, so that they have the best source of the information. The information is the same.
Counsel?
The information is the same as what was presented to the Planning Commission. Again, if it's new information or new facts or issues, the board has the discretion to refer or remand it back to the Planning Commission for them to consider. They already considered this information as it was presented to them by a different witness. It is certainly within the discretion of council to present the information to the board through a variety of witnesses, as long as it's not new information. If it is new information, then, like I have previously said, the board has the discretion of remanding it back to the commission if that's what you so choose.
So, how would the board have access to that information presented to the Planning Commission as compared to what's going to be presented now? Do we rely on someone present at that Planning Commission meeting for cooperation? Or do we make our own minds on that?
I'm not following the question.
How do we corroborate the testimony of this gentleman compared to the testimony given at the Planning Commission hearing, whether it's accurate? Is there a measure, or do we go back to the videotape, or do we rely on someone present at that Planning Commission to corroborate the information that will be provided here?
Board Chair, if the information was presented to the Planning Commission, the question that you're asking is because it's presented by a different witness, whether you can consider it? As I've previously indicated, if it's not new information or new evidence, the board can receive this. I mean, the board can receive all evidence as presented by council, weigh it. If it's new information that wasn't presented to the Planning Commission, but from what I'm hearing, it was just through a different witness. The board has the ability to hear the information, hear the evidence, weigh and consider credibility and everything else, just like you would any other witness. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Do all the board members understand that?
Mr. Chair, I'm not in favor of allowing this. First, by her own testimony that she said that the Planning Commission did not think the other person was the right person to present what he was presenting, and so she brought this guy. Well, I'm not sure where he wasn't there, so how are we going to verify what was said and what wasn't said? We should be given the same presentation that the Planning Commission was given. And if that was by somebody else's testimony, that person should be here testimony, not somebody in his place. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli.
I would concur.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. I also would concur with that position.
Except for this is a de novo review.
Ma'am, counsel, we'll hear your presentation and testimony, but the board reserves the right whether or not to accept it as fact or whether or not to even consider this new information. You may proceed.
Thank you. Kessler, can you tell the board the procedures for acclimatizing plants on this property? What you guys did for this property? And speak into the microphone.
When the plants are first brought up, you got to put them under shade. You can put them directly into sunlight. And as time goes on, you get them ready to put them into the bigger pots.
Did you guys do anything in particular on this property to shade the plants?
Yes, we put up a carport. I believe that was around May 2nd or so. And we brought it down a couple weeks later, around probably May 18th or so. And the plants come very small. So you have to, just treat them, feed them, and until they're ready and strong to be put, or the property is ready to plant them. And, we bring them in little trays. They're about that big. And you just move them around all over the property depending on what's going on, the work that's going on the property. So,
for illustration purposes only, not for truth of the matter of whether or not there's plants on the property, you've printed out pictures to show what these plants look like. I'm going to have you tell them what these plants are before I show them. So can you explain, the picture that I'm going to show you is what a flat looks like of the marijuana plants. Again, this isn't being submitted for the truth of whether or not there was plants on there, just so that you can comprehend the size and how tiny these plants were at the time. Please explain what those are.
Well, these are marijuana plants, and how do I show them?
Yeah, I can show
Would you submit that to the clerk for us?
Yes. I'm going to submit 2 of them, so you'll talk about both of these.
Okay.
Counsel, I made the observation. Were you looking at those photographs as you were testifying, sir? Is there a handwritten note, or you were looking at those photographs?
No, these are different photos from those.
Okay, thank you.
I picked the clearest ones for you guys to look at. These ones are more blurry. Okay, so 2 pictures are being provided to them. The first one, I don't know which order you have them in, but the first one will say is outdoor plants. Thank you, we'll do that. On the ground. And the second one would be, looks like plants covered. Can you please tell them how these plants come, how big they are, and their relation when you look at them from a high distance?
Yeah, when they come, like I said, they come in those small trays. They're very small plants. And you have to, once they arrive, you have to shade them until the proper time that you feel they're strong enough or have grown enough to put them in ground.
When you say grown enough, have they gotten excessive height at that point?
Yeah.
They start out how tall?
I would say 5 inches or so.
And by 4 weeks in, how tall are they?
About 4 weeks. It could be maybe up to maybe a foot, if that.
So still fairly little
Yeah, they're
compared to
small.
the final plants. Is those pictures circulating so they can have reference to them?
Board Chair, I would just like to clarify, were these images presented to the Planning Commission during the testimony that you indicated was presented to the Planning Commission?
They were not, and they're purely for educational purposes. They are not to support our position at any point or any time. It's just to help the board visualize what it is that we're talking about.
So in essence, that would be new information?
No, it's not new information. It's simply to educate you.
So it's not evidence in any way, shape, or form?
Nope.
And you're not presenting it as evidence for your case?
Nope.
Thank you.
Simply educating the board.
Supervisor Clapp, did you have a comment?
Thank you. So that takes care of the first of the 2 issues.
I have a question. I'm sorry for interrupting. Sir, do you develop your nursery by clone purchase, or do you grow from seed?
We grow them from a mother plant.
You clipping off a mother plant? Okay. Go
So
ahead.
clones, yeah. So again, the aerial pictures that are showed in the staff report would not be able to accurately pick a small amount of those plants, given the size that they would be at 3 to 4 weeks tall. They would be less than a foot tall, according to the property manager, and they would have been taken out from there and still been in the small crates that they're sent in. The crates are similar to like tomato plants, grape seed plants, similar to that. So an aerial picture wouldn't be able to justify it. However, those pictures that were located in the shed were the accurate pictures that were on the property. And our property manager has testified as to the dates that that shed went up and went down. So therefore, that information isn't false. The backup, so there is pictures sufficient to show cultivation on the property. Even in that picture, and Ben, can you go back to the picture submitted, please? Is there a color version in their thing?
No.
There was a color version provided to the planning department,
This
to
is
the planning
photo
commission.
that was submitted with the application.
Even in the black and white folder, you can see that there are a large number of these small plants, enough that would have been able to fit within the square footages planned by the parties. So we've addressed two of the issues on why they've denied us. First of all, the location and the placement of this shed to cover these plants, and that they would be on the property and not necessarily be visible from the aerial shots because of the smallness of those plants. We've also addressed the issue that the biologist report did in fact list cannabis as being on the property. It was listed as part of his report. It was listed in his exhibit, and then we have the additional declaration under penalty of perjury in which he continues to back up what I have been arguing the entire time, that cannabis was located on the property, even though it wasn't on the pad at the point of time. The final issue that we have to deal with has to do with what the definition of excavation is. Even in Mr. Diamond's presentation, he said that you can't really tell from the pictures whether or not there was a definite movement of dirt. And in fact, under the Calaveras County Code, there is an exception for small volumes of earthwork and limited site clearing that does not require a permit and would not be considered grading under that exception. That is under Calaveras County Code Section 15.05.08, subsection A, subsection 2, which was brought up to the Planning Commission, that states that small volumes of earthwork, including imported soils, that are not added to the land. The purpose for a grading permit is to protect runoff, water impact, and contamination to the California waterways. That's part of what was taken from the findings within the code. No addition of topsoil or movement of existing ground cover was used in order to do and establish the cultivation area. If you look under the California Building Code, Section J103.2, under their exemptions, grading should not be required, and again, then not considered grading, if it's an isolated, self-contained area, provided there are no danger to the public, and that such grading will not adversely affect ongoing properties. From the pictures of where they had the soil stationed, there's no way that that soil would be able to impact other properties, and would have been simply put into the smart pots and used for the cultivation sites. Finally, in the Calaveras County Code at 1505.080A2, it addresses fill, which is what technically topsoil would be if it was delivered on the property. Fill that includes less than 1 acre of land area, has less than 1 foot in depth, and are placed on natural terrain with a slope flatter than 1 unit vertical for every 5 units horizontal is not considered grading under that definition. Furthermore, in the pictures that he showed for the final layout of where the parcel is located at, thank you, Mr. Diamond, I appreciate that. There are trees moved. However, the code also talks about that timber harvest activities conducted under valid state-issued permits, which they had, are not considered grading. Under the code, under the Cannabis Code, under Section 7 of 17.95.7, as of May 10th, all grading and earth movement in the portion of the parcel to be used for cultivation shall be completed, and no additional grading or earth movement for the purpose of establishing or expanding any commercial cannabis cultivation site should be done. When you look at the definition of earth movement, it's defined as differential movement of the earth's crust. It then goes on to define the different layers of the earth's crust. So earth movement, again, would be things that are located on the property and earth moved from the property that would have been considered grading. Therefore, there was no grading done on this property. There were trees removed, but trees are allowed to be moved. There was soil put into smart pots, and smart pots moved throughout the property, but that's not grading either. Because we've been able to show that there is truth to the picture of the structure for a brief period of time in order to shade the infant plants, the picture submitted should be sufficient to show that there is sufficient cannabis on the property. We have also shown through the declaration of the biologist and the biologist report that there was cannabis on the property even at the biologist report time, and which was provided as part of the application to the county for this applicant's permit. Third, we've also discussed all of the regulations and the definitions as it pertains to grading to show that there was no grading on this property. Therefore, the three grounds on which to find the denial are all invalid, and that therefore this board should find in favor of the applicants and grant their appeal. Thank you.
We'll have any presentations by members of the public, and that'll be limited to 5 minutes per person. Any public comment?
Lyle Haviland, Mountain Ranch. This is near us. I didn't move up here to have our county become a pot county. I'm worried about the chemicals they use that goes into the ground because we're all on a well. And we've understood that eventually all these farms are going to deplete our water. And I didn't come up here to see fences. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll go back to a summation and rebuttal by the appellant.
Again, I would just point out that the three reasons for the denial were whether or not that picture was truthful, and if it is truthful, whether or not that shows enough evidence of cultivation for the cultivation site. And then the third issue for denial is whether or not there was grading done on the property. I think we have addressed all three issues, that there were cannabis on the property, that it was sufficient, that the plants were small and therefore not visible through aerial shots. We have testimony that the shed was put up and put down before the county pictures were completed, which is in line with procedures on how it's handled. We've talked about the definitions of grading and what a grading actually is as defined under your own code and under the state code. And we've presented the biologist's report that states that there was cannabis on the property. We ask that you take all that into consideration and, again, either approve our application for our appeal or send us back to the Planning Commission with these additional testimonies so that we can present this evidence with the additional witnesses to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Counsel. Staff summation, rebuttal?
Yes. Calaveras County defines grading in the Grading and Erosion Control Design Manual. The definition is all earth-moving activities, including clearing, grading, excavation, fill placement, and stockpiling of earthen materials, including any combination thereof. So by the strictest interpretation of that definition, this sizable pile of soil amendment would technically be grading. And the site management plan prepared for the water board as well as the cultural resource inventory are explicit in stating that grading and terracing was conducted for the construction of the grow pad. And cannabis, the common name of marijuana, is listed in Appendix B of the biological site assessment, but that is the only place that it appears in all three reports and is explicitly contradicted by the cultural resource inventory that states that no cannabis was present on the property at the time of the site survey. Additionally, there are very small plants that are shown in that picture, but there is quite a large number of them, and they are being cultivated. So they would be distinct from the natural landscape on the parcel. So regardless of their size, they would be identifiable, at least in a rough sense, from aerial imagery. And staff found that they could not find any evidence that the plants were on the parcel prior to the 10th, and the Planning Commission also found that no plants could be identified through any of the aerial imagery. So cannabis may have been in a detectable state on the parcel as of July 12th, but it should have been. It should have been there by May 10th. And all the evidence that was provided, it does not appear that any cultivation was taking place on the parcel until June at the latest.
Thank you. Further from staff? So rebuttal by members of the public. Any public speaker want to rebuke? Seeing none, we'll have board questions of the appellant and staff. Any questions by the board members? Supervisor Garamendi?
I'll go first. I'm very familiar with this grow. It's right off the road that people drive in our community all the time. Just a couple quick questions. When was this property purchased?
The property actually isn't purchased, it's leased.
It's leased?
Yeah, not purchased. There's actually a different property owner.
Okay. And we're supposed to believe that a structure went up, went down in this very narrow window on a piece of property where there's obviously no shade, and you took it down and it just happened to land right in the middle of these, what was it, 2-week window? 3-week window?
Actually, the pictures are a 4-week window.
So-
We're the ones that are saying that it's a 2-week time frame, that it was all that was necessary to climatize them.
And you took down the structure,
That is correct.
and you currently have a crop in the ground, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I know, so I drive by it. I can see it from the highway. And you were denied this on April 7th. You appealed on April 26th. And then you appealed it again. We got pushed back from June to July. Now you're here at the end of September with us. So you got to, through appeals, you got a growing season in, right?
Well, the season's not completed, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Those are the procedures, though, that are set up by the ordinance.
I understand. I'm not critical that that's the way the game is played.
Well, it's not that the game is played. This is an application that met the guidelines of the urgency ordinance and should be granted. Not whether or not it's a game or not whether or not there should or should not be plants on that property. They should have a permit. They should be cultivating for what they're doing. They should be able to produce that medicine to the dispensaries that they contract with.
I'm not convinced of your evidence. I'm sorry.
Further questions? Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yeah. I'm looking at, first off, I'll go to this question. Has the county been out there since that grow has been in there?
The cultivation site did not receive a site inspection prior to this application being denied.
And this lot is how big?
I believe it is 5.01 acres.
And that's supposed to be 22,000 square foot. That looks like it's more like an acre to me. not the half acre that it's supposed to be. If you look in relation to 5 acres of this property, that's huge. I do have other questions. The shed, now I'm kind of familiar a little bit with construction, and this shed required equipment to put up and take down. It took man lifts, you got screws, you got to screw all the siding in, you got bolts to put up the bracing to go up. This is not something, this would take at least a week to put up and at least a week to take down, and then you'd have evidence of some of it on the property or some of the equipment on the property during that time frame. I just don't think that thing goes up and down in a day. And then I'm looking at the photo. If you go to this photo, you got little plants right here. You're telling us the little plants have to be in the shade. These have been in there, so that shed's been there for longer than 2 weeks for this picture. I don't know where this picture is, but I don't think it was on the property that's in question. It just doesn't seem to fit to all my experience.
This is not a shed that requires a man lift to put together. This is a metal frame shed that then has the sides bolt onto it. My husband put up ours in our backyard with my son in less than 6 hours. So they are not that intense. They are a carport type cover, so they don't have 4 sides. They have 3 sides, and they are very simple to put together.
That's not what I'm seeing here. The other question I have is, they have a grow. You're saying they were supposed to be permitted. Did they pay taxes? Did they pay Measure C taxes this year?
I believe we got our invoice, but we've got one payment in, but not the second payment in.
You have paid the first payment.
I believe that we have. I would have to double check.
I could check, but they're only have to pay one payment at this point.
Yeah, so far until November. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills.
Yes, my question to the appellant is the carport. Can you show us on the map, any of those maps, where that carport was located?
I cannot, but I can bring up.
That's a good picture to show.
Can you, Ben, may I use your pointer? Can you point to them, the general area where that carport went up?
That's the main entrance. I believe it's around right here.
So did you put it on this area?
No,
right
down,
here? Or did you
down
move
right
it?
here. This here is the garden. We put it around this corner here.
Okay. That's all I have.
Further questions? Okay, at this time, I'll close the appeal hearing.
Thank you.
We have time for board discussion deliberation. Is there anything we'd like to deliberate or discuss as a board member here? All right, I'll start.
Thank you.
Although I don't know how significant it may be, the report of the expert and the explanation by staff, I think that information, I would not consider that. I would consider that information that should have been presented to the Planning Commission, so I'm not going to be using that in my decision-making process. I do have problems with the installation and removal of the shed. I have problems with the stated condition of the plants, and also brought out small plants versus the plants that appear to be there this high, as indicated by property manager, and I would not support. Actually, I would support the appeal decision by the Planning Commission. That's all I have.
I concur. I would support the Planning Commission's finding for denial.
Any further comments? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. I'll give public comment one more time if there would like to be. Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
So the next item is from Planning, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial medical cannabis registration 2016.
No, Madam Clerk, we pulled.
We are. I'd like to read it into the record so that we have that again, because we said we were going to do that again. Anyway, commercial medical cannabis registration 2016-520 for Hui Pham on APN 046001015. The Planning Department has requested that this item be continued to the October 10th meeting. So I would need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? No public comment. I'll bring it to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Now is the time for public comment to be continued from this morning.
I'm back. Good evening, Supervisors. I just have a couple of public service announcements. Number one, the young man that graduated from Calaveras High School, who just got his commission as an ensign in the Navy, who was selected as the Boys State Governor for Boys State, wanted to go to Navy SEAL training, and the Navy said, no, we have better plans for you. We want you to be one of the assistant coaches at Navy Academy. So he turned down his Navy SEAL training for that. The second item I wanted to share is I'm a big-time baseball aficionado, and I'll do this quickly. But there's a young man who's 25 years old that graduated from Linden High School in 2010. He's 6'7", he weighs 280. And at the All-Star break, there was a home run derby. He hit the home run the furthest of anybody, 548 feet. Last night, he set a record as a rookie for the New York Yankees by hitting his 49th and 50th home run. He broke Mark McGwire's home run record of 49 home runs.
George, thank you very much for that information. Any more public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter does Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Okay, I think we'll start with Supervisor Clapp.
I didn't attend any meetings that you folks paid for.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I attended no meetings that you folks paid for.
Okay. You folks. Supervisor Mills, I got a clock on you.
At board discretion, right? And yes, you did pay for some of this. September 13th, attended Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority meeting in Stockton. The cost share calculation continues to be discussed. That's kind of a hot topic. and the scope of work needed to develop the required basin plan was presented. Comments and input is being made at this time. Attended the Angels Camp Business Association mixer. We discussed the CBB expectations for Angels Camp in the county from the various business members and listened to other thoughts from local businesses. September 14th, attended Murphy Sanitary District meeting. The only district in the county with smoke testing equipment. Their grease trap inspections in Murphy's are completed last month. That's a big step for them. Work continues to ensure compliance with requirements of their that are noted in their notice of violation. They are planning for an upgrade along Highway 4 between Penn Gulch and Mitchler, which may conflict with the COG and the sidewalk issue. So I told them they need to talk to COG and Caltrans before they jump into that. Attended Caparopolis Fire District meeting where the budget was adopted, discussion on Prop 172 and TOT, and they are very, very pleased with how that has played out for them. Call volume is running 44% of last year. So that's a big deal. Attended Mark Twain Foundation dinner to honor those that work to fund the foundation and the benefits it brings to our community by providing equipment that would not normally be financially available. Wednesday the 20th, met with staff and COG to look at transition planning and listen to questions and responses at Congressman McClintock's meeting. So I was sitting in the back of the room talking to people who wanted to hear things or say things. Thursday, 21st, attended Copper Cove Lake Telehomeowners Association, understand their challenges. Repairs are going to be done to the Kiva boat launch during the lake drawdown this fall and how to deal with nuisances, and I suggested them they let the county deal with that and not turn into a neighbor-to-neighbor conflict. Their awareness to the number of garages and carports that have been built in their area without permits and long-term use of shipping containers on private property. And that's about all I have for right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Tofinelli.
I have nothing to report this time.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I have to be on the road to the RCRC in about 10 and a half hours, so I have nothing to report.
Okay. On the 13th, I attended the local tree mortality task force meeting, bringing back the information from Sacramento from the governor's task force meeting. Those projects are moving right along. We are looking at our county responsibility for removing the tree mortality trees from our county right-of-ways. We've progressed with, by vote of the board, we have now a management company for that, so we hope that'll get in progress here in the next 15 to 20 days. Excuse me, I have to use my phone. My battery in my iPad went dead. Yeah, on Thursday, the 21st, I attended the Sierra Economic Development Committee in Jackson. I take that back. It was in Sonora, and we are progressing from the switch from the CSEDD, which would be the Development Committee, to the Mother Lode Job Training, and bringing that committee back into that particular fold. Most remarkable was the grant writing position that they have incorporated with the gentleman has doubled their contribution in the last 9 months. He's able to secure $2.5 million additional funding, which was outstanding, seeing that last year was 2.3. So that's working out very good. We're glad to be part of that. There's a couple of things I'd like to bring up. I did attend Congressman McClintock's town hall meeting, and I had an opportunity to ask a couple of questions. One of the questions was the situation of the sanctuary cities, sanctuary state status, SB 54. I haven't checked today, but I understand that bill is probably on the governor's desk to be signed. But more importantly, Congressman McClintock informed me that there's a federal bill dealing with sanctuary states, and it indicated that it's on the floor now, and we're going to have to wait and see what happens with this, that the counties may have an opportunity to opt out of sanctuary state status. But this is preliminary information. I highly recommend that we monitor it, and at the proper time, we can bring it to the board for some type of discussion or position. That's about it. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate you staying for the late hour again. It is 7 o'clock almost, and I know it's very tiring on our folks, but I want to welcome our couple. I don't know your names, but thank you for hanging in there all day, folks. Appreciate it. Mr. Fry, Mr. McManus, I know you guys will be here. Thank you for staying. With that, staff, any announcements? No announcements? Meeting adjourned.
Make you buy you dinner.
Yeah.